Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The US Vice President is in India with his family. It's a packed trip at a very important time as Donald Trump wages his trade war with China. This visit shows a larger shift in America's strategic priorities. It underscores New Delhi's geopolitical significance for Washington. But will it be enough for New Delhi to evade the tariffs? We'll discuss that. Earlier today, we got news of Pope Francis's death. We look at his legacy, his potential successor, and why this is a turning point for the Catholic Church. Also in focus, Trump's latest warning to countries that he calls cheaters. Why China is threatening partners days after wooing them as the Asian family. Is the US State Department set for an overhaul? Will it be cost-cutting or the cutting of influence? How days before it votes, Canada is normalizing Khalistani extremism with attacks on Hindu temples. How Europe is on war footing with the UK making explosives and Poland eyeing French nukes. Why Elon Musk is looking to India to save Tesla. How paneer has become India's most adulterated food and what can you do about it? When it comes to artificial intelligence, please and thank you are not golden words. They're costing ChatGPT a lot. We'll explain. And a story to celebrate. A record 41% women make up the latest batch of Indian bureaucrats. It's a mini lockdown in Delhi because America's number 2 is visiting. I'm talking about J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States of America. He landed in New Delhi this morning. He's got 3 packed days ahead. Temple runs, fort tours, shopping sprees, bilateral talks, and finally the customary Taj Mahal visit. It's a trip very high on symbolism. A, because it's happening so early in Donald Trump's presidency, and B, because there's a trade war looming. India is hoping to avoid the US tariffs. Talks are underway to strike some sort of a bilateral deal. Vance technically does not work on trade deals, but his visit is a statement of support. Let's look at his day first. J.D. Vance is traveling with his family. His wife Usha and their 3 children are accompanying them. They landed in New Delhi at around 10 a.m. today. The Vice President was given a ceremonial welcome. Take a look. After that, the family headed to Akshardham. This is a Hindu temple located near the Delhi border. J.D. Vance and his family soaked in the architecture and heritage.
Good? Oh, thank you all.
Now, there is a local connect here. Vance's wife, Usha, is of Indian origin. She is a practicing Hindu with family ties to Andhra Pradesh. In fact, their children wore Indian clothes through the day. Vance's predecessor, Kamala Harris, was also of Indian origin, but she never traveled to India. She visited 21 countries as vice president, but not India. Anyway, back to this trip. After Akshardham, J.D. Vance visited an emporium. He got up close with India's cottage industry products. Then finally came the big event. Vance had a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The PM also interacted with the second family before a private dinner. Take a look. Vance will fly to Jaipur tonight. Tomorrow he is expected to tour the city and give a policy speech. The day after he will visit Agra to see the Taj Mahal. All in all, a pretty packed trip. The question is, what should India take away from it? Number one, it's clearly a show of priority. This is J.D. Vance's first trip to Asia as Vice President. He could have picked a US ally like Japan or South Korea, but he picked India. It shows that Trump prioritizes New Delhi. Trade war or not, he sees potential in this partnership. India too is expecting the trip to boost ties.
With the United States of America, we have a comprehensive strategic global partnership. So when you have that level of partnership with any country, obviously you will discuss all relevant issues. And with America, with the United States, of course, our relationship is such that we are doing anything that is part of human endeavor, forms part of our bilateral engagement. So all these issues, bilateral issues, will be discussed, and we are very positive that the visit will give a further boost to our bilateral ties.
Number two, J.D. Vance has not been a lame duck vice president. He's been Trump's hitman. When he visited Europe, he accused them of killing free speech. When the UK Prime Minister visited Washington, he repeated the accusation, and this time in front of the Prime Minister. Let's see what he says tomorrow. The policy speech will give us some indications. And finally, number three, this visit is part of a process. It should not be seen as a standalone trip. Last month, Trump's intelligence chief Tulsi Gabbard visited India. This month, J.D. Vance is visiting. Next up could be Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth, the American Defense Minister. Reports say that he will be visiting in the coming months. And all of this will lead to the biggest trip of them all, a visit by President Donald Trump. India is slated to host the Quad Summit later this year. Chances are Trump will attend that in person in India. Both sides will be looking to sign a trade deal by then. India is confident of making progress. They're expecting the first part of the deal to be signed by October, and that's the number one priority, to remove this looming threat of tariffs. Once that is sorted, you can tackle other issues like H-1B and student visas, concerns around Khalistan, cooperation in Bangladesh, and joint strategies for the Indo-Pacific. Like I said, J.D. Vance is not involved in these decisions. His role is largely ceremonial, but his actions and remarks offer us clues, because Vance's job is to articulate Trump's policy priorities. No frills, no half measures, no sugarcoating. He's done that in Europe and Greenland. Let's see what his message for India will be.
Padre Francesco, Papa Francesco, all'infinito amore misericordioso.
Fratelli e sorelle.
He was a pope of many firsts. The first from Latin America, the first Jesuit, the first to take the name Francis. Pope Francis made one thing very clear from the very beginning, that his papacy would be different. Today, Pope Francis died. He was 88 years old. The news of his death came as a shock to many. The Pope was in hospital recently. He was battling double pneumonia. After weeks of treatment, he finally recovered. He was discharged a few days ago. Last week, he made some high-profile appearances. On Thursday, he visited a prison in Rome. On Saturday, he visited St. Peter's Basilica. On Sunday, he appeared on his balcony to to the surprise of the crowds. He did not lead the Easter services, but he did a tour of the piazza in his Pope mobile. He met and blessed hundreds of people. He also met with US Vice President J.D. Vance and even exchanged Easter greetings.
Not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Earlier today, the news of his passing was made public. Thousands have already gathered in Vatican City. People are mourning. Some were seen crying. Tributes are pouring in from across the globe, including from world leaders. Pope Francis will be laid to rest outside the Vatican. This marks a significant departure from tradition. Typically, popes are buried beneath St. Peter's Basilica, but Pope Francis chose a different resting place. It will be the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore. In doing so, he becomes the first pope in a century to be buried outside the Vatican. Like we said, this pope was different. What is his legacy? How did he influence the Catholic Church? Was he able to reform it? Who will be the next pope, and how is the pope selected? Lots of questions. Let's look at the story of Pope Francis first. His name was Jorge Mario Bergoglio. He was born in 1936 in Argentina's Buenos Aires. He came from a family of Italian immigrants. Pope Francis described himself as an Argentine raised on pasta. He once swept floors, worked as a nightclub bouncer, and studied chemistry. Later, he gave it all up to become a Jesuit priest. He was ordained in 1969. In 2001, he became a cardinal. In 2005, he initially sought to become pope, but ended up there only in 2013.
Fratelli e sorelle, buonasera.
His vision for the papacy was simple: strip away the pomp and return to the gospel. He ditched the papal palace for a guest house. He usually flew economy. He cooked his own meals. He auctioned off his Harley Davidson. He snuck out at night to feed the homeless. In some ways, Pope Francis was a traditionalist, like on issues of abortion and celibacy for priests. In other matters, he broke the traditional papal mold. He allowed blessings for same-sex couples.
If someone is gay and he searches for the Lord and has goodwill, who am I to judge?
He tried to clean up financial corruption in the Vatican. He appointed more women to leadership roles, urged for immediate climate action, built bridges with the Muslim world, sought to play peacemaker in conflicts, called for a ceasefire in Gaza and Ukraine, and asked for compassion for refugees.
This morning, I received 2 delegations, one of Israelis who have relatives held hostage in the Gaza Strip and another of Palestinians who have relatives imprisoned in Israel. They suffer so much, and I heard how both sides are suffering. This is what wars do. But here we have gone beyond wars. This is not war. This is terrorism.
The Pope faced 2 big challenges. One was tackling clerical sexual abuse in the church. He tried to address it, even issued an edict to report it. But he was accused of not doing enough.
This is my anguish and pain, the fact that some priests and bishops violated the innocence of minors and their own priestly vocation by sexually abusing them. They are something more than despicable acts. It is like a sacrilegious cult, because these boys and girls had been entrusted to the charisma of priests in order to be brought to God.
The other challenge was Catholicism losing ground. Country after country is seeing massive drops in church attendance. There are fewer baptisms. People may still identify as Catholic culturally, but they do not practice it. The church's moral rigidity often alienates people. Younger generations are seeking meaning elsewhere. So Pope Francis had to tackle that, which is why he traveled extensively, especially in Africa and Asia. In fact, his last trip was a 12-day visit to Asia. Now, these are places where Catholicism is booming, and the Pope wanted to support it. Even when his knees gave out, he traveled in a wheelchair. Now that he's gone, his successor will have to take this effort forward. But who will that be? Who will be the successor? For now, the Vatican has appointed an acting head. He is called the Camerlengo. After the Pope is buried, the search for a new Pope begins. It starts with a private gathering at the Vatican called the Conclave. Now, technically, any Roman Catholic male can be elected Pope. He is chosen by a group called the College of Cardinals. For the selection of the Pope, every cardinal under the age of 80 travels to Rome. Once they arrive at the Vatican, the process begins. The voting takes place in the Sistine Chapel. Each cardinal receives a ballot and writes the name of the candidate they want to elect. But they cannot vote for themselves. If a cardinal gets more than 2/3 of the vote, he becomes the Pope. If no one reaches that threshold, 2/3 of the vote, voting continues. They repeat that process. Sometimes it takes days until a decision is made. The entire process is secretive. Voting is done behind closed doors. No talking to anyone outside the room. No phones or cameras. The Sistine Chapel is off limits to all. Once the vote is cast, the ballots are burned with a special chemical. If the smoke is white, the world knows that a new Pope has been chosen. If it is black, it means the voting is still on. And the world waits. The smoke is a signal, a way for the outside world to stay updated on the progress. So who could be the next Pope? A lot of names are doing the rounds, but here are the top 3 ones. Peter Turkson from Ghana, Louis Tagle from the Philippines, and Peter Erdo from Hungary. If any of the first 2 are chosen, he would be the first Pope ever from Asia or Africa. Of course, the choice is up to the cardinals, but Pope Francis realized something early on in his papacy, that the church is not a museum, it is a living thing. And all living things must change with time. The church must change too. Now it is up to the Vatican. They can either shut the door on Pope Francis's reforms or push it open further. Let's turn to the US, where Donald Trump's trade war continues. He hinted at making deals last week, but over the weekend, he was back to escalation. Trump has released what he calls a cheating list. It warns countries against non-tariff barriers. He's listed 8 such barriers, non-tariff barriers: currency manipulation, value-added taxes, dumping cheap goods, subsidies, protective agriculture standards, protective technical standards, and intellectual property theft, and finally, transshipping. These are all barriers to free trade. He's listed 8 of them. They may not be a direct levy like tariffs, but they have the same effect. They protect domestic industry from foreign imports, which is why Donald Trump is going after them. Remember his tariff chart? The first column hinted at something like this. It said tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So Trump is not just looking for lower tariffs. He wants countries to abandon other barriers as well, like subsidies and protective standards. Now, there are 2 problems with this. Number 1, it could be a political no-go zone for most countries. Consider India and agriculture subsidies. No government in India will ever think about touching them, and rightly so. Almost half of all Indians work in agriculture, but in the US that number is less than 2%. So it is vital for India to protect this industry. That's one issue. Number 2, Trump is overplaying the problem. His allegations of dumping and IP theft may hold true for China, but not every country is guilty of it. Consider his claim of protective technical standards. He's basically talking about quality tests. Donald Trump says the tests are so hard that American goods always fail. And he gives the example of Japan, of Japan's bowling ball test. Listen to how he describes it.
It's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult, the standards and the tests. They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise. Unless you can have an army tank, it's going to dent.
How about that? Trump says Japan is dropping bowling balls on cars, apparently to test their quality. In case you're wondering, this is not true. Such a test does not exist in Japan. If Trump is serious about these claims, it is a matter of worry. It could potentially derail or delay the talks. But chances are this is just another pressure tactic, a move to force countries to do Trump's bidding. And what's that? First is obviously to slash tariffs. The second is to reduce their trade with China. Let me show you a report. It says that Trump is mulling a sort of quid pro quo. You reduce your trade with China. In exchange, we offer you tariff relief or exemptions. Of course, China does not like that. Beijing has issued a warning to other countries. Do not cut deals at our expense. If you do, we will take countermeasures. Well, the tone has certainly changed. Last week, Xi Jinping was talking about an Asian family, about jointly standing up to Donald Trump. And now he's issuing threats. Now, I don't know about China, but here in India, we do not threaten our family. We respect and support them. Clearly, China has different ideas. Their foreign minister met his Indonesian counterpart today, the Indonesian foreign minister, and he urged him to oppose Trump's unilateral moves.
We must consistently uphold the principles of openness, inclusiveness, and mutual benefit, oppose all forms of unilateralism and protectionism, and maintain that indiscriminate tariff impositions severely harm normal international trade and economic exchanges.
So Trump is asking countries to ditch China. He's asking countries to not appease America. And stuck in the middle, their trade partners. All of them face an impossible choice between the largest producer in the world and the largest consumer. Question is, who will they choose? Let's consider the case of ASEAN. These are countries in Southeast Asia. In 2010, China made up just 10% of their total trade, 10% of ASEAN's trade. By 2023, that was up to 20%. And ASEAN knows this. Their leaders admit that there is a reliance on China, and they've also been trying to correct it. Now look at what happened last year. From January to March 2024, the US became ASEAN's top export destination. They basically beat China after years. And that's not all. Companies that left China have set up a base in ASEAN. So the diversification was already happening. It was very slow, yes, but this kind of pivots tend to take a lot of time. And then came Donald Trump. He is not satisfied with shifting production out of China. He wants to bring it home. And that approach could antagonize his partners. It could also threaten the diversification. Because he's not just targeting China, Trump is targeting his partners too. This is truly a tough choice for all those countries. Whatever they pick, they stand to lose. Donald Trump's cost-cutting drive has found its new target, the US State Department, which is basically their foreign ministry. A new draft policy has been leaked. It talks about overhauling the US State Department. And we are talking about some big changes here. If enacted, they could reshape American diplomacy. For good or bad, that's what we will try to discuss. First, let's look at the top proposals. Number 1, eliminating most Africa operations. The plan is to shut down embassies and consulates in the continent, though it's not clear which ones. Number 2, eliminating offices in Washington, specifically those that deal with human rights, democracy and climate change. Number 3, mass firing of career diplomats. The plan is to put people on paid leave first, then eventually terminate them. Number 4, put an end to the Foreign Service exam. Every aspiring diplomat has to pass this test, but the plan is to create a new hiring system, one that aligns with Trump's vision. And finally, number 5, shut regional bureaus. Instead, set up 4 diplomatic corps in Eurasia, in Middle East, Latin America and the Indo-Pacific. These are the 4 corps. In case you missed it, there is no Africa Corps. Clearly, the biggest cut is directed at Africa. Now, if this plan is approved, it would shut many embassies by October 1st. The question is why? The draft says that it's all about cutting waste and fraud, but the plan is yet to be adopted. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has downplayed it. He's called the report fake news. Plus, there is more than one report circulating at the moment. Another one says the department's budget will be cut by 50%. A third one claims that 10 embassies will be shut down, 10 American embassies. Whatever they go with, whatever plan, it will have to be approved by Donald Trump. And even after that, there could be legal challenges. But the larger question is, will this weaken American diplomacy or will it avoid fund wastage? Some of the provisions do sound good, like ending so-called democracy promotion campaigns. Nobody asked for these reports or suggestions in the first place. The State Department simply handed them out. I'm sure a lot of countries would love to see them end. But a few other proposals could backfire, like ending climate and refugee operations. Remember, the US is one of the biggest polluters in human history. Their wars have displaced millions of people the world over. So Trump cannot walk away from those responsibilities. It is not charity, it is accountability. Same with diplomatic presence. Africa is supposed to be the next big thing. It is home to resources worth trillions of dollars. It also has the youngest population in the world, especially sub-Saharan Africa. Nearly 70% of the people there are under 30 years of age. Every major power in the world is courting Africa. China, Russia, Europe, India, all of them are racing to strike deals in Africa. And what does Donald Trump do? He plans to wind down America's presence in the continent. This is indeed a very risky strategy, but it's not a surprise. Africa was a blind spot in Trump's first term as well. He did not visit the continent even once. He also used derogatory words to describe some African nations. Historically, America has used aid to make inroads in Africa, but Trump is not a fan of that either. He has already stopped most US aid campaigns. This could either spur Africa to invest its own money in crucial sectors, to be self-reliant, or it could push Africa closer to China. And this is the problem with Trump's proposals. He may or may not save money, but he will trigger turmoil. It's a good chance for other countries to capitalize, though. Consider China's diplomacy budget this year, $8.8 billion. That's more than 8% up from last year. India, too, has increased its diplomacy spending. It has set aside $2 billion this year, which is around 15% up from last year. So both India and China have increased their spending on diplomacy. Meanwhile, Trump is slashing it. It was very big to start with. The State Department had a $56 billion budget in the last fiscal year, $56 billion. This time, they may only ask for $28 billion, which is almost a 50% cut. Can you conduct diplomacy with $28 billion? Of course you can. Other powers spend only a fraction of this money. But it's a question of where and how you slash funding. Aid cuts will reduce America's goodwill. Embassy closures will hurt America's presence. Both those things could hurt US diplomatic efforts. Of course, it is America's money at the end of the day. If the people voted for it, why not, I guess? Our next story is from Canada. Another Hindu temple has been attacked. The perpetrators? Khalistani extremists, members of a separatist movement that is dead in India. Their only hope is the land of maple syrup, Canada. Pro-Khalistan violence is out of control in Canada. Hindu temples are being targeted with alarming regularity. This time, even a Gurudwara was attacked, which is proof that all Sikhs do not subscribe to Khalistani separatism. It is only a few radicals who claim to represent the entire community. And while all of this is happening, Canada's government is missing. These are the same people who lecture others on human rights. They somehow lose their voice when Hindus are targeted. Canada is 1 week away from elections, and this is the state of affairs in the country. Hindu phobia is on the rise, but vote bank politics is priority. Canada is normalizing hate. Our next report has more.
Another temple has been vandalized in Canada, this time in Surrey, British Columbia. Pro-Khalistan graffiti was seen on the walls of the temple, and this has sparked outrage in the Hindu community. They're calling it a case of Hindu phobia and are demanding the Canadian government take action. The Lakshmi Narayan Mandir is a sacred space for Hindus in Surrey, and now its walls are covered with vulgar slogans. And this is not an isolated incident. In fact, this is part of a larger pattern. The attacks always follow the same script. First, a Hindu temple in Canada is defaced. Second, the Hindu community calls for action. Third, the Canadian police promise an investigation. Fourth, nothing happens. And fifth, there's complete silence from the Canadian government. No condemnations, no action, just silence. Canada is always quick to lecture others on human rights, but they somehow stay silent when Hindus in Canada are targeted. The fact is that Hindu phobia is on the rise in Canada, and temples are being vandalized repeatedly. Here's a short timeline. In September 2023, a Hindu temple was vandalized with anti-India slogans in Surrey. In October of the same year, a convoy of pro-Khalistan extremists threatened Hindu devotees at the Lakshmi Narayan temple in Surrey. In December of 2023, a Hindu devotee was attacked in a town called Kitchener. In that same month, Khalistani extremists fired gunshots at a Hindu temple in Vancouver. In 2024, at least 3 major incidents against Hindus were reported. In February, a break-in was reported at a temple in Oakville. In July, a Swami Narayan temple was vandalized in Edmonton. In November, Hindu devotees were attacked at a Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. And now, a temple has been attacked in Surrey. A Gurudwara in Vancouver was also vandalized. So, a place of worship for Sikhs was also attacked by Khalistani extremists. Clearly, no one is safe. This is not a local problem, but a systemic failure. Canadian politicians have been blinded by vote bank politics. They would much rather appease Khalistani extremists if it means staying in power. Canada's general election is now just a week away, and this is what's happening in the country. Hindus are being openly targeted and threatened. The police is silent, and some of its politicians are busy quoting extremists. Canada is normalizing hate by giving radicals a green light.
Now we turn to Europe, a continent on edge where nations are on an arming spree. The latest is from the UK and Poland. Britain wants more missiles and explosives, and Poland wants nuclear weapons from France. Clearly, Ukraine is no longer the priority. Europe is busy arming itself. Let's start with the United Kingdom. London made an announcement yesterday. They will ramp up weapons production. They're calling it a war-footing production model. And they want to achieve 2 goals, more manufacturing and bigger stockpiles. The UK wants to produce 2 things, RDX explosives and propellants. These are used in artillery shells and missiles. Britain currently imports the RDX and the propellants. They get them from France and the US, but now they want to make it at home. So the UK wants to build its war reserves. What will it cost them? Friendship with France and the US. Here's why. For the UK, this is about self-reliance. They are preparing for worst-case scenarios, like Donald Trump. The US president has sent shockwaves through NATO. His threats to exit the group have left Europe worried. So if the US pulls back, the UK does not want to be caught off guard. And what about France? How will they feel about the UK's decision? France sees the UK as a dependable NATO ally. They often stand together in global matters. Even on the war in Ukraine, France and the UK have jointly made weapons for decades. Now the UK wants to part ways. Naturally, France will not be happy. And that's the UK's defence plan. It is aiming for self-reliance. Now let me tell you about Poland, a country that borders Russia. It's a frontline NATO state. Poland wants French nuclear weapons on its soil. The request came from Poland's president. He said French nukes will protect them from Russia. So Poland is openly courting France for nuclear warheads. To understand why, let's look at a map. Poland is dealing with a hostile neighborhood, as you can see. They border Ukraine, Belarus, and the Russian territory of Kaliningrad. And Russia has placed its nukes in Belarus and Kaliningrad. So 2 of the 3 regions bordering Poland have nuclear warheads. Now Warsaw wants some too. Last month they requested the US. This time it is France. What does that show? Cracks in NATO. Just think about it. After asking the US for nukes, Poland has turned to France. The message is that Washington cannot be trusted, and Europe should have a finger on the trigger. Hence the request for French nukes. But will Paris deliver? Only 3 NATO members have nukes: the US, the UK, and France. Fun fact, their combined nuclear stockpile is less than Russia's. Nuke for nuke, Russia wins. So the question really is France willing to take the risk? Apparently, yes. French President Emmanuel Macron has floated the idea. He wants to create a European nuclear umbrella. He wants to deploy French nukes across Europe, exactly how American nuclear warheads are kept in Germany and Italy. But this is easier said than done. Building logistics to deal with such weapons takes time, at least half a decade as per experts. Not to mention, Russia would be furious. Moscow would see this as a direct threat. French nukes at Russia's doorstep will be seen as provocation. So let's be clear, this is an escalation. Europe is militarizing like never before. More weapons, bigger defense budgets, and now calls for a shared nuclear arsenal. Europe is preparing for a future where it does not have to rely on the US. The UK's push for weapons and Poland's quest for French nukes scream one thing: anxiety. But do more weapons, particularly nuclear ones, guarantee peace? They do not. So the question to ask is this: is Europe preparing for peace or pushing for war? Our next story is about the world's richest man, Elon Musk. He will visit India this year, he says, and he has big plans. Musk wants to bring Tesla and Starlink to India. He's been teasing this for years now, and it may finally be happening. Musk recently spoke to Indian Prime Minister Modi, and now he is eyeing business deals like a Tesla plant in India and chips and semiconductors made by Indian firms. The math makes sense. India is the largest market in the world, the fastest growing economy, a stable democracy, and hungry for tech and investments. Meanwhile, Tesla is facing competition from Chinese firms. Not to mention, Beijing is not the most open market. So for Elon Musk, India is the ticket for playing at the global level. And for India, Musk is more than a businessman. He is a power player. This is not about chasing a billionaire. This is about building a future, that too on India's terms. Our next report has more.
The world's richest man is coming to the world's largest market. Elon Musk is eyeing business with India. The tech billionaire recently spoke to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Then he announced his plans to visit India this year, and the Tesla CEO is particularly excited. Elon Musk is eyeing some major deals. He wants to bring Tesla and Starlink to India. Musk has been talking about this for almost a year, but now it's closer to reality. Here's what Musk is eyeing: a Tesla manufacturing plant in India, Starlink internet services, and working with Indian firms on chips and semiconductors. Musk sees major potential in India. It's the world's largest market, a stable democracy, friendly with the United States, and a major player in tech and innovation. And Musk's groundwork has begun. he's eyeing a chips deal with Indian firms like CG Semi and Tata Electronics. Musk feels India is the trump card that he needs because Tesla is facing stiff competition from Chinese car makers, particularly BYD. Meanwhile, anti-Musk sentiment in the United States is also impacting Tesla sales. India is an untapped market, and India's EV sector has grown by nearly 49% since 2023. So Musk is looking at India and thinking growth. India could provide a lifeline that Tesla desperately needs currently. But what about India? How does Musk play out in its future goals? For New Delhi, Musk brings innovation and investments. The tech billionaire has hinted at investing $3 billion in India. He also wants to establish a Tesla mega factory, which means jobs for thousands of Indians. Musk's Starlink has already partnered with 2 big Indian firms for bringing satellite-based internet. So India is going to get cutting-edge technology. With the US-China trade war heating up, India offers Musk a new space to grow. Meanwhile, Musk's ventures mean a boost for jobs and innovation in India. But here's the larger picture. India doesn't need to roll out the red carpet. This is not about making deals with the billionaire, it's about cementing India's role in the world. For now, Musk needs an alternative to China, so he's turning to India. Musk is a power player and he's known to be a disruptor. So India must put forth its demands boldly, and the ball is currently in New Delhi's court. Because it's Elon Musk who is desperate to make deals with India. Despite his sassy social media posts and taunts against other world leaders, things will be different this time, and Elon Musk will have to play by India's rules.
For our next story, let's talk about a food product India absolutely loves: paneer, or as some call it, Indian cottage cheese. It's creamy, it's protein-packed, and it's a hero in vegetarian diets. You'll find it in everyday meals, in festive feasts, and across multiple grocery aisles. But here's the twist. India has a paneer problem. Turns out, it is the most adulterated food product in the country. Look at this report. 122 paneer samples were tested in Noida and Greater Noida. 83% did not meet quality standards. 40% were unsafe for consumption. And it's the same story everywhere. In Karnataka, 163 samples were collected. Only 4 of them were safe for consumption. 4 out of 163 samples. The others are still undergoing tests. Here's another one from Lucknow, where 103 paneer samples were tested. 50% failed the test. They were unsafe for consumption, 50%. The situation is so bad that some on the internet are taking things in their own hands. They're doing the iodine test. Basically, they put some iodine tincture on paneer. If the color remains the same, it is pure. If it turns blue, it is adulterated. Now, this is not a fail-proof test. There are some inaccuracies, but it shows you the panic around paneer. So how is fake paneer made? Traditionally, it is made out of fresh milk, but it's often manipulated with synthetic substances. The most common is starch. It increases the bulk of paneer. Detergents, synthetic milk, caustic soda, formalin, all of these are also used. And why is this happening? The answer lies in a combination of factors. One is the high demand. India has a booming population. There is a demand for protein-rich foods, and paneer is often the top choice, especially in a vegetarian diet. Reason number 2, greed and the attempt to maximize profits. Making good paneer is not cheap, which is why manufacturers try to cut costs and corners. They mix adulterants to increase the bulk. 3, lack of stringent regulation. You will find paneer everywhere, from your local grocery store to fancy supermarkets, and that makes it difficult to monitor. You cannot regulate every batch that enters the market. But the food safety body has been cracking down. Look at these reports. 1,500 kilos of adulterated paneer seized in Gujarat, 239 kilos seized in Nashik, 600 kilos seized from Hyderabad. So this is not a region or city-specific problem. It's a countrywide issue. And it's not just about paneer. From 2022 to 2023, 25% of all food samples tested were adulterated. 1/4 of all the samples tested. Adulterants are common in milk, in spices, and in everyday sweets. Best case scenario, you're not getting what you paid for. Worst case scenario, you're consuming toxic substances. So what should you as a consumer do? First of all, be aware, know that this is happening. Consumer awareness is key to issues like these. Second, stick to trusted brands or trusted vendors. Look for certifications to ensure quality. And the third solution is fines. We need tougher penalties for violators. Right now, the fines for selling adulterated food in India are very low. The fine is so low that many see it as just another business expense. But if the consequences were truly severe, it might actually make them think twice, at least some of them. That said, the real fix lies in something bigger, a complete overhaul of how we approach food safety in India. Yes, the Food Safety Department is conducting more raids. Yes, more samples are being tested than before. But what's missing is scale, widespread and consistent enforcement. Food safety must be treated with the same urgency as a public health emergency, because at the heart of this story is trust. Trust in what we eat, trust in the system that is meant to protect us, trust that what we bring home won't harm us, what we feed our children won't hurt them. This trust is rotting away every single day. They say it is a wise thing to be polite, but in the age of artificial intelligence, that may not be the case. Let me tell you why, and let me ask you this first. When you put a prompt on ChatGPT, when you ask the AI chatbot a question, do you say please? And when it scripts a reply, do you say thank you? Well, apparently this politeness is costing its parent company OpenAI tens of millions of dollars. And we aren't the ones saying this. OpenAI top boss Sam Altman is. Our next report tells you why.
Someone pays you a compliment, say thank you. Someone helps you with homework, say thank you again. Someone answers your query, say thank you once more. Being courteous is drilled into us from the moment we start interacting with others. Now, with artificial intelligence bleeding into most aspects of our lives, we are being courteous to it as well. And surveys prove this. In the US, 67% users of chatbots, like Chat, are polite to it. In the UK, the number stands at 71%. And this trend is not limited to just 2 countries. People everywhere can be seen saying please and thank you to ChatGPT. But apparently, it is expensive waste. And we aren't the ones saying this. OpenAI CEO and tech billionaire Sam Altman is. He says that people being polite to ChatGPT is costing him tens of millions of dollars. This may sound absurd. After all, thanking ChatGPT for helping you write a basic thank you note seems trivial, almost like a force of habit. But every little word requires the chatbot system to interpret and process the message before crafting its response, which can be long and complex. This consumes electricity. It costs money and time. To give you context, each ChatGPT question uses about 2.9 watt-hours of energy. This may not sound like much, but it is about 10 times more electricity than a traditional Google search, which stands at 0.3 watt-hours.
My girlfriend.
And the longer the prompt, or the answer required, the more the energy use. For instance, generating a 100-word email needs 14 kilowatt-hours of electricity. That is enough to power 14 LED lights for an hour. There are about 9 billion searches on Chat every day globally. That is a demand of nearly 10 terawatt-hours of electricity per year, or about 10 trillion watt-hours of energy, enough to power electricity of a small country. So the one-word courtesy we pay ChatGPT is costing not only the bot, but also us, because somewhere possibly far away, there is an AI data center paying the price for it. The AI industry relies on its data centers to train and operate its models. So when we ask in tools a question, it is the data centers that use energy. And this is fueling a silent crisis. It is contributing to climate change. And this is not limited to ChatGPT. Since 2020, Microsoft has focused on expanding its data centers to boost its AI prowess. And since then, its carbon emissions have risen by nearly 30%. In 2023, Google's carbon emissions were almost 50% higher than in 2019, largely thanks to the energy demands of its data centers. In fact, data centers powering chatbots suck up about 2% of the world's energy consumption, and the situation is only expected to get worse as the use of AI skyrockets. So we may want to keep thanking it, perhaps out of habit, perhaps out of fear in case of an AI uprising. But in the case of artificial intelligence, it is impolite to be polite.
Before we begin our last story tonight, let me tell you about Anna Rajam Malhotra. She was born in 1924 as Anna Rajam George in India's Kerala state. She cleared the civil services examination in 1951. This is one of the toughest exams in the country, even today. Every year, aspirants take it to join the highly coveted executive branch of the country, of the government, the backbone of the Indian administration. And Anna Rajam cracked the test in 1951. She wanted to join the Indian Administrative Service, or the IAS. This is an elite cadre in the services. When she sat for her interview, the board was not keen to post her in the field. They suggested that she join the foreign services instead, because that is, and I'm quoting, more suitable for women. That's what they told her. But Anna Rajam refused. She went on to become India's first woman IAS officer. That was in 1951. The country has come a long way since. And what better day to acknowledge it than today? Because today is the National Civil Services Day. Look at the outgoing batch of officer trainees, the IAS 2023 batch. It consists of 180 officers. 74 of them are women. In other words, women make up 41% of the IAS batch. This is the largest representation of women in the history of the service, 41%. And it's a major win. It reflects new India's aspirations, and it is part of a growing trend. More Indian women want to join the civil services. In a span of 15 years, the number of female applicants has nearly quadrupled. It's gone up 4 times. It outpaces the growth in total applicants, and women now make up a third of them. And not just that, women's success rate is also increasing. In 2018, it stood at 24%. In 2023, it shot up. Women secured 34% of the ranks in 2023. 5 of the top 10 candidates were women. And remember, the civil service does not have reservation for women, so the numbers you see are all based on merit, and this is commendable progress. What is behind this shift? According to experts, 2 things. 1, more awareness, and 2, a generational societal change. Cracking the exam requires knowledge on a range of topics. Earlier, this meant spending hours on end, scouring through newspapers and books. Public libraries were all but a second home for aspirants. And that's something that female aspirants were not always comfortable with. They did not have this kind of access. But with the internet, they have a digital advantage. And study material is a click away. That has contributed to the growing numbers. The second reason, preparing for this exam is a lengthy process. Every year, more than 1 million aspirants take the test. On average, a candidate requires 3 attempts to crack it. And this means 4.5 years of intense preparation. Historically, this was not an option for most women. But times have changed. Female enrollment in higher education institutions has increased to 49% in India. So women are better educated, they're more ambitious, and Indian families are more supportive of their career choices. A majority of women retire after completing their full tenures in the service. Sure, there is still room for improvement. According to studies, women civil servants are more likely to oversee areas like cultural affairs, education, food, or health. They are less likely to be in charge of urban development, law and order, finance, or energy. Also, even with more women joining the service, their rise to the top is slow. Take the chief secretaries, for instance. They are the administrative heads of state governments. Across the 36 Indian states and union territories, only 5 women hold this position. So yes, there are still some challenges, but the big picture looks good. It shows consistent improvement. There was a time when Anna Rajam's appointment letter came with a condition that her service would be terminated if she got married. That is no longer the case. Today, thousands of women take the civil services exam every year. Dozens of them crack it, score high ranks and make history. And we are here for it. What were you doing at 14 years of age? Maybe rebelling against your parents, or sneaking a smartphone to school, or faking interest in rock music. But let me introduce Vaibhav Suryavanshi. He too is a 14-year-old and he's already playing in the IPL. At 14, he played his first match over the weekend. Guess what he did with the first ball he faced? He smashed it for 6. That's Gen Alpha for you. No fear, no second thoughts. His skills have impressed cricket fans around the world. It has also triggered an outpouring of hilarious praise. Take a look.
एकदम इन्होंने वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए, जिंदगी बदल दी। ओ भाई
क्या देख रहे हो अंकल ऊपर?
फूल कितना सारा फूल आ गया ना इसमें।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. China pits robots against humans in a half marathon for the first time ever. Easter begins with a traditional rocket war in a Greek island. An artist sculpted biblical scenes onto sand dunes in Bolivia. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1989, 1 million students gathered at China's Tiananmen Square. Protesters called for an end to the dictatorship. It was the largest political protest in communist China's history, and it ended with bloodshed on June 3rd. Beijing rolled tanks to crush the protest of unarmed civilians. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And today, President Trump's Secretary of Defense is back in the hot seat. Meanwhile, a Russia-Ukraine deal appears on life support. We began at the Pentagon, where Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is once again under fire for sharing classified military information with his wife, brother, and personal lawyer. Now, reports say the Pentagon chief shared confidential details about the U.S. strikes on Yemen in a group chat on the messaging app Signal. Now, this is the second time the secretary has been accused of discussing the strikes targeting Houthis, which took place on March 15th. Last month, The Atlantic magazine revealed how its editor-in-chief was mistakenly added to a group chat on Signal, which included several other Trump officials and discussed the very same war plans. At the time, President Donald Trump largely pinned the blame on National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and claimed Secretary Hegseth had nothing to do with the leak.
Well, yeah, Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt.
Now, per reports, the Pentagon chief's second leak involved details on flight schedules for U.S. aircraft targeting Houthis in Yemen. Along with his family members, the chat reportedly included about a dozen more people from Secretary Hegseth's personal and professional inner circle. Notably, the secretary's wife is a journalist and former Fox News producer, and his younger brother, Phil, serves as a senior advisor in the Department of Defense. According to reports, Hegseth shared the sensitive information despite an aide warning him about using an unprotected communication system. Meanwhile, Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell refuted the latest reports on the social media platform X.
Another day, another old story, back from the dead. The Trump-hating media continues to be obsessed with destroying anyone committed to President Trump's agenda. This time, the New York Times, and all other fake news that repeat their garbage, are enthusiastically taking the grievances of disgruntled former employees as the sole sources for their article. There was no classified information in any Signal chat, no matter how many ways they try to write the story.
The latest revelation comes just days after 3 Pentagon officials were fired amid ongoing investigations into unspecified leaks in the Defense Department. Deputy Chief of Staff Darwin Selnick, Senior Advisor Dan Caldwell, and Colin Carroll hit back on Sunday, saying Pentagon officials had slandered their character with baseless attacks. The latest leak has now put Secretary Hegseth under massive scrutiny, with Democrats repeatedly calling for his resignation. Now, as Signalgate 2.0 unfolds and the chaos surrounding Secretary Hegseth continues to engulf his tenure at the Defense Department, the larger question now becomes how much of the fallout directly impacts President Trump, and will it involve a change in leadership just as the Pentagon is ramping up military operations across the globe. And staying with the Trump administration, after visiting Italy, Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in India for a 4-day trip with his family. However, while he visits New Delhi and meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a controversy has erupted back home. It all started when Vance extended Good Friday wishes on social media platform X. As his post gained momentum, netizens trolled the vice president for being married to a Hindu and Indian origin wife, Usha Vance. A photo of their wedding also resurfaced, in which the couple can be seen in traditional Indian attire with garlands around their neck. Now, while in Italy, the vice president also visited the Vatican and met Pope Francis, who passed away this morning. Those social media users accused Vance of not caring about the Bible, claiming he's a fake Christian who would deport Jesus if he could. Now, this is not the first time that J.D. Vance and Usha Vance have been targeted for their faith and identity. In fact, earlier this month, the Second Lady broke her silence about the racial hate she receives that mostly stems from her Indian roots.
Do I think it's great when people talk about normalizing Indian hate, or something like that? Absolutely not. I think it's terrible. I think it's our relationship to this information that is potentially new.
Usha Vance was also subjected to a hate campaign by MAGA hardliners during her husband's vice presidential campaign. A coalition of Hindus of North America issued a statement calling out the Hindu-phobic slurs targeting her. And meanwhile, J.D. Vance, who converted to Catholicism back in 2019, has also been the target of Christians for the longest time. The vice president has always said that being Catholic reshaped his political values that he abides by to this very day. In fact, in an interview last year, Vance revealed his wife encouraged him to explore Catholicism even though she did not follow the faith herself. He even acknowledged the pressure Usha Vance faces to go to church every Sunday.
She thought that they were good for me, in a sort of good for your soul kind of way. I don't think I would have ever done it without her support. We go to church almost every Sunday, unless we're on the road. I feel terrible for my wife.
Now, minutes after landing in India, the vice president, the second lady, and their children went to a prominent Hindu temple in New Delhi. So was this a personal act of faith or a message to his critics, or both? As questions persist about their religious identities, the Vance family finds itself at the center of a cultural war that refuses to die down. And now shifting focus to the war in Europe, tensions between Russia and Ukraine continue to rise despite recent efforts to ease hostilities. A temporary ceasefire over the Easter weekend offered a brief pause in fighting, but violence quickly resumed once the truce ended. In eastern Ukraine, Russian drone strikes caused a fire at a local food establishment and damaged a home. Then in the southern Mykolaiv region, officials confirmed a missile attack on the city during the early morning hours, though it caused no casualties or damage. Now, the short-lived ceasefire, which was declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin starting on April 19th, was meant to last until midnight on April 21st. In fact, while announcing the ceasefire, Putin described the move as a humanitarian gesture for the Easter holiday.
Guided by humanitarian considerations, today from 1800 hours to midnight from Sunday to Monday, the Russian side declares an Easter truce. I order that all military actions be stopped for this period. We assume that the Ukrainian side will follow our example. At the same time, our troops must be ready to repel possible violations of the truce and provocations from the enemy, any of its aggressive actions.
However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused Russia of continuing hundreds of frontline assaults. In fact, several Ukrainian officials even accused Moscow of nearly 3,000 violations over its own Easter ceasefire vow.
My opinion did not change regarding the ceasefire. It was announced only to show to the world as if they are making some steps, concessions for us. But in reality, as we can see at the front line, nothing has changed. I think it is a blatant lie, as it always was.
And now President Donald Trump has entered the conversation, making headlines with his remarks on the situation. On his Truth Social platform, President Trump expressed hope that Russia and Ukraine would in fact reach a peace deal this week. The comment seemed to be a U-turn on a previous statement where he said that if either side delayed negotiations, the U.S. might withdraw from the peace process altogether.
For some reason, one of the two parties makes it very difficult. We're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that. No, Marco is right in saying it. We want to see it end.
And adding to the pressure, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also announced that Washington was ready to end its mediation efforts in the coming days if no progress was made. This marked a sharp shift from the Trump administration's earlier stance, which prioritized brokering peace between the two countries since taking office in January.
Trying to prevent it, but we're not going to continue to fly all over the world and do meeting after meeting after meeting if no progress is being made. So if they're serious about peace, either side or both, we want to help. If it's not going to happen, then we're just going to move on. We're going to move on to other topics that are equally, if not more important in some ways, to the United States.
With business interests quietly woven into these high-stakes talks, the question now remains, is peace truly the goal or just another deal waiting to be made? Every iPhone may say designed in California, but its true story begins far from Silicon Valley, in the sprawling, humming factories of China. In fact, for years, Apple's secret weapon wasn't just sleek design, but a powerful invisible supply chain stretching across Asia. But now that lifeline is in fact under fire, as President Donald Trump unleashes towering tariffs and promises to haul factories back to American soil, Apple faces a crisis that could shake the very core of its empire. And what was once a symbol of global cooperation now stands at the heart of a fierce trade war. Here's the full story in our next report.
Every iPhone proudly bears the line designed in California. But its real birthplace lies thousands of miles away in China. Apple sells over 220 million iPhones each year, and by most estimates, 9 out of 10 are made in China. From shiny screens to battery packs, China produces, assembles and ships them. And the US, which is Apple's largest market, remains their main destination. However, this tight relationship is now under threat. US President Donald Trump has slapped massive tariffs on Chinese imports, with some reaching 245%. Though smartphones and electronics were briefly exempted, Trump hinted that more levies are coming. Nobody's getting off the hook, he warned on Truth Social. And now the entire electronic supply chain is under review. Apple's global supply chain, which was once a strength, has become a weakness. The US and China, which are the world's largest economies, are tightly interwoven, and Trump's sudden tariffs have shaken this foundation.
China, 67%. That's tariffs.
Raising one big question: who needs whom more?
Currency manipulation and trade barriers.
The tariff itself would move it to $2,000. If iPhones were made in the US, we estimate it would cost $3,500, and now it takes 7 to 8 years to actually happen.
China gained massively from hosting Apple's production lines. The partnership helped launch Chinese manufacturers into global players. When Apple was struggling in the late 90s, it found a lifeline in China's rising economy. And in 2001, Apple officially entered China, partnering with Foxconn to make iPods, MacBooks, and eventually iPhones. At first, China wasn't ready to build something like the iPhone. Apple handpicked suppliers and invested in them. One example is Beijing Jingdiao, which transformed from cutting acrylic to machining glass for iPhones. But as Apple's profits soared, its footprint in China expanded. Foxconn's iPhone City in Zhengzhou became the world's largest iPhone factory. By 2024, 150 of Apple's top 187 suppliers had factories in China. Advanced chips come from Taiwan's TSMC, and rare earth minerals, crucial for cameras and speakers, come from China. There's no supply chain more critical to US than China, Apple CEO Tim Cook admitted. But now Trump wants to bring manufacturing home. Millions of workers crewing in tiny screws will come to America, claimed US Commerce Secretary. But shifting won't be easy. Apple is also battling Chinese rivals like Huawei, Xiaomi, and Vivo. In 2024, Apple lost its top spot in China because the country's weak economy and the ban on AI tools like ChatGPT hurt Apple's appeal. And despite a $500 billion US investment, Apple faces an uncertain road ahead. Trump's tariff plans change often, and fresh levies loom large. Apple's once reliable Chinese supply chain is now a fragile lifeline. And with little time or room to move, the world's biggest tech company faces one of its biggest tests yet.
And today we end in the world of entertainment. A major Hollywood remake is stirring up buzz and a bit of drama. Kim Kardashian is reportedly the top contender to lead Warner Brothers' reboot of the 1992 classic, The Bodyguard. However, earlier reports pointed to Taylor Swift as her Eras Tour film director had been locked in for the remake. Now reports suggest the script has been tailored for Kardashian, setting the stage for a high-profile casting shakeup. Here's more on the Tinseltown drama.
In a plot twist that no one saw coming, 1992's The Bodyguard is reportedly being tailored, or should we say surgically sculpted, for none other than Kim Kardashian. The reality TV mogul turned aspiring thespian is allegedly the top pick to slip inside Whitney Houston's iconic stilettos. Originally, Swiftie Nation had its sights set on Taylor Swift for the role, especially with Sam Wrench, the man behind her Eras Tour film, at the director's helm. As per reports, Warner Brothers already has the script written with Kim Kardashian in mind. So it looks like Kardashian strolled in with the full script already carrying her name in glittery ink. As per another report, Kardashian believes that she has what it takes to be a major movie star. And she knows it. Confidence, check. Acting chops, to be discussed later. Fans of Taylor Swift, though, are not happy. Some of them can't believe that it's true. One user is of the opinion that this will be a sure-shot flop. Some are also doubting Kardashian's hidden acting talent. The 2025 version of the film will reportedly follow a young Latina pop star navigating fame in the digital age, while dodging stalkers and haters alike. While Kardashian is neither a Latina nor a pop star, Warner Brothers seems convinced she's the woman for the job. However, any official confirmation is yet to come. The tug of roles has also made people remember the great feud of 2016 between Kardashian, rapper Ye, and Taylor Swift. In 2016, rapper Ye claimed through his song Famous that he made Taylor Swift popular. And in true Ye style, the song was stuffed with derogatory lyrics. The feud started when rapper Ye claimed that Taylor Swift agreed with him. And Kim Kardashian later even released a call recording of her agreeing to it. However, Swift later claimed that she was manipulated in order to be framed. Kardashian insisted that Swift lied. She replied with a tweet. After keeping quiet for years, Swift clapped back harder than ever in 2023. In an interview, she poured her heart out by saying, and I quote, "Make no mistake, my career was taken away from me." She further added, and I quote, "You have a fully manufactured frame job in an illegally recorded phone call which Kim Kardashian edited and then put out to say to everyone that I was a liar." She went on by saying, and I quote, "That took me down psychologically to a place I've never been before. I moved to a foreign country. I didn't leave a rental house for a year. I was afraid to get on phone calls. I pushed away most people in my life because I didn't trust anyone anymore. I went down really hard." So now, with both icons reportedly circling the same role, fans are bracing for a whole new showdown. Swifties versus Kardashians. Hollywood may be remaking a classic, but the feud it's reviving might just be the reboot no one asked for, but everyone will be watching.
That's First Post America for this Monday, April 21st. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios here in Washington. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. US Vice President J.D. Vance meets with Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his first official visit to India. The 4-day trip focuses on boosting trade and strategic cooperation between the two countries. Russian forces launch a wave of aerial strikes at Ukraine, marking a sudden end to the 30-hour Easter truce declared by President Vladimir Putin. The renewed offensive dents hopes of a US-brokered broader ceasefire between the two sides. Reactions from world leaders pour in for Pope Francis, who passed away earlier today. The head of the Catholic Church died at the age of 88 following health complications, including a recent bout of double pneumonia. US President Donald Trump raised a record $239 million for his January inauguration, more than double the amount from his first swearing-in. Major donors included McDonald's, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta. And a new scientific report warns snowfall in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region has dropped to its lowest in 23 years. It raises alarm for nearly 2 billion people in the region who rely on its snowmelt for water. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today doesn't concern one specific African nation, but the entire continent as a whole. Reports say the Trump administration might be willing to eliminate operations in Africa drastically, and this shift in diplomatic priorities could soon reshape how America engages with the world's second largest continent. A draft executive order reportedly contains all of these details, and it is circulating behind closed doors at the White House. It lays out plans for an overhaul of the US State Department, and Africa could directly feel the ripple effects as a result. According to this document cited in media reports, the move is a part of a cost-cutting strategy. It will aim to reduce spending for others while focusing on the priorities of the White House. The idea is to streamline operations of the State Department. One of the most notable changes, according to this plan, would be the elimination of the State Department's Bureau of African Affairs. In its place, the US is reportedly planning to create a special envoy office for African affairs, but this will be done not within the State Department, but under the National Security Council. Instead of wide-ranging engagement through embassies, the focus would be to narrow down operations. The exact wording in the draft order says, and I quote, "All non-essential embassies or consulates in the sub-Saharan Africa region shall be closed. US's only focus in Africa will be on counter-terrorism operations and trade of critical natural resources with countries." Now, this means that diplomacy could be more selective. Other State Department bureaus working on democracy, human rights, climate change, and refugee crisis could be shut. Now, these areas have long formed the foundation of America's soft power, which is its ability to influence through values, culture, and not by force. Scaling them back would mean shifting focus from long-term influence in favor of immediate goals. Some US officials have raised concerns regarding this. They say it could be a complete step back from partnerships. Reports say that these changes will come by the 1st of October. If the draft comes official, the US may remain present in Africa, but in a completely different way. Its approach would be more transactional and calculated. When the draft was first reported, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio called it fake, but now it has been reviewed by other credible sources as well. The denial by America's top brass now seems more like a deflection. Now, for more on this, we have with us on the show Zemedine Negatu, the geopolitical commentator, joining us live from Addis Ababa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what would the geopolitical and the economic implications for African nations be if the US significantly reduces its diplomatic presence and shuts down embassies and consulates across the continent?
Right. First of all, as always, it's great to be back on your program. And if you recall, I was on this program right after President Trump was inaugurated, and I made a comment that Africa actually always ranked very low on the priority list of the United States when the U.S. looks at its global sort of strategic importance. So there, you usually have China, Europe, other parts of Asia, the Middle East, and if Africa was lucky, it would be down, down, down at the bottom of the list. So in terms of substance, I suppose, would much change by the closure of the embassies or the emphasis of Africa, even shutting down the African Bureau in the State Department? I'm not really sure. Yes, I think as Africans, as we would love to have the United States be present in every country. As you said, the soft power of the United States has served it very well. But I think we need to look at what the President Trump is doing from a global perspective. He has a complete rethinking of what the U.S. priorities are, how the U.S. engages, whether it's Europe or China and other countries. So I don't want to look at it now in isolation, that this is just sort of a de-emphasis of Africa or an approach that says, well, we really may not need all of Africa. So we need to put that in context. However, and I think I'm in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia today. I'll be in Washington next week. But here at the headquarters of the African Union, where Ethiopia hosts the AU, and also happens to be the Horn of Africa. As you know, the Horn of Africa has always gotten a lot of disproportionate attention in Washington because of the one thing you mentioned in your intro, which is security for the United States. The Red Sea is a vital outlet for a third of global oil and a third of global trade, a very significant amount. But still, the proposed embassy closures in Mogadishu, in Eritrea, in South Sudan. I mean, out of the sort of the 5 big embassies the U.S. has in this part of the only one that'll be remaining is in Ethiopia and in Nairobi, and they have a small presence in Djibouti. So certainly in the Horn of Africa, there'll be a very significant change when disclosures happen.
Big change. Right. And on that, how might the elimination of the State Department bureaus focusing on democracy, human rights, and, of course, refugee issues, how will this affect the US soft power? And how will it influence, it'll be a lack of influence in Africa, particularly in regions that are experiencing political instability or humanitarian crises?
Right. Very valid point that you're raising, because, again, what's America's primary global interest? It's economic interest, right? So, as I said, if security in this part of Africa in particular, which the U.S. has been sort of the bulwark, or at least whether directly or by proxy. If you remember, interestingly, for example, in Somalia, the U.S. left in 1993 and re-engaged only a few years back, and now it's exiting again precisely because of security issues. It was engaged in Somalia. So across Africa, if I were me, even if the downgrading from the State Department, because the only part of the world that does not have a regional bureau in the State Department going forward, according to the documents you mentioned and others have mentioned, is Africa. It is now going to be subordinated within the National Security Council. Now, as I said, for Africans as well, we need to get very real and very serious about what is going on in the world. The U.S. will engage, and President Trump, as mentioned, he's a transactional leader. He says, what do we get out of Africa? So for Africa to get attention, even during the previous administration, during the Biden administration, a series of other administrations, yes, there was a little pretending of, well, Africa is important, we'll engage it. But the reality is, if you look at it, the U.S. gave more aid than it did investments in Africa, even under Democratic administration. So I think what President Trump is saying is, let's be real. Our interest is economic. What does Africa have to offer? I just read some report, for example, they are engaging with DRC, okay, directly. because of the significant natural resource DRC. Many African countries, if they were to get attention in Africa, even if they don't have resources, they can't elevate their economic activity, their trade with the United States, and they might get their fair share of attention. But the fact of the matter is Africa has to prepare for a completely different view of the world by President Trump and people in Washington. And Africa, I'm sorry to say, will continue to be now even less focused in Washington unless it elevates its game. If we don't trade, why would the United States care about Africa? I mean, let's be real. I mean, that's what President Trump is saying. Why would I waste my time when Africa accounts for less than 2% of America's global trade? So the security part of it, I think, can be handled even without having an embassies.
Right. But in the context of rising global competition for influence in Africa, especially from countries like Russia and China, what strategic risks does the US possibly face by pulling back diplomatically and developmentally from the continent?
Right. So listen, again, you have to read between the lines or some of the details where the embassies will be closed, where the emphasis will happen. In the countries where China has, or less so Russia, but China has very significant presence and continue to be, for China to be, the countries like Ethiopia, like South Africa, or even Nigeria, to a certain extent Kenya, the US will continue to have a presence, okay? And so the counter, and by the way, the US has its only base in Africa right next to Ethiopia here in Djibouti. It's a small country, but the interest is to protect the bigger, that, as I said, that sea lane, but also to be continuously engaged because they have a huge interest in Ethiopia, for example. I mean, it's a very big country. It's the second most popular. In Nigeria, the same thing. You know, Al said, look, America's overall trade with the United States is less than $75 billion a year. That's less than what one big American multinational company generates in revenue per year. This is all of 54 countries combined. So again, I'll go back to my earlier point. You want to get attention in Washington? Elevate your game. Elevate your economic activity. That's what will interest President Trump and the Trump administration. But in terms of, you know, the Chinese, yes, the U.S. priority, as I said right now, China, right? So the U.S. is not pulling out of countries where the U.S. thinks China has very significant interest, and the U.S. will have very big significant interest in the future. So it's not pulling out of those countries, it's not de-emphasizing those countries, but all Africa is not a priority. I mean, I think that's the bottom line.
Right. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa. As always, great to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
For our next story, let's start with a question. What should a diplomatic meeting between two leaders look like? Some pleasantries, handshake, maybe a few exchanges on issues of global importance. But when Trump sat down with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House recently, the conversation took a sharp turn. He made some offhand remarks about an African nation. One that many are calling offensive and insulting. Listen to this.
Border 4 years ago, but we have a border now that's even tighter, and we did that in a matter of weeks. And no, we have to. We need to get murderers and drug dealers and people that were in jail for horrible. You know, they released jails, Georgia, from all over the world. They released them, not just South America, all over the world, the Congo and Africa. Many people come from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they came from the Congo. And all over the world they came in, opened their jails, Venezuela.
He said countries around the world are emptying jails and sending criminals to America. He claimed they are not just coming from South America, but from everywhere, including Congo in Africa. Then he went on to say, I don't know where that is, while referring to the country.
Many people come from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they came from the Congo.
Trump's comment was seen as dismissive and careless. It still remains unclear, though, if he was referring to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has a population of 100 million, or the Republic of Congo, a smaller neighboring country. Both are sovereign nations with a very different political landscape. But online, people are furious. One user said that US President lacked global awareness. Another called it an unbelievable display of stupidity. Some users posted facts about how rich the DRC is, while others directly called him names. Such remarks from the US President are not new. He has done it in the past, which has resulted in a diplomatic fallout. In March, during a congressional speech, his target was the southern African nation of Lesotho. Trump mocked Lesotho while speaking about wasteful US foreign aid. He said America is sending money to places like Lesotho, a country nobody has ever heard of. Back in 2018, he had referred to some African nations with a derogatory term. Now, this happened behind closed doors, but came to light. The United Nations condemned Trump's remark, and the African Union and other African leaders demanded an apology. Trump's conversation with Meloni did touch on shared concerns, but in the global arena, words carry weight. While Meloni stayed within the boundaries of diplomatic language, Trump's usual firebrand tone returned with full force. And shifting focus to West Africa, Nigeria has deported over 60 illegal immigrants back to the junta-led Mali. Nigerian officials say that they have deported 62 undocumented migrants back to Mali. This group includes 51 men and 11 women, all detained for illegal entry and removed through formal immigration channels. This move brings two pressing issues into focus. First, the escalating uncertainty in Mali after military coups. Second, the growing wave of irregular migration across West Africa's porous borders. Mali's most recent coup occurred in 2021, when Colonel Assimi Goïta seized power after detaining the interim president and prime minister. Since then, political restrictions and economic hardships have forced many Malians to flee the country. As of last year, Mali had a net migration rate of -2.9 per 1,000 people, signaling that more people are leaving than entering. And across West Asia, porous borders have enabled this exodus. Most countries in the region lack the infrastructure to monitor entry and exit points. Many border areas have no fences, no checkpoints, and no surveillance. This vacuum has been exploited by smugglers, militants, terrorists, and human traffickers. In the absence of strong border security, these networks often intertwine, exposing migrants to extreme risks, including exploitation and abuse. Now, Mali has become a major transit point for migrants heading toward North Africa and Europe. Smuggling routes through Mali exploit its political instability and borders without control. Though Mali does not share a border with Nigeria, migrants often enter Nigeria through Niger or Burkina Faso, avoiding official immigration channels. Nigeria remains a preferred destination in the region due to its relatively stable economy and access to informal job markets. Over the years, Nigeria has struggled with uncontrolled cross-border migration. Last year, the country deported 828 illegal immigrants from various immigration offences. Other than Mali, Nigeria also hosts thousands of refugees and asylum seekers from Cameroon, Burkina Faso, and the situation is worsened by the spillover of extremist violence from the Sahel, where the junta-led government struggle to contain Islamist insurgencies. As per reports, there are now over 320 unmanned illegal routes that are used for smuggling of drugs, weapons, and people into Nigeria. These routes pose a grave threat to national security. They undermine law enforcement and endanger public safety. As illegal routes and regional instability persists, the pressure on Nigeria's security and resources is likely to increase. And for our last story today, let's turn our focus to the Indian Ocean, a region now emerging as a key center of France's renewed Africa strategy. French President Emmanuel Macron has embarked on a 5-day tour across the Indian Ocean region. He begins his trip in the French overseas territory of Mayotte, followed by the French island of La Réunion. And then he will visit the African island nations of Madagascar and Mauritius. Now, as a major agenda for the visit is to strengthen economic ties, Macron is set to participate in the 5th Indian Ocean Commission, or the IOC summit in Madagascar this Thursday. Accompanied by a delegation of approximately 20 French companies, discussions are expected to focus on sectors such as maritime, transport, infrastructure and sustainable development. In Madagascar, Macron will meet with President André Rajoelina, and with food security and development cooperation on the agenda. In Mauritius, talks will cover partnerships on water supply, circular economy initiatives and green financing. But Macron's Indian Ocean trip also comes with a broader context. It coincides with France's depleting influence in other parts of Africa, as many former colonies turn away from Paris. However, both Madagascar and Mauritius maintain strong ties with France. Now, the visit comes as France has strategically pivoted away from military dominance towards diplomacy, development, and regional partnerships, particularly in East Africa and the Indian Ocean. Now, Macron has reaffirmed this stance last year when he visited Djibouti, the only African nation hosting a permanent French military base. As Macron begins his latest Africa tour, Madagascar is getting a makeover to welcome him. The capital of Antananarivo is being cleaned by over 300 municipal employees. However, local reactions remain mixed.
Cleanliness is good, but we're still not out of the French colonial era. Is that clear? We've been colonized ever since the first president Suriname. It's still the same today. We should be using the euro here then.
In reality, this is a great hypocrisy, because they are doing it for the leaders who will come, but not for the population.
So, will Macron's outreach to Indian Ocean African nations pay off? And will it help France's renewed Africa strategy? We'll continue our coverage. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin with a terrorist attack in Kashmir. It targeted tourists, innocent families on holiday, shot dead in cold blood. At least 20 people are reported dead. Many others are in hospital, so the toll could rise. That is the fear. This is an attack on India and on the Kashmir story. We will tell you who was behind it and how New Delhi is responding. In the US, the president is targeting the chief of the Federal Reserve, and this fight is taking a toll on the markets. Meanwhile, gold is soaring. It has crossed 1 lakh rupees per 10 grams. And as tariffs loom, Americans are panic buying South Korean beauty products. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Jeddah. We'll tell you how it's a boost for India-Saudi ties. Highlights from day 2 of US Vice President J.D. Vance's India visit. Why Donald Trump may be looking to fire his defense minister. Will Putin and Zelensky sit down for talks to end the Ukraine war? Why internships are on the rise the world over? And what is the point of celebrating Earth Day? What do we achieve apart from poster-making activities in school? In cozy think tanks, people often debate a question. What is terrorism? Is it religious? Is it political? Or is it a mix? Is it a movement or an ideology? Well, tonight I can show you. I can show you what terrorism looks like. A young woman sitting beside her husband's dead body. This heartbreak, this loss, this tragedy. This is what terrorism looks like. And today it came for Kashmir. The news trickled in around evening. Terrorists targeted tourists in Kashmir's Pehalgam, specifically the Baisaran Valley. This is a location off the main road in town. It's only accessible on foot. Reports say 2 or 3 armed men entered the valley and they shot the tourists assembled there. Survivors say it was a targeted killing, that terrorists tried to identify non-Muslims and shot them. A video has emerged from the location. It shows the aftermath of the deadly attack. Take a look at this.
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मेरे पति का बच्चा लो। हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, भैया Please ask for help. We don't need. Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir? Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
The images are very disturbing. We advise viewer discretion. Reports say at least 20 people have been killed in this attack. Many of the survivors were rushed to a nearby hospital. Some of them are reportedly critical. Those who managed to escape are recounting the events. Listen to one such account.
लोगों ने आवाज दी है कि फायरिंग हो रही है और चलते जाइए। बस ऐसे आगे दौड़ते जा रहे थे हम लोग, और पीछे से लोग आ रहे थे, हमको धक्के दे रहे थे, हम लोगों के पैरों में भी आ गए। फिर उन्होंने मुझे उठाए, बच्चे को, मेरा बेटा भी है, वो पीछे था, उनको निकाले। हम पीछे ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहे थे क्योंकि हमको आगे की सोचना था।
कितने टूरिस्ट वहाँ पे थे?
4-5 हजार होंगे।
4-5 हजार
बच्चे भी थे छोटे-छोटे।
Now, these numbers and pictures and accounts make one thing quite clear, that this was a massive attack, a well-planned, targeted operation, possibly the deadliest attack on civilians in recent years in India. And who was behind it? One group has claimed responsibility, TRF, the Resistance Front, TRF. It's basically an offshoot of Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Toiba. This group emerged after 2019. That's when Article 370 was abolished, when Jammu and Kashmir lost its special powers and statehood. Reports say the terrorists fled after the attack, but their days could be numbered. Top Indian officials have promised to hunt them down. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Saudi Arabia right now. He's been briefed on the attack. Let me quote from his statement. Those behind this heinous attack will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. Their evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve is to fight terrorism. To fight terrorism is unshakable, and it will get even stronger. Prime Minister Modi has also asked Home Minister Amit Shah to visit the attack site. Once there, the minister will take stock of the situation. Many countries are condemning this attack. So far, we've heard from Israel, Singapore, and Argentina. I'm sure others will join in soon. Now, there are many angles and many statements to decode here, and we will do some of that. But let's also dwell on those people for a moment, on what they went through. All they wanted was a nice holiday in the valleys of Kashmir, a few days of joy with their loved ones, a chance to soak in the beauty, a chance to forget their troubles and make new memories. That's what they came here for. We've all been there. Instead, these families were ripped apart. Those memories were tainted by blood. And this is exactly what the terrorists want. They want to drive fear into the hearts of people, because if they don't, Kashmir will succeed. And if Kashmir succeeds, they will not. Just look at how many tourists were visiting Jammu and Kashmir. 2.35 crore. 2.35 crore people visited in 2024. The year before, it was 2.11 crore people. So Kashmir tourism was thriving. Big companies were eyeing investments there. Elections had just been completed. A new government was charting future plans. All in all, things were looking up for Jammu and Kashmir, and on cue, the terrorists struck. Clearly, their masters in Pakistan have been plotting. We saw indications last week. Pakistan's army chief made a fiery speech. He called Kashmir his country's jugular vein. He promised to never abandon the Kashmir issue, the Pakistan army chief, and just days later this attack happens. Also, do not forget the US Vice President is in India right now. JD Vance is visiting India, so the global media is looking closely at us. Again, on cue, the terrorists struck. If you put all of this together, a clear picture emerges. This is a well-planned, opportunistic attack. The question is, how should India respond? The first focus should be on security. Was there an intelligence lapse leading up to the attack? Was the security apparatus not enough? These questions will have to be probed. Beyond that, there must be a military response. India has worked hard to bring normalcy to Kashmir. You cannot let terrorists ruin that good work. It's important to hunt down and neutralize these threats.
Said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough.
He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him.
Unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows.
You're fired! Get out of here! And if we had a Fed chairman that understood what he was doing, interest rates would be coming down too.
The Trump tariff war has taken a turn. After targeting US trade partners, Trump is now gunning for the Federal Reserve. That's the Central Bank of America and its chief, Jerome Powell. President Trump wants to sack Powell, and this fight is bleeding the American markets. Yesterday, Trump launched a new assault. He called the Fed chief, and I'm quoting, a major loser. Remember, this is the man Trump himself appointed to the job in his first term as president. Now he's a major loser. Trump says Powell is choking growth by keeping interest rates high. And he's slow to react. This is failing the economy. In fact, let me read out the latest statement from the US president. There can be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates now. So Trump is calling Powell names. He wants an interest rate cut. Do it now. That's what Trump has said. And he's done this before.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. I'm not happy with him. I let him know it. And if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me. We had a Fed chairman that understood what he was doing, interest rates would be coming down too. He should bring them down.
So Trump's attacks on Powell are getting sharper by the day, and the first casualty is the US stock market. Yesterday, the S&P 500 collapsed by over 2%. This index features America's top 500 companies. Since January, it has fallen by about 12%. Same with the Dow, it has fallen by 10%. Trillions of dollars in losses in barely 4 months. Today, there was some recovery, but the overall sentiment has not improved because this goes deeper than the numbers on a screen. The dollar was once the global safe haven. Now it has buckled. It has fallen to its weakest level in 3 years. Investors are not confident about US government bonds either. They're demanding higher interest rates. They want more returns for lending to the US government. They feel the risks are rising, so higher rates should act as protection. That's their logic. Investors are voting with their wallets. The message is quite straightforward: sell America. That's the new trend on Wall Street these days. Investors are going for large-scale sell-offs. Yesterday, hedge funds dumped the US dollar. Same with the US stocks. Even for the long term, investors do not want large holdings of US stocks. Look at the three biggest investors and the shift in their sentiment: BlackRock, Citi, and Bank of America. They've all cut their projections. They want to reduce their investments in US stocks, and they're talking about diversifying in other markets. Why? Because this is bigger than Jerome Powell. Donald Trump has already unleashed tariffs. He has bulldozed trade alliances, and now he's threatening the independence of the US central bank. The US economy is flashing warning signs. A recession looks more likely than ever. Three reasons why. First, signs of contraction in the US economy, weakness in manufacturing, and the dipping optimism of consumers and business owners. There is an index that tracks all of these trends. It is called the Leading Economic Index. And for the past 3 months, this index has been falling. This is a clear red flag for the US economy. Reason number two why a recession is coming: the rising unemployment. In March, it climbed to over 4%. At the same time, wage growth has stalled, so fewer jobs and lower increments. Reason number three, the inflation risk. Trump's tariffs can drive up prices. From steel to smartphones, everything will cost more. He may have paused some of the harshest tariffs, but the Fed chief is still worried. He says higher prices could already be hitting American families.
So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood.
The US economy faces obvious challenges. If Trump fires Powell, he will seal his country's economic fate. And he has said that he wants to. But there are legal hurdles here. You see, the Federal Reserve chairs serve fixed terms. A single term is for 4 years. Jerome Powell has 1 more year in office. Unless Trump junks convention, which he has done before, he has already removed other independent regulators. He has empowered allies like Elon Musk to reshape the US government. And that is why investors are nervous. This is not just about the market moves. This is about institutional uncertainty and chaos. Trump's war on the Fed is more than political theater. It is fueling financial turmoil. The dollar is down, the stock market is down, but one investment is shining bright, and that is gold. Gold prices have crossed 1 lakh rupees in India. Let me repeat that, 1 lakh rupees for 10 grams of gold. Same in the US markets. Gold prices crossed $3,500 per ounce for the first time. 1 ounce equals to around 28 grams. The ounce is primarily used in the US. This is an all-time high for the yellow metal. So tonight we'll take a closer look at it. Why are gold prices surging? How high could they go? And should you buy some for yourself? Well, the why is quite obvious. Donald Trump's tariffs have disrupted global markets. It has shaken confidence in the US economy. The dollar is losing value. US stocks continue to fall. And the US bond market had a scare this month. So investors are looking for something safe. Enter gold. There are many reasons why gold is safe. For starters, humans love it. Historically, gold has been used to display wealth and power. Even today, it is used to make jewelry. Secondly, gold is limited in nature. You cannot print gold like currency, nor can you issue it like stocks or bonds. This scarcity adds to the metal's value. And finally, it's highly liquid. You can sell or pledge gold in most parts of the world, so your money will not be stuck there. All these factors make the yellow metal desirable, even more so when there is uncertainty. Which brings us to the second question. How high could prices go? Frankly, no one knows. The last couple of years have been very good for gold. Let me in fact pull up a chart to show you how. In April 2022, gold was selling for 54,000 rupees. 54,000 for 10 grams of gold. So prices have almost doubled in 3 years. Compare that to stocks. The Sensex was trading at 57,000 in April 2022. It is now at 80,000. So gold has outperformed stocks. And this is good news for most Indians. As a country, we are obsessed with gold. Indian households own around 25,000 tons of the metal. This is higher than the top 10 central banks. So the value of those Indian holdings will be up. Top bankers have praised this trend, and among them is Uday Kotak. Let me quote from what he said. The performance of gold over time highlights that the Indian housewife is the smartest fund manager in the world. That may very well be the case. But let's turn to the final question for the moment. Should you join the buying spree, or are you already late? Yes, gold prices may continue to rise because of the tariffs, but experts believe the peak is near. Plus, a lot depends on the trade talks. Let's assume that Trump manages to strike deals. Then investors could flock back to the markets. But if he does not manage a deal, then the uncertainty will continue. Maybe even get worse. And then investors could double down on gold. So the trajectory depends on politics. Either way, it's not a bad idea. A balanced portfolio should have gold investments. Most experts suggest 10 to 15%. And how should you buy it? In India, there's a preference for jewelry, but as an investment, this is not advisable. A, you'll have to store and keep it safe. And B, you'll have to pay making charges on it. And both these factors should be kept in mind. So that's why most investment gurus suggest buying gold ETFs. ETFs are exchange-traded funds. They basically mirror the price in the markets. You don't have to hold the physical gold, but you will make money from the price fluctuations. If you're looking to buy, keep two things in mind. One, wait for a temporary dip. You won't see major corrections in gold prices, but you could see a minor change, maybe a few hundred rupees. If you can wait, you can cash in on that. Secondly, gold is a long-term trade. If you like quick money based on wild swings, this one is not for you. You're supposed to hold it for long-term gains. Keep these things in mind and talk to your financial advisor, then take a call. Korean skincare, sunscreens, coffee, seaweed, wedding dresses, pet food, fake hair. Maybe you're wondering, what do all of these things have in common? Well, not very much, except Americans are panic buying all of these things. In the era of trade wars, US consumers are hoarding products like ration. Americans are worried that once tariffs kick in, they won't be able to afford this stuff. But will it help them in the long run, or will their president's trade war burn a hole in their pockets? Our next report tells you.
Korean skincare has been all the rage in the United States for years. Snail mucin, glass skin, serums and sunscreens. They promise eternal youth, and who doesn't want that? But lately, Americans aren't just buying K-beauty, they are hoarding products like it's a wartime ration. After all, they are caught in Trump's trade war.
USA, including
First, Donald Trump imposed tariffs on the entire world. Then he paused it for 90 days for all countries except China. So the clock is ticking, and Americans are buying first and asking questions later. The most popular item is sunscreen. The average cost is $17.99. Tariffs could raise it to over $20 and even $25 for some brands. And guess what? A lot of these sunscreens ship from China, which now faces a 245% tariff. Yes, 245%. And it isn't just skincare. Wedding dresses, cat food, German instant coffee, human hair bundles, refurbished and used tech devices. Americans are buying it all. Take hair, for example. Raw, unprocessed human hair from China is used for sew-ins, tape-ins, K-tips and wigs. Most of this comes from China. Human hair extensions range from $100 to $400 per bundle. This depends on the quality. So let's say a bundle sells for $100. With the 245% tariffs on Chinese goods, a $100 item would now cost $345. Meanwhile, the refurbished tech marketplace saw sales triple. People are hoarding old iPads like their heirlooms. Forget diamonds, the real generational wealth is your 2020 MacBook Air. And then there are brides. The wedding might be 2 years away, but the urgency is immediate. People are panic buying wedding dresses like the aisle is under siege. Brides say tariffs don't care about love, and they're not wrong. Because love in the time of trade war, well, that's a battlefield too. Others are stockpiling instant coffee and years of cat food. They believe their pet deserves the best, even if the haul burns a hole in their pocket. But is this really helping? Well, maybe for now. For consumers who stock up before the tariffs land, it's a temporary win. But for everyone else, the math is grim. Especially for small business owners, vendors, and the middlemen. It may seem like Black Friday came early in America, but it shows the impact of Trump's trade war. He wants other countries to pay up, but looks like he's forcing Americans to empty their wallets instead. According to estimates, clothing prices could go up by 60%. Pharma products could be 12% more expensive. Food prices could rise by 2.6%. Tech prices could rise by 30%. A typical US family could spend nearly $4,700 more every year due to tariffs if their purchase patterns remain the same. So the real cost of a trade war isn't a sunscreen or a wedding dress. It's what happens when everyday objects, routines, rituals, even romance get caught in a geopolitical crossfire. So in the land of freedom, liberty and SPF 50, the citizens are preparing, hitting add to cart. But while stockpiling may feel like control, it's a response to something fundamentally out of control. Trade wars may start in the White House, but they end in American homes, one panic purchase at a time.
India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in West Asia. He is visiting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's his third trip to the country in the last 10 years. But unlike the previous times, he is not visiting the capital Riyadh. Prime Minister Modi is visiting the financial hub of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. We'll get to why in a bit. But first, the pictures from today. Saudi Arabia is pulling out all the stops for India. As Prime Minister Modi's plane entered Saudi airspace, fighter jets began escorting it. Take a look. In Jeddah, the Prime Minister got a grand welcome. He was greeted with a 21-gun salute at the airport. After that, it was time for business. Prime Minister Modi and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman are expected to meet shortly. They're hoping to sign 6 agreements on space, on energy, on healthcare, science, culture and advanced tech. The meeting's location is also notable. Jeddah is the Saudi Kingdom's commercial hub. It is also a gateway to Mecca. The last time an Indian Prime Minister visited Jeddah was in 1982. That's when Indira Gandhi travelled to the city. So this trip is coming after 4 decades. In many ways, it symbolizes the changing relationship. Riyadh is the political nerve center, but Jeddah is the future. It will power the Saudi kingdom's fortunes for decades to come. That's what Prime Minister Modi is trying to do as well, create a long-term roadmap for this relationship. Today's talks will reportedly feature 4 main issues. Number 1 is defense cooperation. Last year, India and Saudi Arabia signed a military deal. The kingdom is buying artillery shells from India. And how big is the deal? It's worth around $225 million. It was the first such bilateral defense deal. India will be looking to expand this cooperation. The goal is to sell more weapons to Saudi Arabia. So that's one point of focus. Number 2 is trade. India is eyeing a free trade deal with the GCC. GCC is the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a group of countries, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. They make up the GCC. Now, India already has a free trade deal with the UAE, but a deal with the GCC would be a big boost. It would help India diversify its exports. The third priority is travel permits. The Saudi kingdom recently halted short-term visas for Indians. This will remain in effect until mid-June, basically until the Hajj season ends. This move is aimed at stopping unauthorized Hajj pilgrimages. But Prime Minister Modi could push for some relief, maybe more Hajj permits for Indians this year. And finally, the fourth priority, the issue of Indian prisoners. Almost 25% of Indians jailed abroad are in Saudi Arabia. Now, as you know, Saudi law is quite brutal. So New Delhi is trying to repatriate some of them. These are the 4 main areas of discussion. But what about the long term? What is the foundation of this relationship, the India-Saudi relationship? So far, it's been oil. Saudi Arabia is India's 3rd biggest energy supplier, but the kingdom won't be satisfied because India is buying more oil from Russia. Moscow makes up 36% of India's oil imports. Meanwhile, imports from Saudi Arabia fell to a 14-year low. And this trend will worry Riyadh. They will be pushing New Delhi to buy more oil, perhaps even offer discounted rates. So energy will remain the foundation of this relationship, at least until the end of this decade. And what happens after that? What happens when countries go green? Prime Minister Modi and MBS are working on that too. They're expected to sign a deal on green hydrogen. There is also talk of solar collaboration, so energy, but not oil. Another foundation could be defense. Traditionally, the Saudi kingdom has bought weapons from the US. Right now, Donald Trump may sell them arms, but a Democratic president may not. And we saw that happen, with Joe Biden pausing military sales for most of his presidency. So Riyadh needs to diversify its arms purchases, and that's where India could come in. Finally, you have the Economic Corridor, IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Corridor. It was unveiled during the 2023 G20 summit in New Delhi. The plan is to link India to Europe via West Asia, and Saudi Arabia is a big part of that project. Once completed, IMEC would link the 2 economies. So there's a lot to watch out for in this trip to Jeddah. Both sides have the political will to expand ties. Let's see if this translates into progress.
This is very much a win-win partnership. It certainly will be far into the future.
It is day 2 of J.D. Vance's India visit. The US Vice President touched down in Delhi yesterday. He has come with his family, his wife Usha Vance and their 3 children. Today they were in the city of Jaipur in Rajasthan. Their first stop was the iconic Amer Fort, a 16th century marvel built by Raja Man Singh. It is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The US second family was welcomed in true Rajasthani style. A red carpet was rolled out. Elephants stood tall in greeting. There were folk dances. Rajasthan's Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister were also in attendance. From there, J.D. Vance headed to the Rajasthan International Centre, where he spoke about the US-India relationship. He called it a win-win partnership.
Americans want further access to Indian markets. This is a great place to do business, and we want to give our people more access to this country. And Indians, we believe, will thrive from greater commerce in the United States. This is very much a win-win partnership. It certainly will be far into the future.
So it's been quite a busy day. Tomorrow, the Vice President and his family will travel to Agra to visit the Taj Mahal. They will also tour a cultural hub showcasing traditional Indian crafts and artisanship. From there, they will return to Jaipur, and on Thursday, they will return to the US. The optics are good. But what's the purpose of this visit? Boosting ties, yes, but also addressing the elephant in the room, Trump's trade war. India and the US are working on a trade deal. Washington is India's largest trading partner. It is the biggest buyer of Indian exports. It accounts for 18% of India's trade. This month, US President Trump announced a series of tariffs. India was hit by 26%. Then he hit pause for 90 days. So New Delhi has time till the 8th of July. By then, India should secure a trade deal. And that is what this visit is about.
In our meeting yesterday, Prime Minister Modi and I made very good progress on all of those points. And we were especially excited to formally announce that America and India have officially finalized the terms of reference for the trade negotiation. I think this is a vital step. Thank you. And I believe this is a vital step toward realizing President Trump's and Prime Minister Modi's vision, because it sets a roadmap toward a final deal between our nations. I believe there is much that America and India can accomplish together.
In the past, Donald Trump has called out India on tariffs. He has called India a tariff abuser. His deputy, J.D. Vance, was far more diplomatic, at least while he was in India. He called Prime Minister Modi a tough negotiator. At the same time, he said the US wants India to seal a deal.
Look, President Trump and I know that Prime Minister Modi is a tough negotiator. He drives a hard bargain. It's one of the reasons why we respect him. And we don't blame Prime Minister Modi for fighting for India's industry. But we do blame American leaders of the past for failing to do the same for our workers. And we believe that we can fix that to the mutual benefit of both the United States and India.
So what does Washington want? J.D. Vance's speech focused on two parts. One was defense equipment and the other was energy. The US Vice President wants India to buy more defense equipment, including the F-35 fighter jets. The US also wants to sell more energy to India, including nuclear energy. Is India open to all of this? Well, for now, New Delhi has lowered tariffs on several products. It is weighing more cuts to appease Trump. But there are clear sticking points, like agriculture. For India, agriculture is a red line. The US wants greater access to India's agricultural market. It is a sector that is heavily subsidized. It is politically sensitive. It employs millions of people in India. So while both sides talk about a win-win, negotiators have their work cut out. They're hoping for the first phase of the deal to be signed by October.
I believe that if India and the United States work together successfully, we are going to see a 21st century that is prosperous and peaceful. But I also believe that if we fail to work together successfully, the 21st century could be a very dark time for all of humanity.
Like I said, this is a visit that is high on optics. The private dinner in Delhi, the charm offensive in Jaipur, the upcoming visit to the Taj Mahal. But it's all building up to a deadline. Can India and the US find common ground? The vice presidential visit indicates they're trying. They're laying the groundwork for what could be the defining trade relationship of this decade. But with the clock ticking to July 8th, the real test lies ahead. Can two of the world's largest democracies turn goodwill into a good deal? We will find out soon. Now let's turn to Vice President Vance's home country, the United States of America. There's a storm brewing in Washington. At the center of it is America's defense minister, or defense secretary as they call him. His name is Pete Hegseth. He could soon face the chopping block. Reports say the White House is looking for a replacement. The trigger? Pete Hegseth's chats on Signal, the messaging app. Remember, this is the defense minister we are talking about. He is accused of using a private messaging app to discuss war plans. And this is the second such scandal within a month. War plans against the Houthis have been leaked yet again. Senior advisors have been fired. The Pentagon is in turmoil. Pete Hegseth is barely leading. He is living crisis to crisis. He has, of course, denied all reports. He's called them a hoax. Trump is backing him for now, but the president's patience seems to be wearing thin. Our next report has more.
I, Pete Hegseth, do solemnly swear.
On the 25th of January, Pete Hegseth was sworn in as the Secretary of Defense. After a razor-thin Senate vote, Hegseth finally made it into US President Donald Trump's administration. From serving in the US Army to becoming a host for Fox News, Hegseth's confirmation as Pentagon chief was undoubtedly the highest post he ever held in his career. But Hegseth's first 100 days have been nothing but controversial, and he is himself to blame for it. Pressure is mounting on the Pentagon chief. Reports are swirling that the White House is looking to replace him. This comes as Hegseth lives from scandal to scandal. Hegseth has again been accused of sharing secret war plans, this time with his wife, brother, and about a dozen friends. The war plans were about upcoming US airstrikes against the Houthis of Yemen. The details were shared on the messaging app called Signal. And now the Pentagon chief is in the line of fire. He's being questioned about his careless approach towards professionalism, but Hegseth is calling it a media hoax.
And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me.
Now, this is the second such scandal surrounding Hegseth. The first one happened almost a month ago. Hegseth shared war plans against the Houthis on a Signal group chat, which included Vice President J.D. Vance, other senior officials, and a journalist. Several Pentagon officials were fired. It was like they were thrown under the bus. That incident raised questions about Hegseth's credibility. And the second scandal has given critics more ammunition. They're asking one question: how can the Pentagon chief keep making rookie mistakes? Hegseth is now facing calls to resign, and the recent reports of the White House hunting for a replacement are only adding to the fire. But Donald Trump is backing his blue-eyed boy, at least for now.
Are you bringing up Signal again? I thought they gave that up 2 weeks ago. It's just just the same old stuff from the media. That's an old one. Try finding something new.
During his first presidential term, Trump fired at least 30 senior officials, including the then Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper. For now, Hegseth seems to be on Trump's good side, but he's walking a tightrope. Hegseth's mistakes aren't just a domestic headache. The world is watching his actions and even his chats. This is a test for Trump, and the US president is not known to be a patient man.
Now let's turn to the war in Ukraine, 3 years and counting, and heading towards a potential turning point. Vladimir Putin is extending a hand of peace. The Russian president says he is open to direct talks with Ukraine. This is a first. It's extremely significant. Since 2022, Russia and Ukraine have not been in the same room. When the war began, diplomacy took a backseat, the death toll shot up and cities were reduced to rubble. Today, Russian troops control large parts of Ukraine. Moscow has weathered everything from Western sanctions to criticism, and despite all of it, the Russian economy seems to be doing better than many of Ukraine's Western allies. And Ukraine itself is, of course, struggling. It has neither the troops nor the funds to stay in the fight. What's worse, it is losing support from its biggest allies, most notably the US. So Putin wanting talks could be a lifeline for Ukraine. The Russian president has said that he wants constructive dialogue, no preconditions, no ultimatums, just talks. The remarks were made last night. Listen to this.
As we have always said, we look positively to any peace initiatives. We hope that the representatives of the Kiev regime will also feel the same way. Now we see that the Kiev regime is trying to seize the initiative and talk about expanding the time frame of ceasefire and the targets. But we must think about it and carefully assess everything and look at the results.
Now, this is a major departure from Moscow's earlier position. The language is shifting from military operations to diplomacy. But why now? After 3 years of war, what has made Putin offer dialogue? There could be two reasons. First, Russian gains on the battlefield are secure. Russian troops have solidified their positions. Almost 20% of Ukraine is under Russian control. Kiev lacks the manpower to reclaim this lost territory, and Moscow is in a position of strategic strength. That's the first reason. The second, winds of change in the West, particularly the US. Donald Trump is in the White House. He has cut military aid for Ukraine. He's forcing Kiev to make a deal, talk to Russia, or risk losing all American support. Then there is Europe. Their economic fatigue is growing. They've sent billions of dollars to Kiev, but the results have been subpar, and now their focus has shifted. Today, Europe's priority is self-defense, and Russia sees this. It is offering a chance to engage, at least on the surface, and this is not a sign of weakness, this is a calculated move. Moscow realizes that you can only achieve so much on the battlefield. Once you secure an advantage there, it is time to negotiate, hence the call for talks. And how did Ukraine respond? With accusations and suspicion. Ukrainian President Zelensky said dialogue and fighting cannot go together. He wants a ceasefire first.
Ukrainian representatives, both at the meetings that took place in Paris and the ones scheduled this week in London, have a primary task: to push for an unconditional ceasefire. This must be the starting point. Peace comes in silence. And only when there is real silence and people trust the entire negotiation process can fundamental issues be resolved.
The thing is, both Russia and Ukraine share the blame. So far, both sides have refused to sit and talk. Zelensky even signed a decree legally prohibiting negotiations with Moscow. But now Putin is hinting at a possible thaw. The war has shown the power of weapons. Now it is time to test diplomacy. Russia's demands are pragmatic. There are three of them, three main demands: ceasefire along the current front lines, recognition of Crimea as Russian territory, and no NATO membership for Ukraine. Russia says these demands are non-negotiable. For 3 years, the demands were ignored, but now with Trump in the White House, the picture looks different. Trump promised a ceasefire on day one of taking office. Day one. It's already been 3 months, and there's no deal yet. So Trump is getting desperate. Reports say Washington is considering Moscow's demands, including recognizing Crimea as part of Russia. They're open to it. And what about Ukraine's demands? Well, Zelensky wants every inch of land back, including Crimea. He also wants security guarantees from the US, and he wants NATO membership for Ukraine. The way things stand at the moment, it's like asking for the moon. No wonder Kiev's pitch has no takers. The US has already rejected their NATO bid. As for the American security guarantees, Trump wants something in return for that. He wants Ukraine's rare earth minerals first. Clearly, Ukraine does not have the cards to dictate terms. Russia has made its move. Ukraine wants to consult its allies before responding. They will meet in London this week. Will they agree to talk? They aren't really spoiled for choice, and eventually they will have to talk at some point. When that happens, the world will remember who opened the door first. Imagine this. You're a recent college graduate. You have stellar grades, a killer cover letter, and glowing recommendations. What do you do next? How about look for an internship? I know it sounds strange. Internships are usually undertaken by students, whether in school or college. They are temporary. Most students intern for a month or two during their summer or winter breaks. And internships may be glamorized in teen movies, but in reality, these gigs are often unpaid and they rarely come with a specific job description. Interns have to perform all kinds of small tasks, from taking printouts to making data entries. This is quite unlike full-time jobs, which offer long-term positions and a specific role and responsibilities. Plus, full-time jobs come with financial compensation and benefits. Internships usually offer none of it. And yet there is one big benefit. They increase chances of securing a full-time job after graduation. They're like a career test drive. But now internships are turning into launchpad jobs themselves. Let me show you a report. This is from a popular careers website. It says there is an uptick in applications. More and more graduates are applying for internship programs, and this is a sign of challenging times. Look at the US. Their job market is cooling. People looking for new opportunities are having a tough time. According to government data, youth unemployment rate stands at 9.4%. This includes ages 16 to 24. Basically, early career workers, they're having a tough time in the job market. They're struggling to find prospects out of college. So new grads are turning to internships. In fact, since the pandemic, 2024 was the most competitive season for internships in the United States. But this scenario is not limited to the world's biggest economy. Look at the second biggest, China. The situation is even worse. A record 12 million fresh graduates are going to enter the job market this year. 12 million. A lot of them may not find jobs because youth unemployment rate stands at 16.5%. There aren't enough jobs, the market is competitive, and many fresh graduates face two options. Either join the club of overqualified youngsters working low-paying jobs as drivers, cleaners or laborers, or scramble to find internships. For most students, the second option is a safer bet, so much so that many are paying brokers thousands of dollars to secure internships. And now companies are hopping on the trend. This includes Chinese tech giant Tencent Holdings. They have launched a major recruitment drive, not for jobs, but for internships. They will offer 28,000 internships over the next 3 years. It's the same story in India too. As per government data, youth unemployment rate in India stands at over 10%. This is in the 15 to 29 age group. As graduates have a tough time finding jobs, they're turning to internships, and companies are happy to oblige. Let me show you the data between 2022 and 2025. This is for India. Reports say internship postings have surged by 103%. Last year alone, the opportunities rose by 25%. And recent graduates are increasingly tapping them. This comes with a range of benefits for young workers. They develop new skills, they build relationships in the industry. Plus, when full-time jobs are hard to come by, internships can help people get a foot in the door. They can try and turn it into a permanent position. And not all internships are unpaid or poorly paid. Many come with handsome financial compensation. So there are a lot of upsides here. That said, the bigger picture is still grim. It's not clear when the job market will pick up. But if you feel stuck while trying to start your career, this may be your best bet. An internship could be just what you need to kickstart your career. Today is Earth Day. Think of it as a day devoted to our planet. It draws attention to environmental issues and climate change, and around 1 billion people celebrate it the world over. Children are asked to pick up litter, people are urged to turn off the lights, and corporate giants boost their so-called green campaigns. But is any of this helping? In today's rapidly warming world, is Earth Day still relevant? Here's a report.
The year was 1970. On April 22nd, 20 million people took the streets of U.S. cities. They organized mass protests over damage being done to the planet. And this is how Earth Day emerged, an international day devoted to our planet. This was far from the first environment action the world had seen, but the protest left an indelible mark on climate policy. By the end of the decade, a stream of environmental laws were passed in the U.S. 2 decades later, around 200 million people from 141 countries joined efforts to boost recycling. And now, more than 5 decades later, about 1 billion celebrate Earth Day the world over. But is it still relevant? Today, celebrating Earth Day mostly means telling school-going children to turn off the lights for an hour, or buying into corporate greenwashing and its so-called sustainability sales. Does Earth Day even have a point anymore? Take this year's theme, for instance. It is Our Power, Our Planet. It calls for everyone to unite around renewable energy and triple the global generation of clean electricity by 2030. to reach net zero carbon emissions. Achieving this goal is considered crucial by experts to limit the rise in global temperatures. But it is an ambitious goal. So far, the pursuit of net zero emissions is a resounding failure. Coal, oil, and natural gas production are at record highs. Emissions of greenhouse gases continue to rise. Nation after nation is lagging behind in its environment goals. And the home of Earth Day, the U.S., is backtracking on its net zero path instead of fast-tracking the progress. Since taking office in January, President Donald Trump has set in motion a series of rollbacks on American climate policy. So this is the world we live in. It is enough to make us lose hope in progress. But this is also the very reason why Earth Day remains important even today. The past 10 years have been the warmest years on record, with 2024 leading the pack. 40% of Earth's surfaces are considered degraded. We are losing animals and plants at a rate not seen in 10 million years. Now, more than 1 million species are on the brink of extinction. Climate disasters are becoming worse and more frequent. And this is not just an environmental problem. It is also an economic one. Over the last decade, the world suffered at least $2.8 trillion in loss due to climate change. This includes everything from infrastructure damage to rise in diseases due to global warming. If we continue on this path, by 2050, the world faces $12.5 trillion in losses and more than 14 million deaths. So what can you do about it? There are two things to understand. First, climate change is a symptom of something much bigger. The fact that humans are consuming resources faster than they can regenerate. So resources are becoming scarce. And more waste is produced than the nature can absorb. So cut down where you can. And secondly, know that this is not a personal problem. Your paper straws or toilet papers are a very small part of the problem. Climate change needs institutional change. Global warming is a policy problem, and those fueling it must be held accountable. So about time we change how we fight climate change. Because Earth Day won't work unless we do.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Pope Francis's body lies in an open casket as the Vatican prepares for his funeral. Israeli protesters face off with the police in an anti-government rally, and Palestinian children play in the rubble as war rages on in Gaza. On this day, in 1945, Hitler admitted defeat in the Second World War as Soviet troops closed in on Berlin. Hitler held a tense meeting in his underground bunker. There he admitted that the war was all but lost. He also said that he would stay in Berlin and take his own life. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie. מוכנים, אף אחד לא עובר אתכם, אף אחד לא עובר אתכם.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And today, two South American nations face off, and Haiti gets even closer to the edge. We begin in India, where Vice President J.D. Vance met Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi on Monday. The two leaders made progress in negotiating the first steps of a trade deal to stave off President Trump's punishing tariffs. Prime Minister Modi also met Second Lady Usha Vance, the daughter of Indian immigrants and a practicing Hindu. However, the highlight of the visit was Vance's three children, Ewan, Vivek, and Mirabel, who stole the show. The children were captured sharing some adorable and cheerful moments with the Indian leader, who gifted them peacock feathers. Vance's children were also seen playfully sitting on Prime Minister Modi's lap and chatting with him. As the two leaders were interacting, the kids opted for some sofa leisure as well. Outside the residence, the young guests also explored the lush lawns and carefully observed the bird feeder. Following the meeting, Vance thanked Prime Minister Modi for being so incredibly kind to his family.
It was an honor to see Prime Minister Modi this evening. He's a great leader and he was incredibly kind to my family. I look forward to working under President Trump's leadership to strengthen our friendship and cooperation with the people of India.
Now, this was not the only time that the vice president's children outshined their dad. As soon as they arrived in New Delhi, the young members of the Vance family drew attention with their traditional Indian attire. The vice president also lifted up and held his daughter close as she struggled to descend the aircraft stairs. At one moment, the children were seen reaching for their mother's hand and clinging to her sleeve to seek comfort in an unfamiliar setting. The young guests were also left wide-eyed while visiting renowned Hindu temple in India's capital. The vice president, along with his family, today reached the Indian city of Jaipur, where they were seen admiring a historic fort and its heritage. As Vance's India trip continues, it's certain that the visit is not just about trade negotiations and diplomatic exchanges, but also about embracing family values and cultural roots that resonate beyond the formal agenda. And here in Washington, President Donald Trump has defended Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth after several news outlets recently revealed another communications blunder. The Pentagon chief found himself in trouble after reports alleged he shared war plans to a 13-member group chat on Signal, which included his wife and brother. However, on Monday, President Trump said Secretary Hegseth was doing a great job and he instead shifted the blame to the media.
Do you remain confident in Hegseth?
Oh, total. Why do you even ask a question like that? We have recruitments that's at an all-time high. The spirit in the armed forces is fantastic. No, great confidence.
President Trump, you saw your message about Secretary Hegseth using Signal to discuss those military plans.
Are you bringing up Signal again? I thought they gave that up 2 weeks ago.
There was a new report this weekend that he used it in a separate chat that included some family members.
It's all just the same old stuff from the media. That's an old one. Try finding something new.
Meanwhile, the defense secretary blamed the reports on former Pentagon employees whom he called disgruntled and hoaxers.
See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
The second leak reportedly occurred at the same time when top Trump officials, including the secretary, discussed a strike on the Houthis in another group chat on Signal. Now, the text chain came to light when the Atlantic magazine's editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg revealed he was accidentally added to the private chat by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. While President Trump took responsibility for the leaked military information, Democrats called on Hegseth to resign or be fired. Even Nebraska Republican Congressman Don Bacon suggested that President Trump should fire the Pentagon head, making him the first congressional Republican to do so. Meanwhile, the frequent use of Signal by Trump officials to discuss sensitive military operations has also raised eyebrows. A watchdog group named American Oversight is now renewing its lawsuit against the Trump administration over its widespread use of the messaging platform. The group filed the original lawsuit last month, arguing some 20 or more Signal chats have been used by the Trump administration to discuss foreign policy, which still exists. And we now turn to South America, where a fresh diplomatic standoff has erupted between El Salvador and Venezuela, with the lives of hundreds of detained migrants caught in the middle. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele has offered a bold prisoner swap to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. In a post on X, President Bukele proposed repatriating 252 Venezuelans who were deported by the United States and are now imprisoned in El Salvador, in exchange for an equal number of political prisoners held in Venezuela. The Salvadoran leader claimed that the deportees include individuals accused of serious crimes like rape and murder, while Venezuela's political prisoners are jailed for merely criticizing Maduro, whose recent re-election last year remains widely disputed. The proposal quickly triggered a furious response from Venezuela's Attorney General Tarek William Saab. In a televised address, Saab blasted President Bukele's offer as cynical and accused him of being a tyrannical human trafficker and a neo-Nazi.
It could be qualified that he is committing the crime of human trafficking, and so I denounce it. Why? Because he keeps missing, kidnapped in El Salvador, approximately 260 Venezuelans in exchange for a payment of $7 million. So, he is making a business with this criminal action at the margin of international law, and, therefore, he is becoming a trafficker of people of Venezuelan nationality.
Now, since mid-March, more than 200 Venezuelans have been deported from the United States to El Salvador under the Trump administration's controversial use of the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. This little-used wartime law allows the president to deport citizens of enemy nations without standard legal processes.
Homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Venezuelan leader Maduro has slammed the U.S. deportations as kidnapping and massive abuse of human rights. Maduro even insists Venezuela holds no political prisoners, a claim which is widely rejected by rights organizations.
I tell Mr. Nayib Bukele to comply with the law, answer the questionnaire from the Attorney General of the Republic of Venezuela, provide proof of life for all the kidnapped young people, say where they are being tried, what causes, what crimes they committed, allow their lawyers and families access to visit them in the prison where they are held captive, abandon the path of forced disappearance, and, sooner rather than later, release them unconditionally, unconditional freedom for the young. People who are kidnapped in El Salvador.
Now, as both leaders trade insults and accusations, the fate of hundreds of detained Venezuelans remain uncertain, caught in a dangerous power play far beyond their control. Haiti stands on the precipice of total collapse as ruthless gang violence grips the entire nation. The United Nations envoy has warned of a deadly coordinated takeover by armed gangs paralyzing Port-au-Prince and beyond. In fact, in just 2 months, over 1,000 people have been killed and over 60,000 have been displaced. And a Kenyan-led security force, which is far short of its target strength, is struggling to contain the chaos. The UN has called for urgent, decisive international action before it's too late. Here's more from the ground.
Haiti is teetering on the brink of collapse.
Gang violence has surged to unprecedented levels, paralyzing the country's capital, Port-au-Prince.
Right now, we have nowhere to go. Everywhere we want to go is controlled by gangs. The gangs are coming for us, and in this situation, our backpacks are ready, but we don't know whether we should go up or down, as there's no place for us to go.
The United Nations top envoy for Haiti, Maria Isabel Salvador, delivered a dire warning on Monday. She addressed the UN Security Council, describing the violence as deliberate and coordinated.
The security situation in Haiti has further deteriorated. This time, I wish to sound the alarm and issue a call to help you to better understand what is liable to become a point of no return from the Haitian crisis.
Organized crime groups are expanding territorial control nationwide. Capital Port-au-Prince's previously unaffected areas, Delmas and Pétionville, now face escalating attacks. The recent storming of Mehabale marks the 5th prison break this year. Over 500 prisoners were freed in the latest assault.
Look at what happened the day before yesterday in the Marebelized commune. They know that the policemen arrested some men for illegal gun transportation. But we, the residents of the Salino neighborhood, we want to return home, and we will go home anyway.
According to UN figures, February and March saw over 1,000 people killed. Near 400 others were injured during this period, and more than 60,000 people have been newly displaced. The violence has plunged the population into widespread panic. Public frustration is at boiling point, with many forming protection groups. Thousands of Haitians have taken to streets demanding security reforms. Authorities are trying to reinforce police operations but lack resources.
The battle we face today is a battle between good and evil, because the gangs that rape and kill children are evil. We in the government, together with our partners who are helping us, are motivated to end insecurity.
The Multinational Security Support Mission, authorized in October 2023, offers international assistance. The Kenyan-led force was intended to deploy 2,500 officers. However, currently it has only 1,000 personnel from 6 nations. These numbers are proving inadequate against the gang's rising power.
Now as the forces came, the country can improve, but they must stay. If they come for 2 or 3 months or a year, that is not enough, because the country is going to fall into the same police problem we are afraid of. They are out of control. We don't know who is good and who is bad. We have to end this system.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres echoed similar concerns in a confidential report. He stressed that immediate international support was required to prevent disaster. The report revealed 2,660 homicides from December 2024 to February 2025. This marks a 41.3% increase over the previous quarter. Cholera outbreaks have added to the humanitarian crisis. At least 39 health facilities and over 900 schools have shut down. And conditions in displacement sites also remain dire, with critical shortages of shelter and sanitation.
We and our partners are continuing to provide assistance, including surveillance, lab support, case management, risk communication, vaccination, water, sanitation services, and infection prevention and control.
Haiti's ambassador to the UN, Eric Pierre, said his country is slowly dying. He blamed armed gangs, arms dealers, and drug traffickers for the crisis and urgently appealed for international support to eliminate the gangs. With the UN warning of a looming point of no return, the necessity of urgent global assistance is more important than anything for the Haitians. Or else, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere could slip into total chaos.
And we end today with a look at former President Joe Biden's Easter family photo. The Easter image was meant to spread joy and holiday spirit, but instead it's drawn scrutiny and skepticism. The photo shared on X sparked a wave of online speculation, with critics questioning whether the image was digitally altered. From missing hands to mismatched lighting, the picture-perfect photo is now fueling fresh questions about transparency and optics. Here's the story with more.
Ready to go.
All right.
Yeah, we had such a run on business this morning.
At this point, former US President Joe Biden could sneeze and someone on the internet would accuse him of faking it with CGI. After a string of headline-grabbing gaffes and not-so-presidential stumbles, both literal and metaphorical, Biden's Easter Sunday attempt at some wholesome family vibes has naturally landed him smack in the middle of yet another Photoshop gate. On Easter, the former president took to X to post a smiling staircase photo of himself. He was accompanied by former First Lady Jill and various members of the Biden clan. The caption was your standard festive stuff. We wish everyone celebrating today a peaceful and joyful Easter. Sweet, harmless, or so one would think. But the internet was not having it. Within moments, eagle-eyed sleuths and armchair photo editors zoomed, enhanced, and screenshot their way into a frenzy. They accused Biden of inserting himself into his own family photo. Why? Well, for starters, Biden's very formal navy blue suit didn't quite match the rest of the casually dressed crew. Then there's the lighting. His face apparently glowed like he'd been beamed in from a different dimension. Oh, and let's not forget the now infamous disembodied hand casually gripping one of his grandkids' necks. A floating hand, because what's Easter without a ghost limb? And with this, social media platforms were flooded with memes and analysis. New York Times best-selling author Bridget Gabriel couldn't resist calling it out, bluntly declaring, "This looks photoshopped." One user zoomed in the photo to ask the internet, "Whose hand is that?" Another user pointed out the way Biden is posing. Someone even wanted to learn how Biden pulled off a power squat pose. Some also noticed that Hunter Biden is missing from the photo. All of this comes hot on the heels of a report that claims the White House has been quietly managing Biden's rapidly declining health. Former White House physician and now Republican Representative Ronnie Jackson said in an interview that Biden's alleged cognitive decline was evident as early as 2019. He said, and I quote, "It was the cognitive stuff combined with the physical stuff. The way he shuffled when he walked, the stiff gait, he was confused. He had that blank 1,000-yard stare. He would forget the simplest things, people's names." So while most families were spending Easter hunting for eggs and sneaking in too much chocolate, some Americans were once again hunting for clues on whether Joe Biden had digitally crashed his own family party.
That's First Post America for this Tuesday, April 22nd. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. France dismisses the Easter truce declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin, labeling it a marketing operation aimed at appeasing Trump. Renewed offensive between Russia and Ukraine has dashed hopes of a US-brokered ceasefire. Early voting begins in Australia's federal elections, with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's Labor Party taking a narrow lead. Around half of the eligible voters are expected to cast their ballots before official election day on the 3rd of May. Over 100 US universities, including Ivy League institutions, Princeton and Brown, sign a joint letter condemning what they call President Donald Trump's political interference in education. They say it is an unprecedented threat to American higher learning. Myanmar's military junta extends the post-earthquake ceasefire until the 30th of April, bowing to pressure from aid groups seeking smoother relief efforts. The truce follows a deadly 7.7 magnitude earthquake that killed over 3,700 people last month. And the US Federal Trade Commission sues Uber, accusing the company of misleading users by engaging in deceptive billing and cancellation tactics. The watchdog alleges Uber's practices violate consumer protection laws. Hello and welcome. Our top focus tonight is the call between South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The two leaders spoke to each other yesterday and discussed the ongoing war in Ukraine. According to the statement from the Kremlin, Putin spoke about what he called the root causes of the conflict. He also touched upon the need for Russia's security guarantees and extended Freedom Day wishes to Ramaphosa. Now, South Africa has taken a neutral stance in the Russia-Ukraine war. It has consistently called for peace through dialogue. Ramaphosa's government has avoided taking sides, even though the US has accused it of arming Russia in 2023. South Africa has kept diplomatic communication open between both Kiev and Moscow. In 2023, he was a part of a group of African leaders who visited both countries to de-escalate the war.
That this war must be settled and there should be peace through negotiations and diplomatic means. That we are here to listen both to President Zelensky, and tomorrow we'll be listening to President Putin, and we do so with deep respect for the people of Ukraine, which we have expressed to President Zelensky, but also in recognition of the proposals that they have put forward as a peace formula.
This was back on the 16th of June in the year 2023. A day later, the same year, Ramaphosa was in St. Petersburg, Russia, and there he spoke to Putin in person and asked him to settle the war.
We do firmly believe that this war must be settled, and it must be settled through negotiations and through diplomatic means. We say so because this war is having a negative impact on the African continent and indeed on many other countries around the world.
Even though it didn't lead to any breakthroughs, it is in line with Ramaphosa's latest call with his Russian counterpart. However, South Africa's neutral stance has been questioned, especially given its ties to Russia through the BRICS group. The country has also been abstaining on several resolutions at the United Nations condemning Russia's war on Ukraine. In February this year, Ramaphosa spoke to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. After the conversation, he also invited him to visit South Africa. Reports say Zelensky's state visit is scheduled on the 24th of April. His visit comes amid the shifting US priorities under Trump's leadership. With the Ukraine war showing no signs of ending, Ramaphosa's latest call with Putin, just ahead of Zelensky's scheduled state visit, outlines crucial role that South Africa could play to end the Russia-Ukraine war. And shifting focus to Kenya now, Kenyan President William Ruto is on a state visit to China, his first since taking office in 2022. He is also the first African leader to visit China this year. Now, President Ruto has embarked on a 5-day state visit to China. Ruto will meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping, with high-stakes bilateral talks on the table. The two leaders are expected to sign multiple agreements spanning trade, manufacturing and agriculture. But high on the agenda is expected to be infrastructure. Now, President Ruto is pushing for the resumption of funding to extend the standard gauge railway, a critical link to connect Kenya with landlocked East African nations. But the project has been stalled due to funding shortfalls and to land compensation disputes. This brings us to a more contentious issue: debt. Kenya owes over $6 billion to China, most of it tied to these mega infrastructure projects. President Ruto is expected to engage Chinese officials on debt relief, seeking extended repayment terms. As Kenya struggles with fiscal pressure, shrinking revenue and growing public discontent. But talks are expected to be about more than just loans. They come at a time of shifting global tides. The escalating US-China trade war, triggered by Trump tariffs, has rattled global supply chains. And though Kenya has long been a strategic US ally, it hasn't been spared by Trump's 10% baseline tariffs. Though now paused for 90 days, they have impacted exports and strained ties between Nairobi and Washington. As per reports, Kenya is reassessing its dependence on traditional Western partners. Ruto's visit could offer an opportunity to leverage US-China tensions. As China is looking to Africa as a crucial trade partner, to seek new export markets and raw materials sources amid trade war with the US. So the outcomes of Ruto's visit will be watched closely, not just in Africa, but in Washington and beyond. And shifting focus now, as US President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs hit markets around the world, countries are scrambling for new trading partners. And for some, the answer is Africa. If fully imposed, Trump's reciprocal tariffs could hit Southeast Asia hardest, and Malaysia has been one of the worst affected. It faces a 24% duty under the Trump administration. It also finds itself caught in the crossfire of the US-China trade war. Malaysia is seeking closer engagement with the US, with its top commerce officials set for trade talks in Washington this week. But ahead of those talks, China, Malaysia's second biggest buyer, has issued a stern warning to its trading partners: don't cave to US demands. This pressure has made diversifying export markets crucial for Malaysia. And Africa is ready with the pitch. The East African nation of Uganda is hosting a landmark event in Malaysia. It's called the Pearl of Africa Business Forum and Expo 2025 and will take place for the next 2 days in Kuala Lumpur. The 2-day event is a first of its kind, with an African nation showcasing its investment potential in Southeast Asia. Top officials, including Uganda's finance and energy ministers, will offer investors a direct look at the country's economic future. They will pitch deeper trade and investment in agriculture, tourism, energy, and minerals. Uganda, known for coffee and tea exports, is also rich in gold, copper, and lithium. And for Malaysia, this initiative could be a chance to expand its footprint into Africa. Last year, Malaysia boosted trade with 8 African countries by 53%, according to government data. Total exports were worth $3.5 billion, mainly palm oil, petroleum products, and machinery, to nations including Kenya, Egypt, Nigeria, Togo, Angola, Algeria, Ethiopia, and Namibia. Now, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs could push Malaysia to be even more proactive in diversifying its trading partners. And it's not just Malaysia. Other countries too, from India to Turkey, are turning to Africa. And for the continent, this creates a golden opportunity to export agriculture and raw materials and to enter markets they previously couldn't compete in. But challenges remain on the African continent. Many countries still lack the infrastructure to rapidly scale up production. Last year, Malaysian energy giant Petronas announced its exit from South Sudan after 30 years of operations. This was due to soaring costs amid the war in neighboring Sudan, which damaged a critical export pipeline. So it might be high time Africa taps on the opportunity. It could emerge not just as an alternative, but as a strategic partner for countries like Malaysia. The shift could open new doors and signal a new era in South-South trade. And on to our final story for today. History could be in the making in the Vatican as speculation grows over who might be the next leader of the Catholic Church. Across Africa, prayers are currently being offered for Pope Francis. The pontiff passed away yesterday at the age of 88. He was battling health complications and recently suffered bouts of pneumonia. It was confirmed that he died from a stroke and irreversible cardiocirculatory arrest. As the world mourns, Africa finds itself both grieving and watching with anticipation. There is a possibility that the world might get the first black African pope after centuries. Africa is home to nearly 272 million Catholics. It accounts for nearly a fifth of the global Catholic population. And yet, for centuries, the Church's leadership has been dominated by Europe. In his decades of papacy, the Pope Francis began to change that shift, lifting African voices. He appointed more African cardinals and often reminded the Vatican of its responsibility to the global South. Now, in his passing, the depth of mourning in Africa is immense. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu described him as a quote-unquote tireless champion of the poor. South Africa's President Ramaphosa said his worldview on inclusion, and other African leaders echoed a similar sentiment. It's in that spirit that the name of Cardinal Peter Turkson of Ghana has emerged as a serious contender to succeed Pope Francis. If chosen, he would become the first black pope in modern times, and also only the second African in church history. Turkson rose in the Vatican circles over the years. He has spoken out on poverty, climate change, and inequality. He is a staunch defender of traditional church teachings, and at the same time has shown openness to evolving conversations. Turkson has challenged Africa's harsh LGBTQ+ laws. And when Pope Francis sought a heavy hand in conflict-ridden South Sudan, it was Turkson who was sent. He was seen both as a spiritual man and a diplomat. Other names who are in contention are Cardinal Fridolin Mbongo Basungu. The 65-year-old is from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He leads 7 million Catholics in local church and is a revered voice among people in the African nation. For Africa, a black pope would mean a lot of things. It would mean diversity, representation, and recognition. For now, candles continue to burn in chapels. The mourning is real, but there is also a steady hope that the world's next pontiff might come from Africa. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. A day after the Pahalgam attack, India is still processing the horror. Tonight, we'll show you two sets of images. One capturing the fear and panic in the aftermath of the attack. The second capturing the grief and anger with Kashmiris holding rallies and saying, "Not in our name. Do not use this. Do not use us to justify this terrorism." Meanwhile, India is promising a loud and clear response. The Prime Minister has cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. A string of security meetings were held today. We will look at the outcome and also at India's options. Also, how this Hamas-style attack has Pakistan's fingerprints all over it. What do we know about the attackers? The Resistance Front, Pakistan's latest terror proxy. What did the intelligence warnings in the run-up to the attack say? How targeting tourists was a shift in strategy and a sign of desperation. How Western media is downplaying yet another terrorist attack in India. What this means, this attack, what does it mean for Kashmir's revival? And the stories of the tourists who went to see Kashmir's beauty and met horror and death. Our thoughts and prayers with them and their families.
बैठो आप लोग कहाँ से आए टूरिस्ट हमारी शान है टूरिस्ट हमारी शान है गुनाहों का कत्लेआम बंद करो बंद करो Firstly, you give the heads water, drop of water, take a drop of water, sir, please.
Darkness has to be thick and absolute, but light, even a tiny speck will do. You don't need the sun to light up a dark room. A small lamp is enough. That is the power of light over darkness. That is the power of hope over fear. And right now, Kashmir is living proof of it. I'm sure you already know what happened yesterday. Terrorists attacked a valley in Pehalgam. They killed 26 people in cold blood. And their goal was pretty clear, to spread fear and chaos. Yesterday they succeeded, but momentarily. 7 terrorists emerged from the forest into the valley. Thousands of tourists had gathered there. Their peace and joy was disrupted by a volley of bullets, like a dagger into the heart of Kashmir. Take a look.
कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पे छजुल दे यार मौत ही कश्मीर की है
Just imagine the horror. You're in the middle of a serene valley. You're surrounded by lush pine forests. But all of a sudden you hear gunfire. You look around. There are 4,000 innocent tourists. Some newlywed couples, some parents with young children and some retired travelers. Like this man who was shooting a nice video, probably for his social media.
आतंकवादियों का हम लोग बाल बचे हैं।
He was lucky enough to escape, but dozens were not. As of now, 26 people have been confirmed dead. Another 17 are in hospital with injuries. All the fatalities yesterday were men. Survivors say the terrorists picked them out, that they only went after non-Muslim men. Remember, that's not just 26 individuals dead, that is 26 families destroyed forever. Children who will grow up without a father, spouses who lost their partner, and parents who will have to attend their own child's funeral. It is hard to put this grief into words, But this next video will give you an idea. It shows the immediate aftermath of the attack.
अरे नहीं हम लोग फौज हैं हम लोग बैठो हम लोग फौज हैं बैठो मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौजी हैं कुछ नहीं करेंगे आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं बैठो आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं बैठो ये इंडियन आर्मी आप लोग कहाँ से आए आप लोग आए आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे थोड़ा बताइए हुआ पति को मार दिया नहीं बेटा शांत रहो लो पानी पियो कहाँ से आए लोग हैदराबाद से
That is what the terrorists wanted. They wanted to drive fear into the hearts of people. They wanted to divide and hurt us. And more importantly, they wanted to cripple the spirit of Kashmir. But they failed. Kashmiris are not surrendering to this fear. They are standing up against it. As news of the attack came in, candlelight vigils were held across the region.
इंसाफ करो हमारे साथ इंसाफ करो कातलू को सजा दो
देखिए आज जो कायराना हरकत जो इन दहशतगर्दों ने की जिसमें जो हमारे मेहमान हमारे यहाँ पे आए थे जिस तरह इन दहशतगर्दों ने ये कायराना हरकत की हम सब इसकी मजम्मत करते हैं
Yesterday night it was grief, but today it turned into anger. Kashmir observed a valley-wide shutdown today. Virtually every shop was closed. It was the first such shutdown in 35 years. Kashmir's political parties took out rallies. Even shopkeepers and business chambers joined in. All of them had the same message: not in our name. Do not use Kashmir to justify your terrorism. It was indeed a loud and clear message. Let's hope it rings across the border.
Stop innocent killing us. Stop innocent killing us. Stop innocent killing us. Stop innocent killing us. Tourist हमारी शान है.
Kashmir's newspapers also joined the protest. All of them had a black front page today. Usually you have black text on a white background. Today it was white text on black. A number of Kashmiris also lined up to help the survivors. They opened up their homes and mosques to them. Take a look.
के लिए यहाँ पे बैठे हैं ड्राइवर भाई को पता है यहाँ पे आप खाने के लिए भी आ सकते हो सब कुछ फ्री है हमारी तरफ से यहाँ पे वो टेंशन सॉरी आपकी गलती हम आपके साथ हैं हमेशा कुछ नहीं हो जाएगा हम आपके साथ हैं आपको हम वहाँ जाने नहीं देंगे याद रखें हम आपको वहाँ जाने नहीं देंगे.
Speaking of mosques, a lot of them have condemned yesterday's attack. They call those terrorists enemies of Islam and Kashmiriyat. Here's one such announcement from a mosque.
दुनिया के कोने-कोने से कश्मीर में लोग सैर तफरी के लिए तशरीफ लाते हैं और उन पे इस किस्म का प्रहार करना या इस किस्म का अटैक करना बुज़दिलाना है और हम पूरी अवाम मलेसा इसकी मजम्मत करते हैं.
Do you see the response? Terrorists wanted to spread fear through the valley. They wanted to divide the locals and tourists. But how did Kashmir respond? By taking out vigils and opening up their mosques, Kashmiris responded to darkness with light, and this should not surprise you. Kashmiri hospitality is famous across the world. Even yesterday, we saw an example of that. Among the 26 killed, there was only one non-tourist, a local named Syed Hussain Shah. He offered pony rides to tourists in Pehalgam. When the terrorists came, he tried to put up a fight. He tried to snatch the gun away from them. Syed lost his life in the process. But he gave the tourists valuable time to escape. This is the Kashmir that we cherish. This is the Kashmir that terrorists want to destroy. I know people are angry and grieving today, but trust me, we are too. At the same time, we should not lose sight of who the enemy is. This isn't Kashmiris versus tourists. This is India versus terrorism. We must unite against these terrorists and their backers across the border. There is no room for politics or hate. Now is the time to speak in one voice. Indians will take time to process this grief, but the Indian government does not have that luxury. They must chart a quick response because such an attack must not be left unanswered. The question is, what should that response be? In one word, firm. I know that means different things to different people. For some, it could mean bombing Pakistani cities. For others, simple diplomatic condemnation. The government's job is to pick the right one. And yes, emotions will play a role here, but so should strategic and pragmatic thought. Just a short while back, India's foreign ministry briefed the media. It announced 5 measures against Pakistan. Number 1, India has temporarily suspended the Indus water treaty. This suspension will remain until Pakistan stops sponsoring terrorism. Number 2, the border checkpost in Attari has been closed. Number 3, visas issued to Pakistani nationals have been cancelled. They have 48 hours to leave India. Number 4, Pakistan's military advisors at the New Delhi mission have been declared persona non grata. They have a week to leave India. Indian defence advisors in Pakistan will also be returning. And number 5, overall strength of the high commissions will be reduced from the current 55 to 30. Listen to what India's Foreign Secretary said.
In the briefing to the CCS, the cross-border linkages of the terrorist attack were brought out. It was noted that this attack came in the wake of the successful holding of the elections in the Union Territory and its steady progress towards economic growth and development. The CCS reviewed the overall security situation and directed all forces to maintain high vigil. It resolved that the perpetrators of this attack will be brought to justice and their sponsors held to account.
So that's the diplomatic response. What about the military options? Number 1, a land-based operation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, a sort of surgical strike. And India has done this in 2016, when Pakistani terrorists attacked an Indian army post in Uri. In response, Indian commandos crossed the line of control. They took out terror camps in POK. Such an operation is one option. Number 2, airstrikes using fighter jets. Again, this has been done before. In 2019, Pakistani terrorists had killed 40 Indian security personnel. In response, Indian jets bombed Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Option number 3 is drones. India has expanded its drone fleet since 2019. Plus, drone attacks have become common since the Ukraine war. We've seen Israel and Iran exchange drone strikes too. Number 4 is anti-terror operations in Kashmir, basically flush out terrorists operating in the valley, including those from yesterday's attack. So which of these will India choose? As things stand, a retaliation against Pakistan looks likely. Remember, the terrorists did not hit military targets. They killed innocent civilians in cold blood. So the public sentiment across the country is very clear. India must impose a cost on Pakistan. Secondly, a precedent has been set since 2016. First, a commando operation, then a full-fledged airstrike. So New Delhi has followed the policy of deterrence. When Pakistani terrorists hit, India hits back. The idea is to make Islamabad think twice before attacking. India did that in 2016. It did so again in 2019. But if you don't do it this time, it may dilute India's deterrence policy. Of course, this time Pakistan will be expecting it. Reports say they have declared a high alert along the LOC, so India is planning and Pakistan is waiting. I know some people want an Israel-like response. And yes, we get the anger and the emotions. But it's also important to be rooted in reality. Pakistan has nuclear weapons, Gaza did not. Israel wanted to kill Gazan civilians, India does not. In 2016 and 2019, India did not target Pakistani civilians. Our armed forces specifically took out terrorist targets. So the key is to pick the right option. You must answer the calls for revenge. You must impose a cost on Pakistan. You must weaken the terror infrastructure and you must re-establish deterrence. Ideally, it should be a hybrid response. Use the military to make Pakistan pay and use diplomacy to bolster the anti-terrorist campaign.
प्यारियां पे चलते यार तुम मौत की कसम गेंद
अरे नहीं मेरे बच्चे को लोग फौजी हैं
24 hours later, the situation remains tense. The terrorists who carried out this attack are still at large. There's widespread anger from Jammu and Kashmir to every corner of the country. There is grief and anger. The Indian leadership is preparing a strong response. Yesterday, Prime Minister Modi flew back to New Delhi. He was in Jeddah on an official visit. He decided to cut short the trip and he arrived early this morning. The Prime Minister held the first briefing at the airport itself. He met with key officials, including India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah was in Kashmir. He met security officials and members of the Jammu and Kashmir government. He also met with the families of victims. India's Defence Minister has issued a statement. Listen to this.
आप जानते हैं कल पहलगाम में धर्म को निशाना बनाते हुए आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
A loud and clear response, that is what India is promising. A short while back, there was a meeting. The Cabinet Committee on Security, or CCS, met. CCS is India's top decision-making body on security matters. The Prime Minister chaired the meeting with all key ministers present, including Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who flew back to New Delhi this afternoon. The leaders discussed the situation on the ground. Operations are on in Kashmir. Sketches of the suspects have been released. Reports say 7 terrorists were involved. 4 to 5 of them came from Pakistan. The rest are believed to be locals. 3 security agencies have joined the hunt: the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Army and the CRPF, or the Central Paramilitary Forces. Sources say the attackers came prepared. They wore camouflage. They were armed to the teeth. They had assault rifles, guns like AK-47, even the M4 carbine assault rifles, which is an American weapon. They fired between 50 to 70 cartridges and they filmed the attack. They had body cams on. Clearly, this was not just an attack to kill innocent people. It was designed to shock and to grab the world's attention. It was designed to undermine India. The terrorists wanted to embarrass the government of India. They chose to strike when a high-profile visit was on. US Vice President J.D. Vance is still in the country. Just yesterday, he hailed the deepening US-India ties. He highlighted India's rising global profile, and the terrorists wanted to derail that. They also wanted to halt Kashmir's economic gains. Since Article 370 was scrapped, since Jammu and Kashmir was stripped of its special status, it had made tangible gains. But now everything has hit pause. Today, Kashmir shut down completely. For the first time in 35 years, roads were empty, businesses were shuttered, schools and petrol pumps were closed. Kashmiris are standing up in peaceful protest. They do not support this attack. They want peace. And they came out in large numbers to make this point. Local politicians joined them. But restoring calm will take time. Security has been tightened across the region. Sensitive sites are being heavily guarded. This includes all key locations, tourist hubs and critical infrastructure. Checkpoints have been set up across Srinagar. That's the summer capital of Jammu and Kashmir. Thorough checks are underway. Vehicles are being stopped on the roads. Even pedestrians are being checked. And thousands of tourists are caught in the chaos. Many of them tried to leave today, but land routes are closed. This includes the important Srinagar-Jammu highway. This highway is a lifeline for Kashmir. It is Kashmir's only link to the rest of the country. The highway was already blocked before the attack because of landslides and flash floods, which caused some damage to the roads. But today that highway was opened again, only for one-way traffic. This leaves the tourists with just two other options. They can either take a train, a special train service has been started for stranded passengers, or they can take a flight. Leading carriers are operating more flights to Srinagar, but only after an advisory from the government. Earlier, these same airlines tried to cash in on the chaos. As more people tried to book tickets, airlines jacked up the prices. Usually, one-way fare to a metro city from Srinagar is around 6,000 to 7,000 rupees. That's the average for a flight from Srinagar. But after the attack, prices were as high as 65,000 rupees, which is more than a 9-fold jump. So the government was forced to step in. It capped prices for airlines. Now flights from Srinagar are available for around 14,000 rupees. The terrorists wanted to sow chaos and to slow Kashmir's recovery. India's response is underway and Kashmir is bracing for what comes next.
Government stance on Kashmir.
It was supposed to be just another morning. Families strolled in the meadows, they clicked photos, they took in the natural beauty. After all, this was Kashmir's own mini Switzerland, the Baisaran Valley in Pehalgam. But soon the peace was shattered by gunfire. By the time it stopped, 26 people were dead. These were tourists. They had come for the beauty. Instead, they found horror. This was not just another terror attack, it was a massacre in cold blood, eerily similar to another attack. October 7, 2023, when Hamas attacked Israel. Yes, that was a larger scale operation, but the similarities are impossible to ignore. A massacre of civilians, military-grade weapons, and a pre-planned operation. Look at the location of the attack. The Baisaran Valley, this is the Baisaran Valley. It is located around 5 kilometers from Pehalgam. Baisaran is a popular tourist spot, especially for picnics. It can only be reached by foot or on ponies. It has long, dark meadows and it is covered by pine forests on all sides. So the terrorists knew that tourists were there, and that is why they struck. There were a total of 7 terrorists. They combed through the area. They chose a day when 4,000 tourists were present in the Baisaran Valley. The tourists hid in the shadows. They struck in the middle of the day. This was a Hamas-style attack, ambush innocent civilians and spread terror. And there is one country that has its fingerprints all over this massacre. No guesses there. It is Pakistan. Just look at the build-up. In February, a meeting was held in Rawalkot, a town in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They called it a solidarity meeting, but it wasn't your usual political conference. This was a full-fledged terrorist summit. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, and even representatives from Hamas, they all gathered under the same roof. Then last week, Pakistan's army chief gave this speech.
Our stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
He called Kashmir Pakistan's jugular vein. And they went for it. The terrorists carried military-grade weapons, American-made M4 carbine assault rifles and AK-47s. Some of them spoke in Pashto, a language spoken only in Pakistan and Afghanistan. So the trail leads back across the line of control, yet Pakistan is feigning shock. It says it has no connection to the attack. Pakistan is blaming what it calls homegrown terror, basically non-state actors. Islamabad says it is quote-unquote concerned. They aren't calling it an act of terror, but they're still concerned. Concerned? You host terrorists like they're honored guests at a banquet and then clutch your pearls when they open fire. This is not concern, this is complicity. But why now? Why kill tourists at the height of Kashmir's spring bloom? Why draw international attention with such brutality? Well, simply because Pakistan itself is bleeding. Its economy is a corpse. Inflation has spiked beyond control, bread is unaffordable, and trust in the leadership has collapsed. There is complete chaos in Pakistan. The army needs a villain to deflect blame, and who better than the eternal enemy across the eastern border? They needed a headline that said, "Look over there." And so they manufactured one. Also, what better template than Hamas? The October 7 attack showed the potency of psychological warfare, the chaos, the symbolism, the global media attention. So Pakistan's terror planners took notes. They copy-pasted the playbook. The messaging is quite clear, but the least they can do is drop the concerned act. Your economy is in a shambles, your people are starving while your generals build villas. You beg the IMF for scraps by the day, but at night you bankroll terror. You cannot hide behind the word non-state actors anymore. This is your Frankenstein. You trained them, you armed them, you gave them sanctuaries, and now you have the audacity to act shocked when they do exactly what they were bred for. So let's be crystal clear here. The blood in Pehalgam is not just on the hands of the terrorists, it is on the generals who trained them, the politicians who sheltered them, the clerics who radicalized them, and the nation that still dares to call itself anything except a terror factory.
Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Here's what we know about the terrorists. They belong to a group called the TRF, the Resistance Front. This group has claimed responsibility. As we've been telling you, 7 people were involved, 7 terrorists. The Jammu and Kashmir police have released 3 sketches. They're based on eyewitness accounts. And 3 names have been released. Asif Fauji, Suleiman Shah, and Abu Talha. Asif Fauji is believed to be the leader of this pack. He was reportedly trained by the Pakistan Army, hence the name Fauji, which means soldier in Punjabi and Urdu. So we know that the leader of this attack was trained in Pakistan, but that's not the only link. Survivors say that 2 of the attackers spoke Pashto, a language spoken in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The people of Kashmir do not speak Pashto. They speak Kashmiri or Urdu. So the attackers came from across the border. Even their method of attack reeks of military training. They wore combat fatigues. These clothes are worn by military personnel to blend into jungle-like surroundings. So the terrorists either wanted to camouflage themselves or they wanted to pose as security personnel to trick the tourists. They carried military-grade weapons like AK-47 assault rifles, tactical vests with magazine pouches and body cams to record the horror. Indian security agencies are investigating the attack site. They have made several initial assessments. Some victims were shot from a distance. Indian agencies have flagged sniper-like tactics. And this kind of training is highly advanced. Only militaries have snipers, or terror groups trained by militaries in this case. And these abound in Pakistan. Let me also tell you about the TRF, the Resistance Front, a shadow outfit of the LET, the Lashkar-e-Toiba, a terrorist group based in Pakistan, funded and trained by the Pakistan Army. The Lashkar-e-Toiba was co-founded by a man called Hafiz Saeed, the man who masterminded the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai. The LET is a globally recognized terrorist group. In 2019, their offshoot called the TRF emerged. This was after the abrogation of Article 370, which ended the special status of Jammu and Kashmir. Since then, the TRF has been active in Kashmir. India banned this group in 2023. Of course, Pakistan continues to support it because it needed to rebrand its terror factories. The Lashkar-e-Toiba was on global watch lists, so Pakistan relaunched it with a new name, the Resistance Front. And this meant 2 things. First, it no longer had Islamist names like Lashkar. And second, it now had words like resistance in the name. It's a poor attempt to brand it as a local-led movement, and it's fooling no one. The TRF is as Pakistani as it gets. its weapons, its funding, its commanders, all traced back to Pakistan. For example, the leader of TRF. His name is Saifullah Khalid, aka Saifullah Kasuri. Saifullah Khalid is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam attack. He was a top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, also a close aide of Hafiz Saeed. And he leads the LET's Peshawar headquarters. Basically, everything points to Pakistan. And the TRF's modus operandi is exactly like the LET. Use social media to recruit youth, brainwash them by showing propaganda about Kashmir, send them to training camps and infiltrate them into India using the Pakistan Army's cover to kill innocent people. The TRF's blood trail is long. They have carried out more than 20 terrorist attacks in Kashmir over a period of 5 years. The victims are usually security personnel, but this time they went after tourists. And their violence has a pattern. No attack is carried out without body cams. They film their savagery to spread fear. This is the TRF's playbook: high visibility attacks to destabilize Kashmir's growth. Pakistan is the cornerstone for this group. Every move is approved by their handlers across the border. The TRF is the latest addition to Pakistan's proxy war against India. As India processes the horror, it must also ask a question. Did we not see this coming? Sources say the warnings were all there. Indian intelligence officials had warned about a hot summer in Jammu and Kashmir, which basically meant two things. First, increased ceasefire violations by Pakistan's army, and second, terror attacks in the Kashmir Valley. At least 70 foreign terrorists, 70 foreign terrorists are active in Jammu and Kashmir. This input was given by Indian intelligence. High-level meetings were held in March and April. The security situation was reviewed multiple times, and yet tragedy struck Pahalgam yesterday, despite all these warnings. So how did the terrorists manage to carry out such an attack? Were the warnings taken lightly? Was there a lapse in security? Only a full investigation will reveal the answers. Our next report has more.
The terror attack in Pahalgam has left India and the world in shock. Terrorists killed unarmed civilians at point-blank range. The attackers then fled. The Indian armed forces have launched an operation to track the terrorists down. But how did they manage to pull off such an attack? At the beginning of this year, Indian intelligence officials issued a stark warning. They said Pakistan was planning for a hot summer in Jammu and Kashmir. This meant two things. First, that Pakistan would increase ceasefire violations along the line of control. This would be done to provide cover to terrorists who would infiltrate to India. And second, terrorists would increase attacks on civilians in the Kashmir Valley. After the warnings, multiple high-level meetings were held in New Delhi. The first one was held in March, followed by another one in early April. Indian intelligence officials warned that at least 70 foreign terrorists were in the Kashmir Valley and that they were planning attacks on civilians. A few days later, terrorists attacked tourists in Pahalgam. But the build-up to this attack began about 2 weeks ago. The Pakistani army violated the ceasefire agreement multiple times. So the first threat assessment by the Indian intelligence agencies came true. And the ceasefire violations didn't stop. In fact, they only increased, forcing the Indian army to retaliate and launch combing operations to find traces of cross-border infiltration. However, some terrorists found a way to slip past the Indian security forces, leading to the massacre in Pahalgam. As India grapples with this horrific attack, Pakistan violated the ceasefire again on Wednesday. The Indian army retaliated and successfully foiled an infiltration bid, killing at least 2 to 3 terrorists. According to reports, these terrorists had direct links to Pakistan-based terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. The Indian army has been deployed at large in the Kashmir region. However, Kashmir's topography and dense vegetation make security operations extremely challenging. Pakistan's ceasefire violations only add to the challenges. Despite the intelligence warnings, terrorists managed to carry out an attack in Pahalgam. Were the warnings not taken seriously? Not particularly. The Indian armed forces have been dealing with both Pakistan Army's cross-border firings and the recent rise in terror activities. So, was this a security lapse? Only a full investigation can reveal the answer. But right now, India is focusing on finding the terrorists who unleashed this mayhem on innocent tourists on Tuesday.
This is one of the deadliest terror attacks India has faced in 2 decades, probably the worst since 26/11, when civilians have been killed, lives lost without warning. And the perpetrators are the same, terrorists backed by Pakistan. Their methods are well known, and yet this attack is different. This one was a strike on progress, a deliberate blow to Kashmir's fragile peace. The target, Pehalgam, was chosen for a reason. Pehalgam is called the mini Switzerland of Kashmir. It is known for its meadows, forests and pilgrimage routes. It draws thousands of tourists every spring. And this is why Pakistani terrorists decided to attack. This signals a shift in their tactics. They are targeting Kashmir's tourism. They are striking where it hurts most. For years, tourism has been Kashmir's lifeline, a symbol of returning normalcy. After Article 370 was removed, Kashmir saw a tourist boom. A steady visitor growth since 2018. 7 years back, around 16 million tourists visited Kashmir. Last year, this number crossed 20 million. And the surge continued this spring. Over 800,000 tourists visited Srinagar's Tulip Garden in just 26 days, including more than 3,000 international tourists. New Delhi has been actively promoting this region. In May 2023, G20 delegates visited Srinagar. Events and film shoots have been encouraged. Tourism infrastructure was being expanded. Kashmir was being sold to the world as safe, stable and growing, and Pehalgam was at the heart of that story because it is more than a holiday spot. It's a base for the Amarnath pilgrimage. It is where spirituality and growth intersect. And right now, it's peak tourist season, so the terrorists chose to strike now, when every hotel room is booked, when every meadow is crowded, and when the economy depends on footfall. The timing was no accident. It was a message, one that could unravel years of work. Kashmir's tourism sector is vulnerable now. The impact is already visible. Some travel agencies have lost 90% of their bookings. These tourists were supposed to visit in the days ahead. Most of them are cancelling, others are shifting to safer options. The attack is a blow for Kashmir's tour operators. This is the time of the year they depend on, and it's falling apart. For Kashmiris who built businesses around tourism, this is a personal loss. Some of these people took loans, others sold land or jewelry. They invested everything into this season, and they had hoped for income for a better future. But now that future lies in doubt. Kashmir needs tourism to keep its economy going. The sector accounts for more than 8% of its GDP. It provides thousands of jobs directly and indirectly. When tourism collapses, so does stability in Kashmir. The terrorists know that. For years, they avoided targeting tourists because they wanted to secure local support. They wanted to avoid global outrage. But that calculated restraint is now gone. And that is why this attack is different. It is not just a security threat, it is a strike on Kashmir's recovery, on lives and livelihoods, and the very idea of a peaceful Kashmir. When something like this happens, the world comes together. You forget geopolitics and ideology. Instead, you stand in solidarity with the victims. And most of the world is doing that. US President Donald Trump spoke to Prime Minister Modi. He condemned the attack and promised to fight against terrorism. His deputy, J.D. Vance, is in India right now. He too offered condolences.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
China also issued a strong statement. They condemned the attack in Kashmir yesterday. They also sent sympathies to the families.
China has noted the relevant reports and strongly condemns this attack. China firmly opposes terrorism in all its forms. We mourn the victims and extend our sincere sympathies to the families of the victims and the injured.
The list is quite long. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Russian President Vladimir Putin, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, all of them have condemned yesterday's attack. Like I said, countries tend to close ranks when something like this happens. But I'll tell you who doesn't. Western media outlets. For them, this is an opportunity, whether it's to take potshots at India or to question India's sovereignty over Kashmir. And I'll give you some examples. Here's the BBC's article on the attack. It uses the word terror 3 times, but not once to describe what happened yesterday. They simply quoted world leaders who called it terrorism. Now let me show you The Guardian. The same pattern. They've used the word terror 3 times, but only while quoting world leaders. And their first article was even worse. It said, suspected militants killed at least 26 tourists. The only thing suspect here is The Guardian's journalistic standards. Next is the New York Times. They have put terror attack in double quotes. I guess the massacre of 26 civilians does not qualify as terror. Sky News in Britain have done the same. They have placed the word terror in quotes. France 24 says the attack was carried out by gunmen, not terrorists, gunmen. And finally, you have the Turkish outlet TRT. Their headline takes the prize. Multiple tourists killed in Kashmir shooting incident. Incident. I guess technically they're right. In the same way, 9/11 was a building collapse. Did the World Trade Center collapse in 2001? Yes, it did. But is that the whole story? Absolutely not. These headlines reveal the bias in Western coverage. None of them have used the word terrorism. Their governments have used it, their prime ministers and presidents have used it, but somehow these media outlets simply cannot. All of them have called these terrorists gunmen and militants. Again, did these terrorists carry a gun? Yes, they did. But were they just gunmen? It's like saying the Americans carried out a military operation in Iraq. Yes, it was an operation, military in nature, but it involved invading and bombing the whole country. So my point is quite similar. Words and descriptions matter. These articles are read by millions of people. They shape public opinion in those countries, and that in turn shapes policy. So do not ignore these headlines by the Western media because they have real world impact. The question is, why do they do it? Why can't Western media call these attackers terrorists? The simple answer is politics. Let me take you back to October 2023. That's when Hamas launched an attack on Israel. Back then, almost all US media outlets called it a terror attack. Why do you think that is? Because these outlets are pro-Israel. So they don't mind calling Hamas terrorists. But when it comes to India, they downplay it. Here in India, we haven't done that. For us, 9/11 was a terrorist attack, October 7 was a terror attack, and so was yesterday in Kashmir, a terrorist attack. Media houses need to stop putting political filters on terror. It is pretentious virtue signaling at best and abetment at worst. A family traveling to celebrate their child's exam result, a businessman on vacation, a newlywed couple on honeymoon. The terrorists spared no one. As they massacred a valley in Pehalgam, a father was shot dead in front of his 3-year-old child, a wife stood in the pool of her husband's blood, and more than 24 families were torn apart. 26 innocent people were killed in cold blood. Who were these people? What were their stories? How are the survivors describing the horror that unfolded in Kashmir? Our next report tells you, and we must warn you, that it is disturbing. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Vinay Narwal, a 26-year-old Navy officer from Haryana, got married last week. After hosting his wedding reception, he travelled to Kashmir with his wife Himanshi. Narwal was on his honeymoon in the picturesque valley of Pahalgam when he was shot dead in front of his wife. This happened yesterday. Terrorists opened fire, killing him on the spot.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी यहाँ पे, उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
Now, just about a week after getting married, Himanshi hugged her husband's coffin and gave him an emotional farewell salute. But theirs is not the only family whose summer holiday has turned into a nightmare. Thousands of tourists had gathered in the valley. They were enjoying the lush scenery, making videos, when all of a sudden, terrorists launched a massacre.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं.
But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The terrorists killed 26 people. All the victims were men, including 47-year-old Manjunath Rao from Karnataka. He was on a family vacation with his wife and son. It was a trip to celebrate their child scoring top grades in a recent exam. In a video, the family was seen enjoying a shikara ride just hours earlier.
मैं मंजुनाथ शिवमोगा कर्नाटक से कश्मीर प्रवास में आए हैं. अब हमारा कश्मीर टूर का दूसरा दिन है.
But little did he know that this holiday and his life would be cut short by the cold-blooded attack in Pehalgam. Rao's wife Pallavi thought that the gunshot sounds were from a military exercise. But minutes later, she found her husband lying in a pool of blood. Terrorists shot him in the head in front of his son. So she confronted the attacker. She told him to kill both her and her child. But the terrorist said, "I won't kill you. Tell Modi ji." To the terrorists, it didn't matter if a father died in front of his child, because several others faced a similar heart-wrenching fate, including US-based Bitan Adhikari. He was in the meadow with his wife and their almost 4-year-old son. Adhikari was also killed in front of his wife and child. Karnataka's Bharat Bhushan was visiting Kashmir with his wife and son. He was shot dead in front of his 3-year-old child. According to his family, the terrorist asked him if he was Hindu and then shot him. Something similar happened to Maharashtra-based Santosh Jagdale. His daughter says that he was asked to recite an Islamic verse. When he couldn't, he was shot dead, once in the head, then behind his ear and in the back. Survivors of the attack say that the terrorists picked people out and only targeted non-Muslim men. The deceased include people from many states, including Maharashtra, West Bengal, Uttarakhand, Bihar, Punjab and Gujarat. A local from Pahalgam and a tourist from Nepal named Sudeep Nupane were also killed. And those who survived were understandably traumatized. In one incident, panic-struck survivors mistook Indian army personnel for terrorists.
अरे नहीं हम लोग फौज हैं, हम लोग बैठो हम लोग फौज हैं, बैठो मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौजी हैं, कुछ नहीं करेंगे, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं.
Kashmir is often touted as being a heaven on earth, but Tuesday's massacre turned it into a hellscape. As coffins of the victims reach their families, an entire nation is united in their grief.
There's something hauntingly beautiful about Kashmir's spring. The snow melts off the mountains, you can see patches of emerald green, the landscape seems to pulse with life. For many, the season's arrival brings a sense of hope. The long winter finally retreating, the roads once again dotted with people. Spring and summer are busy seasons for Kashmir's tourism industry. It is usually swarming with tourists. And that was the case until yesterday, when tourists were killed in a terrorist attack. These are people who came for the beauty that the valley offers. Now that same beauty feels tainted, poisoned by the violence that has haunted Kashmir for decades. And the timing is no coincidence. In 2019, Jammu and Kashmir's statehood was revoked. After that, it was ruled directly by the centre. More than 5 years later, things were finally returning to normal. We had elections towards the end of last year. There's a new government in place led by Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. And this year, there was even a budget. Jammu and Kashmir got their first budget in 6 years. The economy grew by 4.89% since 2019. The per capita income has gone up by almost 148%. in just 10 years. Unemployment is down to 6.1%. The valley was doing well, and contributing to all of this were two main sectors. The first is agriculture. Almost 43% of Kashmiris work in agriculture. Jammu and Kashmir is the largest walnut producer in India. It also exports apples and barley. The valley is also the sole producer of saffron in the subcontinent. The Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, has set aside 815 crore rupees for agriculture. By 2030, Kashmir aims to build a 1 trillion rupee agri-economy. The other sector is tourism. Tourism contributes to over 8% of their GDP. It's a major source of income. Nearly 50 to 60% of the population is directly or indirectly involved in it. So it is a very important sector. Some call it the backbone of Kashmir's economy. In 2018, 1.6 crore tourists visited Jammu and Kashmir. Then there was the abrogation, followed by pandemic years. Tourism fell to an all-time low. It picked up in 2022 when just over 1 crore tourists visited the valley. In 2023, it was 2.11 crore people, and in 2024, it was an all-time high of 2.35 crore. In the last 3 years, tourism has risen by 15% every year. Foreign tourism is also booming, or was booming. Almost 300% up in the last 4 years. Bollywood too returned to the valley. More than 350 films and web series were shot here in the last 5 years. So Jammu and Kashmir was finally getting a chance to stand on its own again. The economy was growing, tourism numbers were rising, people were working, things were looking up. But that sense of hope seems shattered now.
काफ़ी सफ़र किया हमने पिछले 20 सालों से. अब 3-4 साल से हमारी इकोनॉमी थोड़ा ग्रो हो रही थी. आप तो देख रहे हैं अब क्या है. इसकी जितनी भी कंडेमिनेशन होगी एकदम.
You could see it as soon as the news broke. Phone lines started ringing off the hook. Tourists started cancelling their trips. Hotels were busy helping people check out. Cabs rushed people to the airports.
हमारे पास शब्द नहीं है कि हम बयां करें कि हम कैसे दुखित है और आतंकित भी है. तो हमारे और 2 दिन थे कश्मीर में रहने के लिए, तो हम लोग अपना सब टूर कैंसिल करके अब अभी जा रहे हैं जम्मू.
नहीं, अब क्या घूमना है, माहौल ऐसा है तो पहले सेफ्टी देखना है ना. घूमने का तो तब होगा जब रिलैक्स माइंड होगा. अभी तो सबको यहाँ पे टेंशन है, तो कहाँ पे घूमेंगे.
Travel operators are bracing for a sharp downturn. They say this year's tourist season would be a washout. And there's another event that looms on the horizon, the Amarnath Yatra. That's the annual pilgrimage to the Amarnath cave. It attracts lakhs of devotees every year. For Kashmir, the Yatra is more than a religious event. It is a vital source of income. Hotels, lodges and local businesses depend on the influx of pilgrims every summer. So there's concern over the safety of that too. But let's look at the bigger picture here. It is easy to talk about growth rates, income averages and job statistics. But those figures do not capture what is really at stake here. It is about survival. This is a region that has been trapped in cycles of violence and uncertainty for decades. One moment, the valley seems to be standing tall, its economy flourishing, its people hopeful. The next, everything comes crashing down. And that's what's so painful about it. It's not just the loss of life, it's the loss of the future that Kashmir is trying to build. The snow will melt again next year, the valley will bloom again, the tourists may return, but the question Kashmir still grapples with is this: will peace ever stay long enough to take root? That's all that we have for you on the show tonight. This is a developing story. We will continue to bring you all the updates. Our prayers and thoughts are with the families of the victims. Do stay with Firstpost YouTube channel for more on this. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for tuning in to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And today we've got the latest on President Donald Trump's phone call with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and a rare look into the private life of Russian President Vladimir Putin. We begin here in Washington, where President Donald Trump held a telephone conversation with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Tuesday, where he strongly condemned the latest terror attack that sent shockwaves across India. The attack took place in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam town, which is a popular destination for tourists in the scenic mountainous region. Terrorists opened fire, killing at least 26 people, including a tourist from neighboring Nepal, and wounded around 40 others. President Donald Trump extended his full support to India to bring justice to the perpetrators of the heinous attack. The commander-in-chief also denounced the violence on his social media platform, Truth Social, offering his sympathies to the victims' families. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance, who is currently in India on a 4-day trip with his family, also expressed condolences over the deadly terror attack.
Usha and I extend our condolences to the victims of the devastating terrorist attack in Pahalgam, India. Over the past few days, we have been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack.
In a social media post on X, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the United States stands with India during such tough times. And earlier, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said President Donald Trump was briefed on the brutal attack by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, who called it a terrible tragedy.
In regards to the terrorist attack that took place in India earlier today, the president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir.
Following the massacre, Prime Minister Modi cut short his 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia and returned to New Delhi early Wednesday. Well, now the new resistance front, a shadow group of Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba terror group, has claimed responsibility for the deadliest attack in Kashmir since 2019. Meanwhile, Indian security forces have launched a major manhunt and are combing the area to track down the terrorists, with the sketches of at least 3 suspects already being released. And staying in Washington, President Donald Trump has signaled a potential U-turn on his trade war with China. During a press conference at the White House on Tuesday, the commander-in-chief said high tariffs on Chinese goods will come down substantially. However, the president made it clear that the tariffs would not be reduced to zero.
145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl, where, various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high. It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
President Trump added that he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and he wants Washington and Beijing to exist together happily.
We're going to be very good to China, have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made, so that won't happen. But they're going to do very well, and I think they're going to be happy, and I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. There will not be anywhere near that number.
Now, these remarks were in response to earlier comments by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who expects a de-escalation in the trade war between the world's 2 biggest economies. The Trump administration's shift in tone has caught the eyes of China, with the hashtag #TrumpChickenOut racking up over 100 million views on Chinese social media platform Weibo. Meanwhile, the Chinese government said it is willing to engage in trade talks with Washington amid fears of a global recession. Notably, the Trump administration has placed import taxes up to 245% on China and has refused to back down. So far, Beijing has retaliated with 125% tariffs on U.S. goods, restricted the export of critical minerals, reduced the number of Hollywood films shown in the country, and returned at least 2 Boeing jets. And even though President Donald Trump hopes to strike a trade deal with Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader has launched a charm offensive with regional trade partners, all the while pushing back against American tariffs.
In the face of external uncertainties, China will insist on joining hands rather than throwing punches, tearing down walls instead of building barriers, connecting instead of decoupling. We will continue to expand the circle of trade friends, become a stronger magnet for investment, develop with high quality and open to the outside world at a high level, to inject more stability and positive energy into the world economy.
On Monday, China also warned other countries against making trade deals with the United States at its expense. And now it's unclear if President Trump will succeed in reaching an agreement with China, as Beijing believes it too is on equal footing. And now to the Dominican Republic, where hospitals in the country have become the front line of a growing immigration crackdown. In just one day, 87 Haitian women and 48 children, many of them newborns, were arrested from maternity wards across the country. Over half of the women were still pregnant, and the government says it's enforcing border control, but human rights groups say they are targeting the most vulnerable. Here's our story with more.
In scenes more fitting of a dystopian drama than a maternity ward, immigration officers in the Dominican Republic have begun sweeping arrests of undocumented Haitian migrants, targeting some of the most vulnerable, pregnant women and new mothers. This week alone, 87 women and 48 children were rounded up in hospitals and maternity wards across the nation in a sweeping campaign to curb migration from neighboring Haiti. The country crippled by poverty, gang violence and political turmoil. More than half of the detained women were still pregnant. The rest had just given birth, and not a single man was arrested. In the capital, Santo Domingo, reports emerged of the harrowing immigration crackdown. 3 women cradling their newborns were ushered into vehicles by immigration officers outside a hospital. Their destination, a detention center where they were fingerprinted, photographed and prepared for deportation.
That's not right. It's an abuse, because children are innocent. They are innocent. They could take the woman, but not the baby, not a newborn.
Immigration authorities claim that the women were treated with dignity and given food. But can this nourishment cushion the trauma of being taken from a hospital bed to a holding cell?
If a woman gave birth today, they can't take her today, because they don't know what will happen. And if she has a C-section, they don't know what is going to happen either, because there is never a doctor with her to assist if something happens on the road, with the baby or with her.
Under a controversial protocol, Dominican hospitals are now instructed to demand legal identification, proof of employment, residence documentation and payment before admitting migrants, turning what should be sanctuaries of healing into checkpoints of fear.
We will receive those individuals, and those who are not in regular status and cannot justify their stay in the Dominican Republic will have arrangements made on site for repatriation to their place of origin.
For Dominican President Luis Abinader, who has adopted a hardline stance on Haitian migration since assuming office in 2020, this is part of a broader plan. The government insists that while hospitals may offer life-saving care, undocumented migrants will face expulsion the moment they leave the operating table. The numbers are staggering. In just first 3 months of 2025, the Dominican Republic has deported 86,000 Haitians. This is on pace to eclipse the 276,000 expelled in all of 2024. A wall between two nations is being extended and more troops have been sent to guard the border that slices through the island of Hispaniola. But the haunting images tell a different story. of women clutching their babies, escorted not by nurses but by armed officers. A nation's borders are being enforced not only at its edges, but in its hospital beds, its nurseries, and its delivery rooms. And as the cries of newborns echo through detention vans, the question remains: who is protecting the innocent?
And now to Canada, where a dramatic political turnaround is reshaping the landscape just days before the federal election on April 28th. Prime Minister Mark Carney, who is only 2 months into his political career, has managed to reverse the fortunes of the ruling Liberal Party, which under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was struggling with public dissatisfaction over inflation, immigration, and a worsening housing crisis. Polls now show the Liberals holding a lead of 3 to 5 points over the Conservatives, with projections suggesting they could win a majority of the 343-seat Canadian Parliament. In fact, a rolling 3-day Nanos poll released this week puts Liberal support at 43.7%, while the Conservatives stand at 36.3%. And the New Democrats follow with just 10.7%. Advanced voting began last Friday with a record 7.3 million Canadians having already cast their ballots. In taking the election campaign to Quebec, Prime Minister Carney assured the voters that he is the only one who can protect the predominantly French-speaking province from President Donald Trump.
This is a real crisis, a real situation. The question is, within a week's time, who's going to be negotiating with President Trump and who's going to be managing the finances of this country? It's going to be François-Philippe Champagne and myself and our team, or is it going to be a group that made it up on a napkin, released it a couple of days before the election, and has never taken responsibility for these types of decisions in the past? That's the question.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was also not far behind to sway the Canadian voters. Sharpening his focus on issues like housing affordability and taxation, Poilievre continued to appeal to middle-class voters, with at least 28% believing he will fight for them, slightly ahead of Prime Minister Carney's 24%.
We need a new Conservative government for a change that will axe taxes, greenlight construction of homes, mines, pipelines, LNG plants, bring home our jobs so that we can reinforce our economic fortress against the Americans. In the short term, my government has already proposed an immediate response to help our seniors.
Now, despite recent Conservative gains, especially in British Columbia and Western provinces, the Liberals maintain a more efficient vote distribution, giving them a clear advantage in seat projections. So as the clock ticks down to Election Day, one question remains on the minds of Canadians. Can Prime Minister Carney's last-minute surge hold firm, or will the ground shift once more in the final moments? And today we end in Russia, where the veil of secrecy surrounding Vladimir Putin's private life has been dramatically pierced. For the first time ever, images have surfaced of a child believed to be the Russian president's long-rumored son with Olympic gymnast Alina Kabeva. As per several reports, the boy, hidden from public view for over a decade, lives under intense security and isolation within Putin's heavily guarded residences. Leaked by an anti-Kremlin Telegram channel, the photos offer a rare glimpse into a life of luxury, control, and silence, and questions swirl around the child's identity and future. Our next report gets you more.
Behind palace walls, shielded by armed guards and cloaked in silence, lives a boy few knew existed until now. A single photo, leaked by the anti-Kremlin Telegram channel Vachika Ogpu, has peeled back the curtain on what may be Vladimir Putin's most closely guarded secret. A 10-year-old son named Ivan Vladimirovich Putin. Described as the loneliest boy in Russia, Ivan doesn't go to school. He doesn't play in parks. He doesn't know what it's like to fight over toys or sneak an extra dessert. His world is carved from silence and surveillance, allegedly hiding in Switzerland with governesses, language tutors, and stoic bodyguards from Russia's FSO, the same elite force that guards his father. Reports claim Ivan is the son of Putin and Alina Kabaeva. The 41-year-old Olympic rhythmic gymnast long rumored to be the Russian leader's lover. Their alleged affair dates back to at least 2008, though neither has ever confirmed it. Kabaeva once described her mystery man as a great man, blushing on national television. While many suspected, few dared to say it. She was speaking about Vladimir Putin. Reports point out that the child's life is one of absolute luxury, but also absolute isolation. He and his younger brother, Vladimir Putin Jr., aged 4, are educated within the gilded walls of Putin's private residences in Switzerland like modern-day Romanovs. They travel in bulletproof trains and fly in private jets. Yet, Ivan has quirks that break the palace's eerie stillness. He's obsessed with Disney films and often dresses up as characters. In fact, when Ivan was born in 2015 at a Swiss clinic in Lugano, sources say Putin cried out with joy, "Hooray, finally a boy!" The Russian strongman, who's already rumored to have twin daughters with Kabaeva, was said to be over the moon. However, during a televised Q&A session 5 months ago, Putin reportedly let something slip. Speaking of fairy tales, he smiled faintly and said, "I sometimes watch these with my little ones." State media quickly sanitized the moment, translating it as junior family members. Now the world is piecing together the lives hidden behind palace walls. Dossier Center has confirmed the existence of 4 children between Putin and Kabaeva, 2 boys and 2 girls. And there may be more. One Telegram channel claims that Kabaeva is pregnant again. If true, another child may be born into the same cloistered existence of wealth and watchmen. So even though the photo is out, the questions are many. And somewhere in the Swiss Alps, the story may just be beginning.
That's First Post America for this Wednesday, April 23rd. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for spending time with us today, and we look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today comes from Mauritius. The East African island nation, which is otherwise known for its stable democracy, is grappling with a corruption scandal. The country's top officials have cast a doubt on the state of democracy. At the eye of the storm is the country's ex-finance minister. His name is Renanangden Pariachi, and this man was the backbone of Mauritius's financial rise. In recent weeks, he has been arrested twice. The ex-finance minister is accused of illegally taking around $8 million from a government fund. Now, this fund is called the Mauritius Investment Corporation, or the MIC. It was created to support business during COVID-19. Now, the former central bank governor, Harvesh Sigulam, who oversaw this fund, is also being investigated. These two are the key figures embroiled in this controversy, and it has thrown the country into political turmoil. Pariachi is a close ally of the ex-Prime Minister Pravin Jugnauth, and he was considered the right-hand man of the Premier. Jugnauth, too, has been mired in his share of trials. Earlier this year, he was arrested in a money laundering case. Police found cash, luxury items, and documents which carried his name at the homes of 2 suspects. Jugnauth lost the general elections in November and ceded power to veteran leader Navin Ramgoolam, and currently is out on bail.
We are heading for a defeat, and it is even clearer that the Le PEP alliance is going towards a big defeat overall. I did what I could for the country and the people. The people chose another team to run the country. Of course you have to accept this choice. You have to respect that choice. I wish my country and the population good luck.
Now that Jugnauth is out, the new government under Navin Ramgoolam is pursuing legal action against his aides. Jugnauth supporters say that this is a political vendetta, and his party accuses the current administration of using the legal system to attack its opponents. Ramgoolam, who currently is in power, alleges that the former government acted as it belonged to them. However, his track record isn't clean either. He was charged in 2015 and was accused of money laundering and obstruction of justice. Now, this makes the controversy not just about fraud, but also a larger power struggle between the Jugnauth family and the Ramgoolam family, who are 2 of the biggest dynasties of Mauritius. Now, the scandal could damage Mauritius's reputation, which represents one of Africa's success stories. It was removed from the European Union's list of high-risk countries back in 2022. But the ongoing scandals have raised red flags again. Meanwhile, France is watching closely. French President Emmanuel Macron, who was scheduled to visit Mauritius, has cancelled his visit. Instead, he will be attending the funeral of Pope Francis. With the Paradise Island now mired in corruption trouble, investors are starting to worry. These cases have exposed deep cracks in the political landscape, and public confidence has shaken because of that. Now, for more on this, we have with us Trevor Kibet-Langat, East Africa analyst at Control Risks. Thank you for being with us, Trevor.
Thank you very much, Alison.
Now, what implications does the involvement of the former finance minister and the ex-central bank governor have on the credibility of Mauritius's economic management and its international financial reputation?
Thanks for that, Alison. And of course, as you kind of rightly put there, given the context, Mauritius has built its economic model around being a regional financial services hub over the years. And the new administration of Navin Ramgoolam that was elected in November 2024 is very much keen to kind of keep this international perception of Mauritius as this financial hub that is committed to integrity. So what we've seen over the last few months that Navin Ramgoolam has been kind of expediting corruption cases against the previous government is partly on the one hand trying to limit international concerns around corruption that was perceived to be growing. But I think the second element that is probably even more important to Ramgoolam is really getting domestic support for his policy agenda. A big part as to why he won the election in a landslide was also because of corruption issues that had emerged over the years, especially with the wiretapping scandal that emerged in October 2024, just weeks before the election. So I think we're seeing kind of a two-edged sword here, just trying to limit international concerns around corruption, but also limit domestic concerns around perceived increase of corruption over the last few years.
Yes. Yeah, and how did the Mauritius Investment Corporation, which was set up to support the economy during the pandemic, how did this become a focal point for alleged financial misconduct? And what does this reveal about institutional oversight in the country?
I think Mauritius still, by all intents and purposes, on a regional level, has quite robust structures in terms of combating corruption. And I think these high-profile cases of combating corruption and kind of high-profile cases that are being expedited by the current government is something that is important to note. But with regard to the Mauritius Investment Corporation and this specific case that implicated the ex-finance minister Padayachi and the ex-central bank governor, I think this kind of happened during the height of the COVID pandemic, and the Mauritius Investment Corporation was set up to support organizations and companies that were affected by the implications, the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Mauritius is no different from just a global phenomenon that we saw around increasing corruption cases, because the disbursement of finances without any checks and balances and transparency measures that would be there in other times, just because governments across the world are trying to help entrepreneurs, trying to help the healthcare sector, kind of stabilize during the pandemic. So it's not so much an aberration. It's not so much an issue with the structures within Mauritius, but I think this was more of an aberration. But Mauritius and the current government really wants to make sure that it's perceived internationally as continuing that trajectory of maintaining integrity within the financial services sector and across the board within the government.
Right. At the moment, with the public trust severely shaken and with political pressure mounting, what legal or political mechanisms are in place in Mauritius to ensure accountability and to prevent future misuse of state-linked financial entities?
Yes, I think we've seen two big, more political measures, not so much regulatory, but more political measures. One was the announcement of the comprehensive audit of public finances that was announced earlier this year by Ramgulam, that is looking into the previous government and whether or not the declarations of figures such as public debt are correct. Another thing that they're also looking at is trying to empower the Financial Crimes Commission, which is essentially at the forefront of spearheading these investigation cases around the previous administration. So those are the two main areas that I think are really being pushed from a regulatory and political point of view to maintain integrity. So I think that's something important to note. And I think going forward, this will have positive implications in terms of building more anti-corruption mechanisms within the country. But something that we cannot maybe rule out is maybe the political angle or the political motivations of this. Because as you said, Navin Ramgulam himself was implicated in 2015. And this is perhaps maybe, there is an element of political vendetta, but I think generally, across the board, I think this government is very much committed to try and gain public trust around government institutions and trying to get that locally, but also internationally, trying to continue to situate itself and locate itself as a regional financial hub of choice in the region.
Right. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you very much, Alison.
Shifting focus to Nigeria, as Russia expands its footprint in West Africa, it has now forged a new partnership with Africa's most populous nation. Nigeria and Russia are set for a major trade boost as Moscow builds a new shipping line linking the two countries. Now, the new route will connect Novorossiysk, and this is a strategic port on the Black Sea in Lagos, and this will be to Lagos in Nigeria, and the service is expected to launch in mid-June. Future expansion plans may also reach Senegal. Russian officials say that the shipping line will enable exports of agricultural goods, machinery, and transport equipment to Nigeria. In return, it will allow Russia to purchase cotton from a fellow West African state, Mali, regional staple with an annual output of over 650,000 tons. Now, beyond commerce, Moscow and Abuja are strengthening ties in other areas as well. Last month, Russia's Deputy Defense Minister, Yunus Bekirov, has met with Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, and they discussed expanding a 2021 defense deal involving training, logistics, and equipment support. Financial ties have also deepened. Earlier this year, Russia added Nigeria to its list of countries eligible for currency trading in its banking system. And the move coincides with Nigeria's entry into the BRICS group as a partner nation. It became the second African country after South Africa to join the bloc in January of this year. Traditionally, Nigeria has maintained strong ties with the West. President Bola Tinubu currently chairs ECOWAS, the regional bloc from which military-led states like Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso have withdrawn. Now, these junta states have already turned toward Russia, cutting ties with Western partners. Now, with Nigeria opening a new chapter with Moscow, could this shift reshape the geopolitical landscape of West Africa? And now we look at the West African nation of the Ivory Coast, where a major trafficking ring has been busted. At least 33 victims were rescued after police raids. Most people belong from entire West African region, from Ghana, Togo, Benin, and from Burkina Faso. Now, according to an announcement by Interpol, the victims had been lured by fake lucrative jobs in Canada. It was a trap, and the victims were instead held captive in the Ivorian city of Abidjan. Now, the scheme tricked people into paying hefty sums, up to $9,000, to traffickers who posed as job recruiters. And once these victims arrived in the Ivory Coast, the reality was far from what they were expecting. Now, Interpol report says that the victims were abused. They were forced to live in controlled environments. On top of that, they were being used as pawns to lure more candidates to this vicious scheme. Now, to make it look more legitimate, the victims were made to pose in luxurious hotels and restaurants. They were asked to upload these to social media to give the impression of how they were living in Canada. Now, this trafficking operation came to light after authorities in Ghana were alarmed by the father of two victims. That tip-off led to a joint investigation. Now, the Ghanaian and Ivorian police then launched a crackdown. Raids on 2 locations were carried out in February of 2025, and that's what led to the rescue of the 33 individuals. Ivory Coast's national director has praised this teamwork. After being rescued, these individuals were handed over to non-governmental groups for care. Interpol says that scams like these are increasingly getting common across West and Central Africa, and the region has seen a surge of such exploitative practices. Programs promising fake jobs, especially in Canada, the US, and Europe, are posing to be a threat. Now, to counter this, several countries have initiated measures. In 2024, over 300 people were arrested in similar campaigns. Interpol plays a key role to counter these threats. It facilitates intelligence sharing, joint communication, and connects police forces of nearly 200 countries. The latest case has shed light on the economic hardship and limited jobs in West Africa. Those factors fueled the demand for overseas opportunities.
We realize that we have a very important resource called the human resource, and we can be able to export our labor and make a lot of money as a result. So it's a resource for us. So it solves 2 problems for us. One, the high unemployment rate is able to be tackled because we have more people who are getting out of university with degrees, diplomas, engineers, doctors, nurses, journalists than there are available positions to fill. And number 2, we are able to provide the employment to overseas countries that need this labor, and in return we are getting a lot of foreign exchange coming into our country, where we're getting remittances into a country that is very helping us in our forex and helping us stabilize our foreign exchange.
Traffickers prey on these hopes and aspirations and use sophisticated tricks like social media and emotional manipulations to extort money. And for our final story, let's talk about diamonds. These precious stones, forged under extreme pressure, have been coveted for centuries. But have you ever wondered where the earth hides its most valuable treasure? It's Botswana, home to the richest diamond mine on the planet. A mine that's not just producing gems, but fueling a nation's rise 1 carat at a time. Our next report takes you inside Wagah, the world's richest diamond mine, which is transforming a country.
Diamonds, the precious stones that have fascinated humankind for centuries. They form under extreme pressure and heat deep within the earth, taking billions of years to emerge. And while diamonds themselves aren't rare, the ones with that perfect clarity, cut and size, those are the true gems. And they're valued accordingly. But have you ever wondered where the world's most valuable diamonds come from? Enter Botswana, the world's second largest diamond producer. It's home to a landmark site known as the Prince of Mines, the Jwaneng Gold Mine. The mine is nestled inside an ancient volcanic crater 170 kilometers southwest of Botswana's capital, Gaborone. It is operated by Botswana, a joint venture between global diamond giant De Beers and the Botswana government. Estimated to be around $1.7 billion, Jwaneng is the richest diamond mine on earth. The name Jwaneng means a place of gems in Setswana, and it's no exaggeration. The mine sits atop a kimberlite pipe, a volcanic channel that transports diamonds from deep within the Earth's mantle to the surface. Discovered in the 1970s, operations officially began in 1982, and it's been sparkling ever since. In 2023 alone, Jwaneng produced 13.3 million carats, solidifying its title as the world's most valuable diamond mine. The economic impact has been astounding. The mine has generated over $96 billion in revenue since its inception, powering Botswana's transformation from a low-income country to a thriving middle-income nation. And this isn't just mining, it's high-tech extraction. Gigantic drills, monster trucks, and state-of-the-art X-ray and laser sorters all work to unearth nature's most glamorous treasures. And when it comes to the environment, Jwaneng leads the way. It has become Botswana's first mine to receive ISO 14001 certification for eco-friendly practices. The future of the mine looks even brighter with the Cut9 project, a $1.71 billion initiative. The mine's life is now set to stretch until at least 2035, adding an extra 53 million carats to its legacy. And as of January 2024, an underground expansion is underway. It's expected to create thousands of jobs and generate nearly $22 billion in the coming decades. Unlike many mines around the world, Jwaneng has been praised for its responsible practices, investing in education, healthcare, housing, and even wildlife preservation. Jwaneng isn't just a mine, it's a national treasure, a global model for sustainable mining and a beacon of possibility in the heart of Botswana.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. 2 days after the Pahalgam terrorist attack, India's Prime Minister has vowed retaliation. Prime Minister Modi has warned Pakistan of punishment beyond imagination. It was a message to all, to Indians, to Pakistan's leaders, and to the rest of the world. India is preparing a response on many fronts. We will bring you up to speed. Among the diplomatic moves is the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty that has withstood all previous attacks and wars. Now, India has suspended it. We'll tell you why this is a big blow to Pakistan. In Islamabad, the farce continues. First denial, then rage, and the suspension of the Shimla Agreement, which they never honoured in the first place. Will the world continue to indulge them? The Taliban of all has condemned this attack. Why has the Pakistan Army Chief gone silent after stoking terror? Islamabad threatens to use force. The first casualty of a clash would be their economy, which is already on life support. A special report on how Kashmir is faring 2 days after the attack. In other news, Donald Trump has made a dramatic retraction from 245% tariffs to exploring a special deal with China. In the Gaza war, a plot twist. Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas calls Hamas sons of dogs. And Donald Trump clashes with Zelensky yet again, saying it's easier to deal with Putin. All this and more coming up.
उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi always speaks in Hindi. At the United Nations, he delivers speeches in Hindi. At the White House, he spoke in Hindi. And at home, it's the same deal. He never veers from Hindi. But today he did. The Indian Prime Minister was speaking at an event in the state of Bihar. It was his first speech after the Kashmir attack. During this address, the Prime Minister switched to English for a short but powerful message. Listen to this.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
Why this rare change? Because this was not just a message to Indians or even to Pakistanis. This was a message to the whole world. India is going to hunt down the people behind Tuesday's attack. The attackers, their sponsors, the plotters, everyone. And the wording was sharp. Prime Minister Modi promised to pursue them to the ends of the earth. It's a clear declaration that borders do not matter. If the culprits are in Pakistan, they will be hit. It's only a question of how and when. Right now, India is preparing on two fronts. The first is military moves. We are seeing anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. In Udhampur, security forces targeted terror hideouts. One soldier was killed in the gunfight. In Poonch, another operation is underway. The army is looking to flush out terrorists hiding there. These are dense, hilly areas. So the operations will be long and draining. Outside Kashmir, bigger preparations are underway. Today, the Indian Navy conducted a test. It fired a missile from the INS Surat. Now, the INS Surat is an indigenous missile destroyer. It shot down a fast, low-moving target. Take a look at this. There is some background here. Pakistan issued a maritime notice yesterday. They're doing live fire drills in the Arabian Sea for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Their plan is to test a surface-to-surface missile, and that is why India carried out its own test. What India fired is called an interceptor missile. Its job is to shoot down incoming projectiles. So India is covering all its bases. As for the retaliation, there is no consensus yet. Some experts are expecting India to hit back in days. Others say it could take weeks. And naturally, the government is silent. They will keep all plans under wraps. But India's former army chief has proposed a strategy. I'm talking about retired General M.M. Naravne. Let me quote from what he said. In the aftermath of the attack, Pakistan will be on guard, knowing that it is now in the crosshairs. Let them be on tenterhooks for a while till they start jumping at shadows. Meanwhile, we must build up global support through political, diplomatic and military channels of communication for our retaliatory measures for when, not if, happens. Let me simplify that for you. The general wants Pakistan to stew. In the meantime, he is asking India to build up diplomatic support. Then, when Pakistan least expects it, hit back. Which brings us to India's second front, building political support. This involves moves at home and abroad. Today, the defense minister chaired an all-party meeting. He briefed the opposition on the Kashmir attack. The idea is to ensure that everyone is on the same page. During such times, political parties do unite behind the government. But it's also important to keep them in the loop. And same thing abroad. You just heard Prime Minister Modi's speech in Bihar. That was India's declaration of intent. Next comes consensus building. Today, the Foreign Secretary of India invited envoys of G20 nations for a briefing. Representatives of all major powers were briefed. Germany, the UK, Japan, Russia, France, the European Union, even China. They were all briefed. Chances are this is the first step. We may also see the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister get busy on the phone. They may want to keep India's partners in the loop. In fact, Prime Minister Modi had 2 phone conversations today with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, the final decision must be New Delhi's. Other countries will try to discourage India, and that has been the pattern in the past too. The world knows that both India and Pakistan are nuclear powers, so leaders across the world are scared of a nuclear escalation. But New Delhi should stand firm. Just like it did in 2016 and 2019, there must be a firm response against Pakistan. The public expectation is something deadlier than a surgical strike or an airstrike. Let's see which way India goes.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer.
India has fired its first diplomatic salvo. In response to the Pehalgam terror attack, the first wave of diplomatic measures was launched yesterday. Visas for Pakistani nationals have been cancelled, a key border checkpost has been closed, Pakistani military advisors have been expelled, and Indian diplomatic staff in Islamabad is being reduced. But among all the moves, there is one that stands out. India has suspended the Indus Waters Treaty, a treaty that withstood 6 decades of hostility, 4 wars, and years of cross-border terrorism. In all these years, the Indus Waters Treaty was never touched. But that changed yesterday.
The Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance with immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism.
It will be held in abeyance, is what he said. That basically means a pause or a suspension. The Indus Waters Treaty was signed in 1960. It was brokered by the World Bank. The idea behind it was quite simple. 6 rivers are part of the Indus River system. After the partition of India and Pakistan, most river origin points fell within India. A system was needed to share these waters. The Indus Waters Treaty gave that system. It established a framework for water sharing between India and Pakistan. And here is how it works. 6 rivers were evenly divided. The eastern rivers, Ravi, Beas and Satluj, were allocated to India. India has exclusive access to their waters. Similarly, the western rivers were all allocated to Pakistan, that's Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. India retains limited rights over the western rivers. It can use some water sometimes, but the conditions are quite strict. India can access these waters from the western rivers for stuff like irrigation, transport and hydropower. More importantly, it cannot divert the flow. And Pakistan needs access to these rivers. They irrigate, the Pakistanis, they irrigate nearly 80% of their cultivated land using these waters. That's around 16 million hectares. These rivers are a lifeline for Pakistan, and India's decision to suspend the treaty would hurt Pakistan's access. New Delhi cannot terminate this treaty. There is no exit clause. So neither country, neither India nor Pakistan, can abrogate the treaty unilaterally, but India can still exercise some options. Number one, it can halt the flow of these waters. India can stop releasing controlled water from dams, like the Baglihar Dam on the Chenab River. This will not stop the natural flow of the river, but it's going to reduce the controlled supply. What does that mean? What is controlled supply? Basically, India can stop releasing the extra water stored in dams. Currently, India manages this flow. It is crucial for Pakistan's farms and cities. They need this water for irrigation, also to meet their drinking water needs. Without India's supply, the rivers will still flow, but Pakistan will receive less water. So that's one option, to restrict the flow of water. The second option is strategic acceleration. India could fast-track infrastructure on the western rivers. It can build storage dams. It can set up more hydroelectric projects. India shares data with Pakistan on the flow of water. This can be stopped immediately. India could also deny access to project sites. Pakistani officials regularly visit dams under construction. Those visits may now be blocked. So India has a lot of flexibility. By suspending this treaty, India gets multiple options. Some are measured, others are extreme. For decades, the Indus Treaty was sacrosanct. Even after terrorist attacks, even during wars, water was never used as a weapon. But that era may now be coming to an end. The attack in Pahalgam has changed the rules. New Delhi has signaled that old constraints will no longer apply. And what is Pakistan's response? Well, they've issued a sharp statement. It said, and I quote, "Any attempt to stop or divert the flow of water belonging to Pakistan as per the Indus Waters Treaty and the usurpation of the rights of lower riparian will be considered as an act of war." An act of war is what they're calling it. New Delhi has not responded to this statement, but the suspension of the treaty is just one part of India's retaliation. Diplomatic steps will be followed by military action. Pakistan has been warned. Have you heard of schizophrenia? It's a serious mental illness. It distorts how a person thinks, feels, and perceives reality. You see things that aren't there. You believe things that never happened. Basically, you behave like Pakistan. Its leaders sound like serious cases of schizophrenia. Because right now, they seem to be living in delusion. 26 tourists were murdered in India's Kashmir. They were gunned down in cold blood. All signs, all evidence point straight across the border to Pakistan. But instead of remorse, what do we hear from Islamabad? Rage. They have once again slipped into their favorite role, the role of the aggrieved neighbor. Yesterday, India announced the first retaliatory measures against Pakistan, and today, Islamabad is responding. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif convened the National Security Council. They met for a few hours, and they have come up with a list of moves. This is what they've decided. Closing the Wagah border, suspending all visas under SARC, expelling Indian diplomats, declaring Indian military advisors persona non grata, reducing High Commission staff in India, closing the airspace to India, and halting all trade. If it sounds very similar, it is because it is. This reads like a tit-for-tat checklist. It is meticulously drafted to match India's tone and to overwhelm it. But there's one point that stands out, and I will quote from the Pakistani statement. Pakistan shall exercise the right to hold all bilateral agreements with India, including but not limited to Shimla Agreement, in abeyance. Basically, what it means is this: Pakistan has suspended all bilateral deals with India, including the Shimla Agreement. It is perhaps the most controversial move of all. The Shimla Agreement was signed in 1972. This was after the 1971 war, which Pakistan lost. Its core principle was simple. India and Pakistan would resolve their disputes peacefully and bilaterally, without the involvement of third parties. This is what the agreement said. It led to the definition of the LOC, the line of control, the de facto border between the two countries. So what does the suspension mean? In real terms, it doesn't mean very much. The agreement was already fraying. Pakistan has rarely honored it, neither in spirit nor in practice. But symbolically, it is a rupture, a signal that Pakistan is no longer interested in even pretending to seek peace. So yes, the decision carries symbolism, but it also reeks of hypocrisy. Look at a statement from a Pakistani senator. He called the Pahalgam attack a false flag operation. He said it was orchestrated by the Indian army. So according to him, India killed its own people. That's the story they're selling. I'm not sure what's worse, the delusion or the sheer audacity. Here's another gem. Pakistan's defense minister says he has some classified information. It is this man, Khwaja Mohammad Asif. He says India is planning acts of terrorism in various cities around the country. I will say that again. India is planning acts of terrorism in Pakistani cities. This is a country that has harbored and sponsored terrorists for decades. Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism. It is now accusing the world's largest democracy of plotting terror attacks. The irony writes itself. The global press is describing Pakistan's actions as reciprocal. India expelled Attari, so did Pakistan. India is reviewing water rights. Pakistan calls it an act of war. But reciprocity implies equal stakes. That both sides are reacting from the same ethical platform. The fact is they are not. India is responding to a deadly terror attack on its people, on its soil. Pakistan is responding to being called out, to being exposed. That difference is significant and it matters. So the question now is not whether India will respond again. The real question is whether the world will continue indulging Pakistan's schizophrenia. A state that speaks the language of peace while renting out its backyard to those who wage war. No wonder the world is weary of its narrative, and to be honest, the script has become too predictable. Terror strikes, condemnations are tweeted, India blames, Pakistan denies, Islamabad retaliates not against the perpetrators, but against India. And then there's a lull until the next attack. Maybe it's time we stopped calling this a cycle, because that word implies inevitability. What's happening here is not inevitable. It is engineered by Pakistan. It is time to hold them accountable.
We are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life.
The attack may have happened in Kashmir, but make no mistake, it was plotted in Rawalpindi. That is where Pakistan's real leader holds court. I'm talking about their army chief, General Asim Munir. He was visiting Central Asia yesterday. He met the president of Kazakhstan in Astana. But today he was back in Islamabad. Just look at him in Pakistan's national security meeting, a pen and notepad in hand. He is writing down what Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is saying. It has to be the biggest farce in the world. Everyone knows who calls the shots in Pakistan. It's certainly not the Prime Minister, it is the army chief. And his intention was quite clear last week. General Munir fired a warning shot at India. He called Kashmir his country's jugular vein.
Government's stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Days later, the Pahalgam attack happened, but since then, he's been silent. No bravado, no tall claims, and no hate speeches. General Munir has let the government do the talking. Frankly, it's classic Rawalpindi tactic. They plot terror attacks across the border, and when things get serious, they curiously go silent. The question is, what does Asim Munir want? Does he want a full-fledged confrontation? Does he want a flare-up? Does he want a distraction? Or does he want a resolution? The first scenario appears unlikely. Pakistan's military is already stretched. They're facing challenges along the borders with Iran and Afghanistan. Plus, there is a militant threat in Balochistan. So I'm sure General Munir has read some history as well. He was too young in 1971 to remember what happened. Pakistan surrendered to the Indian military. That's what happened in 1971. So General Munir cannot risk a full-fledged conflict with India. If common sense prevails, that is. What about a flare-up or distraction? Well, a flare-up would be a distraction, and General Munir could use that right now. The Pakistan army does not have the grip on power it once did. Recent political events have turned many Pakistanis against them. We saw that in 2023 when Imran Khan was arrested. Thousands of his supporters hit the streets in protest. They also targeted military offices. Those protests really shook the Pakistan army. Because until then, the army was beyond doubt or protest. A sort of sacred institution in Pakistan. They lived with that illusion. It was broken 2 years back. And since then, it's been a downward spiral. The economy is mostly in the dumps. Investors and allies have largely run away. And the provinces are in rebellion. You saw the train hijacking in Balochistan last month. It was a brazen and risky attack. And it was not a one-off. Pakistan logged, listen to this, they saw more than 1,100 terror attacks last year. It was the highest in more than 10 years, 1,100 attacks in 1 year. Of course, these were done by bad terrorists, not the good kind who slaughtered innocents in Kashmir, because that's how Pakistan sees terrorism. The good ones attack India, the bad ones attack Pakistan, but that's a story for another day perhaps. The point right now is Pakistan's security situation is pretty bad. The army has been unable to keep people safe. Actually, forget people. Soldiers and police officers are among the biggest victims of these attacks. So the Pakistan army cannot even keep itself safe. And finally, you have the Imran Khan factor. His supporters have not given up the fight. His party remains immensely popular across Pakistan, which is why Asim Munir would love a distraction. A face-off, but not a war. A response from India would give him that. A cause to rally all Pakistanis, a chance to boost the army's morale and popularity. But will it work? For a few months, maybe. In the long term, no. Pakistan and India have chosen very different paths. In India, we are having all-party discussions. In Pakistan, their top opposition leader is in jail. In India, Kashmiri Muslims stood up against the terrorism. In Pakistan, the army chief praised the two-nation theory. In India, the army awaits the Prime Minister's order. In Pakistan, the Prime Minister awaits the army's order. Only one of these systems is designed to win, and that is India's. General Asim Munir can sponsor terror to hide his failures, but he won't succeed for long. His speech last week reeked of desperation. His silence now exposes it. Of all things absurd, this next story truly takes the cake. The entire world has condemned the terror attack in Kashmir. But there is one statement that stands out, a statement from the Taliban. They too have condemned it. More importantly, they say it destabilizes regional peace. This is a group known for suicide bombings, stonings and executions. They now say they are disturbed by violence. Is this a shift or just a new strategy in an old game? Because while the Taliban talks peace, US weapons are still making their way from Afghanistan to Kashmir. In fact, American-made M4 carbines were used in the latest attack. So can the Taliban really sell peace while still selling guns? Our next report tells you.
26 tourists gunned down on a holiday. It doesn't get more tragic than this. And while India reeled and the country seethed and scrambled for answers, here's a statement that made people do a double take. The Taliban has condemned the attack. You heard that right. The Taliban has condemned this terror attack. And here's a line that stands out. Such incidents undermine efforts to ensure regional security and stability. Yes, that Taliban, the same group that blew up schools in Kandahar, that banned music, that turned soccer stadiums into execution arenas, that gave Osama bin Laden a safe sanctuary. That Taliban wants us to know that it is condemning the attack. And it isn't just condemning the attack, the Taliban is disturbed by violence and concerned about regional peace. But is the world supposed to take this at face value? You see, the Taliban came to power in 2021. It was a sudden power grab. The US military was forced to retreat. This was a very hasty withdrawal. The US military left behind weapons, and a lot of them at that. For the last 4 years, these weapons have been flowing from Afghanistan to the global market. Basically, the Taliban is selling them. And who are the buyers? Well, anyone who's willing to pay the price. Insurgent groups, terrorists and militias. Many weapons even made their way to India's Jammu and Kashmir. So from the United States to Afghanistan and then to Kashmir via Pakistan. These weapons are being used by terror groups, the likes of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. The valley is flooded with US M4 and M16 assault rifles. In 2023, the Indian Army said that they're seeing these weapons for the first time in Kashmir. And now look at the latest attack. The terrorists used AK-47 rifles and American-made M4 carbines. But this isn't the first time the M4 was used. In 2024, terrorists used the M4 for an attack on a tourist bus in Riyasi. That same year, the M4 carbine was used in the Kathua attack where soldiers were targeted. There's also Afghanistan's strained relationship with Pakistan. There have been frequent border skirmishes. Pakistan expelled Afghan refugees. There were border closures, and all of this has disrupted business and trade. The two sides have tried a diplomatic reboot, but this attack in Kashmir gives Kabul the perfect opportunity to take a stand. So what do we have here? This is a group that's been at the center of global terror for decades. It's now pretending to be a statesman. The Taliban, who built their power on violence, now claims to be a voice for stability. And yet, the very weapons they profit off, the very networks they enable, the very terrorist groups they've hosted, trained and armed over the years are still active. They are still targeting innocent people in places like Jammu and Kashmir. So if you're wondering why the Taliban would even bother issuing a statement, here's your answer. Because in 2025, optics is everything. Even terror groups want good PR. They want to look moderate, diplomatic, and even reasonable. But make no mistake, this isn't peace talk. This is a mask. The Taliban can write statements, but the world should be reading the fine print.
So even the Taliban has condemned the attack in Kashmir, and that alone shows how isolated Pakistan is today. Since the attack, support for India has been pouring in. A wide range of world leaders have shown solidarity, and this would give New Delhi a lot of confidence to do what needs to be done. But despite everything, Pakistan remains defiant. It is issuing warnings, saying that Indian operations will be met with force. The question is, can Pakistan afford that fight? It is on the edge of financial quicksand. For all its posturing, Pakistan is a pauper state. And in a clash with India, Pakistan's economy will be the first casualty. The signs are already visible. Today, Pakistan's stock market nosedived. The KSE 100 index lost over 2,000 points. Investors were already nervous. India's diplomatic and economic measures added to the panic. And this may just be the beginning. Border trade has been suspended. This directly hits Pakistan's industrial supply chains. In 2024, India's exports to Pakistan reached a 5-year high. This was despite the strained ties. India shipped goods worth over $1 billion, from pharmaceuticals to chemicals to confectionery and sugar. India also imported apparel, salt and cement from Pakistan. Now that flow has stopped, and the impact will be immediate. After the 2019 Pulwama attack, India substantially cut trade with Pakistan. It withdrew Pakistan's most favoured nation status. It raised import duties to 200%. This had a direct impact on Pakistan's exports. They almost collapsed. Look at the numbers. In 2019, exports from Pakistan were close to $550 million. By 2024, they fell to $480,000. So from 550 million to just 480,000. And that gap will only widen now. It will worsen Pakistan's trade deficit. Their cash reserves are already under pressure. We're talking about foreign exchange here. It's the money that a country needs to finance its imports. How much does Islamabad have in the bank? How much money? As of March 21st, when the last release came, Pakistan had a little over $10 billion, which is barely enough to cover 2 months of imports. And even that number is slipping. $540 million was lost in a single week last month. Pakistan had to pay off some loans, and the $540 million went towards that, towards the payment or repayment of a loan. International agencies are sounding the alarm. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has cut Pakistan's growth forecast. It has been slashed from 3 to 2.6%. The World Bank and Fitch have issued similar warnings. Agriculture is stagnant. Industry is shrinking. The Pakistani rupee is expected to weaken further, and jobs remain scarce. Behind this economic slide lies a fundamental truth. This country is under an IMF bailout program. This is Pakistan's bailout number 24. That's the highest number of bailouts for any country ever, 24, in less than 8 decades. So today, every policy decision is tied to austerity. A military conflict would rip through this fragile balance. It would trigger a fresh wave of inflation. It would derail Pakistan's currency. Islamabad would have to divert funds from development projects to defense. Of course, the military won't mind that. Pakistan's generals are used to blank checks. It's the people who pay the price. And the army is willing to impose that cost on them once again to retain its relevance in the power matrix. Back in Kashmir, today shops have opened in many parts. Children were seen going to school. But there were few tourists on the roads. Airlines are operating special flights from Srinagar. More than 11,000 tourists left Kashmir just yesterday, and more continue to follow. Meanwhile, security remains tight across the valley with additional checkpoints and special forces patrolling tourist hotspots. It has been about 2 days since the terrorist attack shook Kashmir. Our next report tells you how it has impacted the valley, its economy and its people.
Flights going to Srinagar empty. The popular Dal Lake deserted. The picturesque tourist hub of Pahalgam, a ghost town. This is the aftermath of a tragedy that has torn families apart. On Tuesday, terrorists opened fire on tourists in Pahalgam. About 2 days later, Kashmir remains on high alert. Security has been beefed up across the valley, especially at vital tourist spots and hotels. There is a large deployment of police, including the CRPF or the Central Reserve Police Force and quick reaction teams which are deployed near tourist hotspots. Special forces and sniffer dogs can be seen patrolling popular tourist areas. Additional checkpoints have been set up on highways and in sensitive areas. Tours to Pahalgam, Doodh Patri and Yusmarg have been restricted by the authorities. So the necessary security measures are in place. Yet, understandably, an environment of fear persists for the tourists. Yesterday, people were seen leaving in droves, in cabs, on buses and flights. After the initial price hike and a warning from the government, airline prices dropped. Air India and Indigo, which are operating in the region, have increased the number of flights. They have started operating special flights. 59 flights left from Srinagar yesterday, and about 11,000 people, mostly holidayers, flew out of Srinagar. And it has continued today. Hundreds of tourists returned home as governments from their resident states help in their evacuation efforts. But some are unable to leave, given the poor internet access in many areas, limited information, rush for flight tickets and road restrictions.
हमारा 7 दिन का प्रोग्राम था, वो हमने कैंसिल करके इस समय हम भद्रवा में हैं और यहाँ से वापसी जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन चारों तरफ से रास्ते बंद हैं.
Many tourists are now staying indoors, cooped up inside hotels, desperately waiting for their vacation-turned nightmare to get over. They are eager to return home, and this is bound to hurt Kashmir further. After shutting down markets, businesses and schools on Wednesday in protest over the attack, life has resumed in many parts of Kashmir. Students in Srinagar were seen walking to their schools this morning. But what you will hardly see on the roads are tourists, and local businesses are feeling the pinch. Tourism contributes to more than 8% of Kashmir's GDP. About 60% of the population is directly or indirectly linked to it. Over the last 3 years, tourism has risen by 15%. But after the horror on Tuesday, many tour companies say that they have seen a 90% cancellation. As shops shut their doors and transportation becomes tough, prices for some essentials have increased overnight. Locals say the transport fares have doubled in some parts. The cowardly attack on civilians has left the country engulfed in grief. While Kashmir maintains its resolve to fight terror, it's also bracing to battle the ripple effects of the horror that shattered dozens of lives.
Our next story is from the United States of America. The White House is making a stunning U-turn. President Donald Trump is having a change of heart. Last week, he roared about crushing China with tariffs. Now he's singing a softer tune and slashing tariffs drastically, from 245% to 50 to 65%. That's what reports say. 50 to 65, a massive drop from 245% and a dramatic retreat. What explains this? Is it economic reality or a calculated move in a high-stakes trade war? The answer is, it's a bit of both. 2 weeks ago, Trump declared war from the White House. He announced sweeping tariffs on China, 145% on all Chinese imports, 245% on some Chinese goods, and the result was a massacre. Global markets crashed, almost all indices were in the red, trillions of dollars were wiped out, and what did China do? Well, they hit back with 125% tariffs. Basically, China did not blink. They called Trump's bluff, forcing the US president to take a softer stance. He says he wants to lower the tariffs, but first he wants a deal.
Over the next 2-3 weeks, will be setting the number. And we're going to pick, could be for China too, could be for China. Well, we're dealing with almost all of them. Too many to fully deal with, but we're going to be fair to them. But we're dealing with a lot of countries right now, and could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, a deal.
So from 245% tariffs to a special deal, what is it that forced Trump's hand? The US economy, inflation has spiked, supply chains are choked, recession is around the corner, and Americans are paying the price for their president's bluster. From food to cars to clothing, everything is costlier. Trump calls it short-term pain, but ordinary Americans are reeling. Even Trump's closest ally, Elon Musk, has opposed the tariffs. The trade war has divided the president's team. There have been heated arguments in the West Wing of the White House between Elon Musk and Trump's loyalists. Reports say there was a shouting match. But now the winds are changing. Even pro-tariff advisors are calling for de-escalation, like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the US, the man responsible for America's economic policies. Like his president, Scott Bessent now wants a trade deal with China.
There is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy.
The rollback is not surprising. Donald Trump may be a businessman and a self-proclaimed deal maker, but he's also a politician. He campaigned on America first. That was his promise. But the tariffs have backfired spectacularly. Economic pain has led to political backlash. The US president is under serious pressure at home. At least 12 states have sued his administration. They're challenging Trump's authority to impose sweeping tariffs. The US stock market is jittery. Investors are cheering the possibility of de-escalation, and Trump sees all of this. So he is recalibrating, not completely abandoning the tariffs, but softening the edges. This gives more room for talks. That is already happening in a lot of cases. Countries are lining up to strike a deal with the US, which is what Trump wanted. He wanted business on America's terms. So what does this de-escalation mean for the world? First, the global economy could get a breather. Second, nations that Trump likes could benefit. For example, India. The US says the first trade deal will likely be with India. Vice President J.D. Vance just concluded his visit to India. He was in the country for 4 days. Vance met Prime Minister Modi. They ironed out plans for a trade deal, and now Washington says a deal with New Delhi is a priority. So India has navigated the storm well. What about the others? Europe is caught in the middle. They are hoping for a deal, but Trump is not really playing ball. And then there's China. They're in no mood to compromise. But they've also welcomed reports on the US lowering tariffs. China says it is open to trade talks. At the same time, it is being cautious because Trump remains unpredictable. One tweet, one interview, and the trade war could be back. The US president's backtracking is less about a victory for China and more of a reality check for Washington. Supply chains and economies are connected more than ever. You cannot just slap tariffs and expect factories to relocate overnight. These things take time. The trade war may have looked good on paper, but the battlefield turned out to be quite messy. Now let's turn our attention to the war in Gaza. It has witnessed a plot twist. Mahmoud Abbas has spoken up. Abbas is the president of the Palestinian Authority. Since Hamas took control of Gaza in 2007, Abbas has governed parts of the West Bank. Most Palestinians have criticized him for not taking action and for not speaking up enough. But now he has. He has lashed out against Hamas in his most furious speech since the war broke out. Mahmoud Abbas has called Hamas, and I'm quoting, sons of dogs, who must hand over control to Gaza, and stop giving Israel excuses to continue the war. Here's a report.
Hamas, the sons of dogs. We aren't saying this, Mahmoud Abbas has. He's the president of the Palestinian Authority. He spoke at a meeting of the Palestinian Central Council in Ramallah. He lashed out at Hamas and delivered a slightly out-of-character, fiery speech.
Every day, there are hundreds of deaths. Why? You sons of dogs, hand over what you have and get us out of this. Don't give Israel an excuse to continue. Don't give them an excuse.
Harsh words against Hamas. In fact, the harshest since the war in Gaza broke out 18 months ago. Here's some context. The Palestinian Authority, led by Abbas, has governed parts of the West Bank since Hamas took control of Gaza in 2007. For decades now, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority have been at odds, and no unified leadership has overseen both Gaza and the West Bank. Hamas has accused the Palestinian Authority of collaborating with Israel, while the PA has regularly insisted that it can take over governing post-war Gaza, but for most Palestinians, Abbas is irrelevant. He has been criticized for not speaking up enough, for not taking enough action. He is effectively seen as ineffective. But now, he seems to be speaking up.
Hamas must end its control over the Gaza Strip, hand over the Strip entirely with all its affairs, and also surrender its weapons to the Palestinian National Authority. No self-respecting state has two sources of arms.
He has said that Hamas has given Israel excuses to attack Gaza. He demanded that the group release the hostages it is still holding. He wants Hamas to disarm. He wants the group to give its weapons to the Palestinian Authority and hand over control of Gaza to end the war with Israel.
Yet Hamas has given the criminal occupation excuses to commit its crimes in the Gaza Strip, the most prominent being the holding of hostages. Why have they taken them hostage? Just hand them over.
Hamas has condemned Abbas's comments, calling them derogatory language towards a significant proportion of his own people. Hamas has called this behavior suspicious, and Abbas's critics may agree. Last month, Israel resumed its offensive in Gaza. Since then, at least 1,928 Palestinians have been killed. Last week, Hamas rejected an Israeli proposal for a new ceasefire in Gaza. It included a demand to disarm in return for a 6-week pause in hostilities and the return of some remaining hostages. Hamas scrapped it, saying that it would hand over hostages when the war ends and Israel withdraws, and it ruled out giving up its weapons entirely. On Tuesday, 10 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike. According to Hamas, it hit a school that was being used as a shelter. According to Israel, it was a hideout for Hamas. On Wednesday, leaders from the United Kingdom, France and Germany called on Israel to end the aid blockade which it imposed in early March. But as tensions soar and amid a renewed push to advance ceasefire negotiations, Abbas is suddenly jumping in the mix. His furious remarks may have made global headlines, but they will have no impact to change the ground reality. They are too little too late at best and noise pollution at worst.
Our next story is about two leaders, Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky. One is a reality TV star turned US president. The other is a comedian turned wartime leader. Put the two together and what do you get? Drama. You may remember Trump scolding Zelensky at the White House. This was in February. They're now trading barbs again, this time over Crimea. Trump wants Ukraine to recognize Crimea as Russian territory. He believes this will end the war sooner. Zelensky says Crimea is a part of Ukraine and Kiev will not negotiate. Now Trump has hit back. The US president says Russia is easier to deal with and Zelensky has no cards to play. This clash is bigger than two men. Our next report has more.
Where do you go when you're craving some drama? Is it Netflix? YouTube? Or your office cooler? But how about the White House? Has the U.S. president's residence ever crossed your mind? Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office has been nothing but a roller coaster ride. And one leader who wasn't ready for it was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. You may remember what happened on February 28th. Zelensky visited the White House. What was meant to be a meeting to boost U.S.-Ukraine ties turned into a shouting match. Trump accused Zelensky of deliberately refusing a peace deal, wishing for the war to continue. Zelensky tried to put his point across, but he was cut short by the U.S. president and his vice president.
You don't have the cards right now.
A month later, ties began normalizing. The Trump administration increased talks with their Ukrainian counterparts. Both sides are making progress, until last night when Trump lashed out at Zelensky again. The U.S. president took to Truth Social. He wrote, and I paraphrase, Zelensky should accept that Crimea is Russian territory. This will end the war faster because Zelensky is the man who has no cards to play. Trump also said that it was easier to deal with Russia than it was to deal with Zelensky. So Trump is openly chiding Zelensky. He says Zelensky could have made a deal and stopped the war. His includes accepting that Crimea is part of Russia. But this time Zelensky has hit back, firmly and publicly.
Ukraine does not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about. This is beyond our constitution. It's our territory, the territory of the people of Ukraine.
The Trump administration was quick to retaliate.
The president's frustrated. His patience is running very thin. He wants to do what's right for the world. He wants to see peace. He wants to see the killing stopped. But you need both sides of the war willing to do that. And unfortunately, President Zelensky seems to be moving in the wrong direction.
The clash between Trump and Zelensky may seem personal, but its impact is global. This is not about Crimea. It is about power, pride, and priorities. Trump wants a quick win, something he had promised Americans. This requires Russia and Ukraine to agree to a ceasefire. But Zelensky is fighting for survival. He wants to go down as the hero of Ukraine, who did everything for his country. But do you know who benefits? Russia. President Vladimir Putin is seeing these spats and smiling. He is looking to cash in on the divisions by launching more attacks. Only this time, Trump has called out the Russian president. Trump wrote on his Truth Social, I'm not happy with Russia. Vladimir, stop. So after claiming it was easier to deal with Putin rather than Zelensky, Trump has issued a rare criticism of the Russian president. So it's not just the war in Ukraine that's dragging on. Looks like the drama between Trump, Zelensky, Putin is also far from over.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The U.S. Foreign Affairs Committee corrects a New York Times headline on the Kashmir terror attack. Thousands pay tribute to Pope Francis after his coffin is placed at St. Peter's Basilica. Turkish opposition supporters march to Ataturk's mausoleum despite a ban. And Brazil serves legal summons to former President Jair Bolsonaro in his hospital bed. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1955, the Bandung Conference came to an end in Indonesia. It was a meeting of 29 countries of the global south, most of them newly independent. The conference condemned the growing camp politics of the Cold War. It led to the foundation of the non-aligned movement. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Birinci meclisten Anıtkabir'e kayıtsız şartsız kurtuluş yok tek başına. Sevgili Ankaralılar, bugün Türkiye'nin gözü kulağı birinci meclis.
A situação é que eu tomar ciência dos termos da acusação e a intimação do senhor apresentar a defesa.
Mas uma medida de força. Qual hora para o município? Que horas? 12h47. O nome da senhora, por favor?
Cristiane.
Cristiane, desculpa mais uma vez, tá?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. And today, Donald Trump looks for an off-ramp, and Elon Musk heads for the exit. We begin here in Washington, where reports say the Trump administration is considering slashing tariffs on Chinese goods, in some cases by more than half. China is currently facing up to 245% tariffs on imports to the United States, but the base tariff on most products being 145%. But now the Trump administration is seeking to reduce them to around 50 to 60%. The White House is considering tax reductions in a bid to de-escalate tensions with Beijing that have roiled global trade. In fact, on Wednesday, the president said he gets along well with Chinese President Xi Jinping and wants to make a fair deal with Beijing.
No, I haven't brought it down. I haven't brought it still 145. I haven't brought it down. I said it's a high tariff. It is a high tariff, but I haven't brought it down. It basically means China's not doing any business with us, essentially, because it's a very high number. But we get along. I get along very well with President Xi, and I hope we can make a deal. Otherwise, we'll set a price, and hopefully they'll come here and they'll contribute. And if they don't, that's okay.
Trump's remarks followed optimistic comments he made on Tuesday suggesting a deal to lower tariffs on China was in fact possible. Beijing responded by saying the door was wide open for trade talks with Washington. However, it did accuse President Trump of exerting extreme pressure, which is hampering trade negotiations between the world's two largest economies.
If the U.S. truly wants to resolve issues through dialogue and negotiation, it should stop making threats and resorting to coercion and engage with China on the basis of equality, mutual respect, and mutual benefit. Saying they want to reach an agreement with China while continuing to apply maximum pressure is not the right way to deal with China, and it will not work.
Meanwhile, direct talks between the U.S. and China to tackle the fentanyl crisis are not moving forward in the way they should. Reports say the two sides are exchanging intelligence about traffickers, but Beijing's proposals to solve the crisis have so far not been adequate. Washington has accused Chinese exporters of providing chemicals to drug traffickers who use them to make synthetic opioids, which are then smuggled into the United States. However, China has long defended its drug laws, saying America must handle its own addiction woes. And now, with the fentanyl talks hanging by a thread, it remains to be seen if President Trump and President Xi will reach an agreement to end the brutal trade war and bring relief to global markets. And staying in Washington, Tesla CEO Elon Musk is taking a step back from the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, the entity tasked with slashing federal spending and government workforce. In a recent Tesla earnings call, Musk told investors that his around-the-clock work at DOGE would be reduced to just 1 or 2 days each week starting this May. The billionaire added he would give more attention to his electric car company, which is undergoing a major sales slump.
The large slug of work necessary to get the DOGE team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done. So I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so, and as long as it is useful. But starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla.
Musk's unexpected remarks came amid Tesla investors begging him to scale back from President Trump's controversial project and focus more on Tesla. In fact, on Tuesday, the automaker reported its profits fell 71% over the first 3 months of this year. The report revealed Tesla's total revenue decreased by 9%, and car sales revenues plunged 20% in the first quarter of 2025 compared to last year. Analysts have largely pinned the blame for Tesla's sale drop on Musk's role in the Trump administration, which has also led to protests outside Tesla showrooms and vandalism at its facilities in recent weeks. Musk's public disengagement from Washington has now left DOGE without a clear driver, potentially slowing down its momentum. In fact, reports say the members of the Trump cabinet could soon regain power over the department's operations, reasserting control over both federal spending and staffing. Musk's department is reportedly deeply unpopular among Trump's cabinet secretaries, who see DOGE workers as encroaching on their traditional authority of hiring and firing employees. However, President Trump says that the contradiction in such reports remains, saying that he would like to keep Musk for a long time.
I heard him say that he'll start easing, he was always at this time going to ease out. And when he goes back to Tesla, that'll be taken care of. It's artificial. These were sick people that thought they were doing something. He's a great patriot, and it shouldn't be the way, that should never have happened to him.
With Musk's public pullback from DOGE, a lot of people at the White House are now breathing a sigh of relief. Though one can't help but wonder that with Musk reducing his time at DOGE, is this the beginning of the end of his relationship with the president? And in the aftermath of the deadly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam region, where at least 26 tourists were killed by Pakistan-linked terror groups, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has finally broken his silence. His response on Wednesday followed widespread criticism over the deadly delay, especially with other global leaders having already condemned the attack.
I am horrified by the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir, a senseless and shocking act of violence that has killed and injured innocent civilians and tourists. Canada strongly condemns this terrorist attack. We offer our condolences to the victims and their families.
Prime Minister Carney's statement came hours after his political rival and Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre condemned the attack early Wednesday. Poilievre's prompt response highlighted the delayed reaction from the Canadian Prime Minister, who was the last among the G7 leaders to condemn the terror attack.
I condemn in the strongest terms the horrific terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir that took the lives of innocent civilians, including tourists and families. Our hearts are with the victims, their loved ones, and all those affected. Canada stands united against terror in all its forms.
The delay in response from Prime Minister Carney sparked criticism from several Indo-Canadian community members who expressed frustration over the silence from Canada's top leadership. Meanwhile, tensions within the Indo-Canadian community have been further aggravated by a recent incident in Surrey, British Columbia. Just 2 days ago, vandals defaced a Hindu temple with pro-Khalistan graffiti. According to temple authorities, 2 unidentified individuals targeted the place of worship, spray painting the word Khalistan on the entrance and pillars.
We strongly condemn this hateful act of vandalism and theft,
which is not only a crime but a direct attack on a sacred space that serves as a spiritual and cultural center for many families, including elderly members and children.
Now, this is not the first time incidents of this nature have stirred political and social unease within Canada's multicultural communities. In fact, just last Monday, a Sikh temple in Vancouver was also vandalized by pro-Khalistan graffiti. The vandalism of both Hindu and Sikh places of worship has united many Hindu Canadians and Sikh Canadians in their call for immediate action from the authorities. So with federal elections scheduled for next Monday, all eyes are now on how Carney's Liberal Party addresses both domestic and international concerns raised by recent events. Colombia's former foreign minister has accused President Gustavo Petro of being a drug addict. In a public letter, the ex-minister claimed President Petro disappeared for 2 days during an official trip to Paris back in 2023. The accusation has caused a political uproar, with opposition leaders demanding drug and psychiatric tests. Now, even though President Petro denied the claims, he did not address them directly. Instead, he clarified, saying he spent time with his family while in Paris. The controversy comes as Colombia faces record cocaine production under President Petro's leadership. Here's more on the bombshell allegations.
Colombia is in political turmoil. A dramatic letter has set the nation alight. Former Foreign Minister Alvaro Leiva has accused President Gustavo Petro of drug addiction. In an open letter to Petro on X, Leiva detailed troubling behavior and one mysterious disappearance. According to the ex-minister, the president vanished for 2 full days in Paris without any explanation, with no schedule, and certainly without any trace.
It was in Paris that I was able to confirm that you had a drug addiction problem. Your recovery, sadly, has not taken place.
Calling it an embarrassing moment, Leiva didn't stop there. He also listed missed meetings, strange speeches, and erratic trips. He claimed Petro often arrived late, spoke incoherently, and traveled without purpose. In his letter, he cited unease and bewilderment followed Petro across continents. President Petro did fire back, but not with facts. He turned to sarcasm. Doesn't Paris have parks and museums? He asked on X. Aren't my granddaughters more interesting than the letter's writer? He added. But the public wasn't convinced. Neither were lawmakers. Demands for drug and mental health tests flooded in. This isn't just anyone, said Congresswoman Catherine Miranda. It's the president. But the ex-foreign minister is no saint. In fact, Leiva's own career adds to the drama. Though a conservative, he served Petro loyally. He negotiated peace, defended policy, stood beside him until now. Earlier this year, Leiva was suspended. A passport contract scandal forced him out. Petro called it political sabotage, but since then, Leiva's tone has shifted. His hints have grown sharper, and now they have exploded. The accusations come as Petro faces scrutiny over drug policy. Back in February, he called cocaine is no worse than whiskey. He even argued for its global legalization and claimed the only reason it's illegal is that it's made in Latin America.
Cocaine is illegal because it is made in Latin America, not because it is worse than whiskey. If you want peace, you have to dismantle the business of drug trafficking. It could easily be dismantled if they legalize cocaine in the world. It would be sold like wine.
Under his watch, cocaine production has surged. In 2023, Colombia produced 2,600 tons, the most in its history. Armed groups continue to control vast drug territories, and violence has displaced thousands in areas like Catatumbo.
Unfortunately, the deterioration of the humanitarian situation continued in a large part of the country during 2022, in some regions of the country in particular. which we have noticed since 2018. We are talking about humanitarian consequences such as massive displacement, confinement, individual displacement, attacks against health personnel, against those who provide health care, disappearances.
Tensions have also spilled across borders. In January, Petro clashed with Donald Trump over deportation flights. Trump then threatened sanctions, which made Petro back down. But then came the final twist, when he claimed the US revoked his visa.
I can no longer go, because I believe they took away my visa. I didn't need to have one, but anyway, I've already seen Donald Duck several times, so I'll go see other things.
With the spotlight back on Petro, his vanishing act in Paris has triggered more than gossip. It's become a question of truth or cover-up.
And today we end with the first family's youngest son, Barron Trump. Being a college freshman is never easy, and it's even trickier when you're the son of the U.S. president. At New York University, Barron Trump is finding creative ways to stay in touch with friends while keeping his privacy intact. With Secret Service always nearby and security concerns top of mind, he's ditched his phone number and picked up an Xbox controller instead. The youngest Trump is turning to gaming platforms like Xbox to stay connected on campus. Here's more from New York.
College can be a big adjustment for any freshman, even more so when you're the son of the US president. We're talking about 19-year-old Barron Trump. He's currently navigating student life at New York University with one key difference: the constant presence of Secret Service agents and a need for privacy. Instead of relying on traditional communications methods, Barron Trump has found a workaround that fits right into Gen Z's digital lifestyle. He's reportedly using his Xbox to communicate with his friends. Barron reportedly is steering clear of sharing his phone number for security reasons. Reports state that him sharing his personal number creates more trouble than it's worth, with the risk of the number leaking and potentially leading to endless unsolicited calls. It seems easier to avoid it altogether. Earlier, reports came out suggesting that Barron has been connecting with friends online through Discord, and now he's been using Xbox. Known more for its role in gaming than casual conversation, Xbox allows for private voice and text chats. It's a discreet way for the NYU freshman to maintain a social circle without compromising his safety. A report stated that it's his communication platform of choice. He's still troubleshooting, but it works for now. According to reports, Barron only shares his Xbox gamer tag with people he knows. He also reportedly ensures a degree of control over who he talks to. It's part of what reports call gamer bro culture. It's a familiar and private setting where friends can keep in touch through game chats instead of group texts. In an earlier interview, Barron's father, US President Donald Trump, had commented on his son's tech-savvy nature. He had shared an instance where he thought he had successfully turned off his son's laptop, only to find Barron had already turned it back on. The president asked, "How did you do that?" Barron's response, "None of your business, Dad." Trump described his son as someone with unbelievable aptitude in tech. Take that, like everything Trump says, with a pinch of salt. For Barron Trump, finding normalcy in a not-so-normal college experience means adapting to new ways of staying connected. Even if it means logging into Xbox instead of simply sending a text. While his security detail may keep him physically distant from typical student life, the virtual world offers him a space to communicate and bond with close friends on his own terms.
That's Firstpost America for this Thursday, April 24th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus is on a major breakthrough in the DRC conflict. The DRC government and M23 rebels have announced a halt to fighting that has killed over 7,000 people this year. The government of the DRC and the M23 rebel group have issued a landmark joint statement declaring a ceasefire in the eastern region while they pursue a permanent truce. The M23 has taken control of strategic mineral-rich areas, with neighbouring Rwanda accused of supporting the rebels. The surprise announcement came after mediation talks led by Qatar. The Gulf state is known for mediating several international conflicts. Qatar last month facilitated a rare meeting between the Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and the Rwandan President Paul Kagame. The meeting opened the door to direct talks between the DRC and the M23. Despite Congo's long-standing position of refusing negotiations with the group, the M23 and the DRC government have been engaged in direct talks in Doha. The statement called the talks frank and constructive. But as per reports, there were disagreements. Discussions were stalled over technical issues, and tensions flared over potential confidence-building measures, such as the release of prisoners linked to Rwanda and M23. Still, Qatar managed to pressure both sides into issuing a joint statement to keep working toward peace. The agreement sparks hope that this latest round of violence in a decades-long conflict tied to the 1994 Rwanda genocide might finally ease. The DRC accuses Rwanda of supporting the Tutsi-led M23 group, while Rwanda claims its forces are acting in self-defense against Congolese troops and Hutu militia linked to the Congolese. Now, the UN and several Western governments have backed Congo's allegations, citing evidence of Rwandan troop support to M23. But the conflict isn't just about politics. It's also about minerals. The M23 controls key zones rich in rare earth minerals, and Congo accuses Rwanda of using the rebels to plunder these minerals for global markets. Rebels have seized strategic towns, including Goma, Bukavu, and other mining hubs. Over 6 ceasefires have collapsed since 2021. While both sides now claim to be working toward a permanent truce, UN officials report fresh clashes in Walikale, which is a strategic mining region. The M23 recently withdrew from the area, calling it a goodwill gesture before peace talks. So, will the landmark agreement between the DRC and the M23 hold this time? Or will the fragile peace remain under threat? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Eric Ndushabandi, Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Rwanda and Associate Researcher at the Oclovian in Belgium. He is joining us live from Kigali in Rwanda. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you very much for having me.
What are the key terms of the agreement between the DRC government and the M23 rebels? And how likely is it that both sides will adhere to this ceasefire in the long term?
Thank you very much. When you read this agreement, you can find that this is a very historic and decisive moment when we're talking about a conflict for many decades, as you said. This is linked to colonial legacy with separation of borders, where we left some Kinyarwanda speakers from one side in the DRC, from Zaire, and for other side in Rwanda. These have been a long-run conflicts where discrimination was linked with bad governance in this Eastern Congo for long. So when you look at the terms of the agreement, you can see that there were different way or understanding of this conflict and the way this can be resolved. When you see this from the last few years, I have said M23, a rebel group which is focusing on defending rights of those Kinyarwanda speakers, Tutsis, and the other Congolese, by the way, claiming for a radical change, a revolution, a systematic change. I think we can see that they have been claiming for resolving this conflict through dialogue and peaceful means. But the government of DRC was in the side of military means to resolve this. And this agreement is coming to bring together, the mutual understanding and share the commitment to go for peaceful solutions. And for these peaceful solutions, now we are seeing Qatar coming in, a new actor, by the way, compared to these traditional actors we used to see in this Great Lakes region, colonial masters, Belgium, France, or Washington, and other actors who have been very influential in the region. So Qatar is emerging a new actor in this way, and besides the linkage we know between Qatar and the US. So I think this peace talk couldn't be facilitated by anyone else who could be very neutral as Qatar in this business. But I know Qatar had very deep ties and the relationship between Rwanda and Congo. But having Qatar in this talk as a facilitator is a new element. So what we have in this agreement, we can see a joint or committed orientation to dialogue and peaceful solution, which will go through a process of putting in place the truce and towards the ceasefire. But beyond this, you can see in the agreement that they are going deeper, engaging all communities and going to address root causes. When you touch at root causes, it means you go for a nation-building process. Peace is not elite around the papers, but peace is about those people who lost this peace for decades. So engaging in root causes, it means addressing the constraint linked to governance and discrimination, corruption, which have been very determinant or factors behind this conflict. So engaging in this and engaging communities in the process, it includes media, religious leaders. This we can read in the agreement, and I think the process is long than just signing an agreement and going for sharing position. It is committing to go deeper to address root causes. These have been, by the way, the demand of IFC M23, and I'm hoping that this will be. So the second question around how I can see the future. You know, this agreement, it is not the first one the DRC signed around this problem. We know M23 is coming from an agreement signed in 2009. So this requires a strong leadership and coherence between actors around the leadership in Congo. The coherence here will be the legitimacy of Tshisekedi and the power to go in parliament, judicial system to negotiate all conditionalities.
Yes, Doctor.
IFC M23 is putting in place here. And then the regional dynamics and international support.
Dr. Ndushabandi.
Yes.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa.
I thank you very much.
Shifting focus to a regional powerhouse now, South Africa hosted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today. Zelensky's visit to South Africa is his first Africa trip in his presidency, but it turned out to be a brief one. Zelensky is cutting short his trip amid fresh Russian strikes back home. Russian missiles have pounded Kiev, causing several casualties. But before flying back, Zelensky has met with President Cyril Ramaphosa who is the current chair of the G20 presidency. He briefed him on the current situation and rallied global diplomatic support.
Due to the Russian attack, I have decided to shorten the program of my visit to your beautiful country. But I leave our Minister of Foreign Affairs to show our respect and to conduct all the meetings that we have planned and which are very important on the level of our minister, with the regional leaders and also with the students of your country. We are grateful to you for your support for Ukraine.
But even this short window holds a strategic punch. Except for a brief stop in 2023, Zelensky has never visited the continent. Zelensky's visit comes at a time which is crucial. Russia has been rapidly increasing its footprint in Africa. It has been partnering with African countries, signing defense deals and energy deals. And some experts believe Putin wants to be Africa's hero. It's believed that Zelensky is trying to counter Putin's outreach. When Russia invaded Ukraine 3 years ago, South Africa had refused to condemn the operation. Many Africans abstained from UN resolutions denouncing Russia's military campaign. That's when Ukraine pivoted toward an Africa strategy. So Zelensky's visit to South Africa is not just a handshake tour. It's an effort to flip Africa's diplomatic balance. For Zelensky, his country has not just fought on the battlefield, but also on a global stage, trying to secure support from international players who are fully not on its side. Now, this brings us to another angle of the story. The US, which had backed Kiev, is not the same anymore. Now, under Donald Trump's leadership, bilateral ties between the two sides have suffered massive blows. Trump has suspended military aid to Ukraine. That has severely hampered its supply of weapons amidst a war. As Ramaphosa hosted Zelensky, he also held a phone call with US President Donald Trump, and the two talked about the war in Ukraine. Ramaphosa also says that both agreed to meet soon to address the various matters regarding US-South Africa relations, which have nosedived over South Africa's land reforms in recent months.
I had an opportunity to speak to President Trump yesterday, or this morning rather, to discuss the peace process in Ukraine. We both agreed that the war should be brought to an end as soon as possible to prevent further death and destruction.
For Ukraine, South Africa's support is crucial. Pretoria is the loudest voice in the continent. It is the first African nation to hold G20 presidency this year. It's also heavyweight in the BRICS group that consists of Brazil, Russia, India, and China. By appeasing Ramaphosa, Zelensky is hoping to leverage an access to Russia that South Africa has through BRICS. Experts believe Ukraine is trying to make use of South Africa's friendly relations with Russia. That's the role Zelensky is expecting from Pretoria, to take Ukraine's matters to Putin and to help it reach a peace deal. In 2023, Ramaphosa led a peace mission. He visited both Russia and Ukraine to de-escalate tensions. However, that didn't lead to any breakthrough. Ukraine did appreciate Ramaphosa's peace efforts, but it wants more than that. Ukraine has pledged to also increase its embassies in Africa. Zelensky has been keen on visiting Africa for a long time, but there were no formal invitations. But as he makes his first visit, Putin will be watching it closely. It will be a test of how far Ukraine can push into a Russian-friendly nation, and we will continue our coverage as this story unfolds. And now shifting focus to Kenya, where police have recovered bodies from a church in a case echoing the horrors of a doomsday cult that shocked the nation 2 years ago. Kenyan police have recovered 2 bodies and rescued 57 people from the premises of St. Joseph Missions of Africa Church in the Migori County. As per reports, 1 body was found lying on the floor of a prayer room, dressed in a white robe and wrapped in a grey sheet. The 57 survivors appeared weak and frail and were taken to a nearby hospital. but refused medical treatment. Instead, they began singing religious songs, claiming the Lord will heal them.
These officers requested him to be taken to the hospital, but he did not accept. He refused. He said that he has strong faith, he will be okay, his Lord will heal him. But from that day up to yesterday, he was well, walking. So yesterday in the morning, he called me and told me, my child, we are here with you. I'm the one who has been here with you. Protect my body from the outsiders. Don't let my brothers come and take out my body outside this compound.
Authorities say the cause of death remains unknown and investigations are ongoing. But the incident strongly recalls the infamous Doomsday Cult case in the Shakahola. In 2023, over 400 bodies, nearly half of them children, were exhumed from Shakahola forest in eastern Kenya. The mass deaths were linked to Paul Mackenzie, the leader of the Good News International Church. He is accused of ordering his followers to starve themselves and their children to death to meet Jesus before the world ended. Mackenzie and his associates face multiple charges, including murder, manslaughter, torture, and terrorism. But he has denied all charges. The case is still in court. Kenya is a highly religious country. The majority of its population identify as Christian, but many of Africa's evangelical churches operate independently, with little to no oversight from the trustee boards or congregations. Pastors in these settings often hold unquestioned power. They claim spiritual gifts like miracles and prophecies. This lack of accountability has contributed to a rise in cult-related incidents. In another case, the televangelist Ezekiel Adero was arrested in April of 2023 in connection with alleged mass killings linked to his mega church. He was later released on bail, and investigations are still underway. So, as authorities continue the probe, the shadow of the Shakahola Doomsday starvation cult still haunts Kenya. Questions remain about how many more unregulated religious groups may be operating in the dark and how soon before tragedy strikes again. And on to the final story of the day. What we are about to tell you will look like it was an online hack, but in reality it was just a horribly misplaced tap. On Tuesday night, Nigeria's Interior Ministry, yes, the one that charged with keeping law and order, found itself at the center of a social media storm. Its verified account on X randomly reposted a nude photo of an adult film star. Her name is Lena Hensonu. No caption, no explanation, just a full-blown explicit post sitting proudly on a government handle. And it stayed there. Not just for a few minutes, but for 15 hours. Users were first confused, then amused, and finally outraged. By the time it was taken down on Wednesday morning, the damage was done, and the internet had taken notice. Netizens had turned it into a national joke. One user went on to say that Nigeria has added a new department. The post read, Ministry of Pornography Watches. The Ministry of Interior is no small arm of government. It oversees internal security, civil registration, border management, and more, which is why many were stunned as the blunder occurred. Now, the general online narrative remains comedic, but some opinions have taken a serious turn. This might not have been the first time an official handle has slipped up, but it might be the first time a government ministry left a pornographic post up for over half a day. There's still no official word from the ministry, though. The post was silently deleted, and their feed returned like nothing had happened. But netizens aren't buying this silence. Some think it's a misclick by a staff member. Others believe the admin of the page forgot to switch accounts. While the post is now gone, the screenshots remain. As for the one who committed this digital faux pas, they are probably writing a detailed resignation letter right now. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. 3 days since the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is in war mode, with ceasefire violations along the line of control and military supply lines being activated. India too has mobilized resources and launched exercises to simulate high-intensity conflict. We'll tell you how the Air Force is better equipped and better prepared compared to its last operation in 2019. That's when India launched the Balakot strikes and demolished terror camps in Pakistan. Meanwhile, the government is keeping all political parties in the loop with meetings and briefings and an honest admission that there was a security lapse. New Delhi is also rallying diplomatic support. The impact of its first measures is beginning to show, with airlines taking longer routes to avoid the Pak airspace and Pakistani citizens scrambling to leave India before the 48-hour deadline. Amid all of this, Islamabad continues to deny and deflect. It is, in turn, blaming India for killing its own people in what they call a false flag operation. Tonight, we repeat what we've said all along. Terrorism emanating from Pakistan is not just a threat for India, but the whole world, and the West needs to wake up to this reality. Stop their power politics and end military support to the Pakistan army. Also, look at the money trail. How is a country that survives on bailouts and handouts being able to sponsor terrorist groups? Where is the IMF money going? Also in focus, Donald Trump's rare rebuke of Putin, who is set to win the Canada election, and how the Pope's funeral will be an awkward meeting of world leaders. All this and more coming up.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers.
Kashmir is on edge. 3 days after the terror attack in Pehalgam, tensions are rising. The India-Pakistan border is volatile again. Yesterday, Pakistani troops opened fire, yet another unprovoked attack. Pakistani forces used small arms. They targeted multiple locations on the line of control. This is a serious breach of the ceasefire agreement, an agreement that was reached in 2021. Now Pakistan is violating it. So first a provocation with a terror strike, then an escalation on the border. The Indian Army responded swiftly. Thankfully, there were no casualties. But this is not over. Islamabad is preparing for a bigger conflict. Pakistan closed its airspace to all Indian airlines. Behind the scenes, military supply lines are being activated. Refineries have been told to boost fuel production. They have been asked to beef up fuel stocks like high-speed diesel for army mobilization and aviation fuel for Pakistan's Air Force. Also, petroleum imports have been fast-tracked. So across the board, the Pakistani military is on high alert. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all units of Pakistan's military are being mobilized. The fight is escalating on the diplomatic front as well. 2 days ago, India decided to suspend the Indus Waters Treaty. This is a 6-decade-old water-sharing pact between India and Pakistan. New Delhi has decided to suspend it. Yesterday, this was officially communicated to Pakistan. that India has put the Indus Treaty on hold. In response, Pakistan's government is lashing out. Their foreign minister says Pakistan is at war with India.
लो इंटेंसिटी जंग जो है हिंदुस्तान जो है टेररिस्ट वॉर जो है हमारे खिलाफ ऑलरेडी लड़ रहा है। तो अगर उन्होंने इसका जो स्केल जो है ऊपर करना चाहा तो हम तैयार हैं उसके लिए, किसी को शक नहीं होना चाहिए। और हम अपने मुल्क की सरजमीन के लिए, अपने मुल्क की हिफाजत के लिए किसी इंटरनेशनल में प्रेशर में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Pakistan's power minister took this a step further. He accused India of water warfare. He claimed, and I'm quoting, "Every drop is our right," and threatened to take the matter to global courts. But this rhetoric cannot mask the reality. The evidence and facts point to Pakistan, and the world is watching. Pakistan's National Security Committee has met in Islamabad. Their response? Denial. They called the attack a false flag operation by India. But again, the evidence speaks for itself. The terrorists belong to the resistance front, a new terror group, but a group with old roots. It is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, a group that has operated from Pakistani soil for decades. Its networks, training, support all trace back across the border. India's army chief was in Srinagar today. His name is General Upendra Dwivedi. He chaired security briefings and visited the Pehalgam attack site. Meanwhile, the hunt for the attackers continues. Today, a major blast took place in Kashmir's Pulwama. The target was the house of Asif Sheikh, one of the terrorists involved in the Pahalgam attack. Security forces had reached the site for a search operation. During the operation, they spotted suspicious objects. So soldiers retreated for safety, and seconds later, a massive blast ripped through the building. The house was badly damaged. It is believed that explosive material was stored inside. Asif Sheikh's name has already surfaced in the attack. He is believed to be one of the 7 terrorists involved. The other name that has been confirmed is Adil Tokar. His house too has been destroyed. All 7 are still at large. Indian security officials have announced a bounty, $23,500 per head for any tip that leads to an arrest. The first priority is to catch these terrorists. It has been 3 days. They're still on the run. They must be caught, and India cannot stop at that. A comprehensive response is needed, a crushing blow that sends a message to Pakistan and its terror proxies. So the military preparation is underway. Chances are we will see a strike in the coming days or weeks. At the same time, political work is also happening. Yesterday, the government convened an all-party meeting. Leaders of 15 parties were present. The meeting was chaired by India's defence minister. Also present were the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister. This meeting kicked off with a presentation by the Intelligence Bureau Chief. He described how the attack unfolded. He also spelled out the immediate response. The government made 2 main points yesterday. One, the attack was intended to disrupt Kashmir's progress. The valley was seeing a tourism bump. Clearly, the terrorists wanted to stop that. They wanted to vitiate the atmosphere. And second, that a firm response would follow. The government promised a zero-tolerance approach to terrorism.
सरकार का आतंकवाद के खिलाफ ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी के बारे में शुरू में बताया कि एक घटना बहुत दुखद है, उसके वजह से जो देश भर में सब लोग चिंतित हैं, उसको लेते हुए भारत सरकार ने और भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का मंशा को भी आज जताया है.
Of course, details of the response were not discussed, and the opposition did not push for it either. The Congress party joined the government in condemning the attack. They promised full support for any move.
यूनिफॉर्मली कंडेम किया है सबने जो हुआ है.
और पूरी सपोर्ट किया ऑपोजिशन ने सरकार को कोई भी एक्शन नहीं.
Some questions were also raised. The Congress asked why Prime Minister Modi was not present in the meeting. Several parties also flagged the possibility of a security lapse, and reports say that the government admitted it. As you know, the attack happened in Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley. Now, this valley is usually closed during the winter. It opens only in the month of June. But this year, it was open in April. Tour operators began taking bookings from the 20th of April, and the government was not aware of it. Hence, the security lapse. All in all, the meeting lasted for around 2 hours. Afterwards, we saw a united front. In Jammu and Kashmir, another all-party meeting was organized. This one involved parties active in the region, like the National Conference, the Congress Party, the BJP and the PDP. Their leaders condemned the Pahalgam attack. They called it an attack on Kashmiriyat, which is the Kashmiri way of life.
Such cowardly acts of brutality against peaceful citizens have no place in society and are a direct assault on the values of Kashmiriyat and the idea of India, which have long been a symbol of unity, peace and harmony in the region. We stand unwavering in our commitment to support all efforts to bring these perpetrators to justice.
Some Kashmiri students have reported harassment. Such cases have been seen in Dehradun, Chandigarh and Noida. Jammu and Kashmir groups say that they have received more than 1,000 distress calls, and this issue also came up in the meeting. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah flagged the attacks. He says he's in touch with his counterparts. Now, all these political moves may seem time-consuming and unnecessary. You may think, why talk instead of hitting back? But this process is very important. For starters, it sets us apart from the likes of Pakistan. In Islamabad, there is no such consensus. Their opposition leaders are in jail and the government takes orders from the army, an army that the people of Pakistan increasingly do not support. In New Delhi, things work differently. It works like a democracy is supposed to work. Secondly, political consensus is key for military action. It ensures that everyone is on the same page, that all parties speak in one voice. This gives the government confidence to take bold steps. It also boosts the morale of the armed forces. And that was the biggest takeaway from yesterday's meeting. Yes, the opposition had questions. Yes, they raised some concerns. But in the end, there was unity on display, which is very different from the scenes across the border. Unity is a key weapon in a country's arsenal, and India is armed with it.
All stations, all stations.
The more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. You may have heard this before. It means training and readiness in times of peace are crucial for success in wartime. And India has been preparing, both before and after the Pahalgam attack. Yesterday, the Indian Air Force launched Exercise Akraman. The word Akraman literally translates to attack. The exercise comes right after the terror attack in Pehalgam. As Pakistan increases ceasefire violations, India is preparing for an escalation. Rafale and Su-30 jets are in the skies. Here's what we know about the exercise. Here's what it is about. It's about precision strikes, air dominance sorties, and integrated warfare. The aim? To simulate a real-time high-intensity conflict. So the message is loud and clear. India's military is switching gears to offensive mode. The drills are taking place over central India. The Indian Air Force has mobilized its strike force. We told you about the Rafale and the Su-30 jets. Fighter pilots are practicing complex missions, like long-range missions and airstrikes in mountainous regions. The idea is quite simple. Practice to breach enemy lines and deliver a deadly blow. Does it sound familiar? It should, because this is a doctrine that India has used before. I'm talking about the Balakot strikes from February 2019. That's when the Indian Air Force bombed terror camps deep inside Pakistan. You may remember the terror attack in Pulwama. A suicide bomber attacked a convoy of Indian security forces. 40 soldiers were killed, 40. All fingers pointed to Pakistan, from funding to training the suicide bomber. India was shocked and angry. And 12 days later, India retaliated. Mirage 2000 jets crossed into Pakistan. They bombed Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camps in Pakistan's Balakot. The mission lasted a total of 21 minutes. It was the first airstrike on Pakistani soil since 1971. A bold move that shattered Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. Balakot was not just a military strike, it was a message. India's doctrine and threshold both had shifted, and terror would be met with force. What came next was an air skirmish, where India lost a MiG-21. Balakot was a tactical win for India, but it also exposed a few gaps, like lack of joint planning, delays in intelligence sharing, and the need for modern air power. Remember, all of this happened 6 years ago. India took the lessons and began the work, and look at what has changed since then. Starting with the defense budget. India's defense budget has grown from $42 billion to $75 billion. That's a jump of nearly 82%. Modernization has been relentless. India has invested heavily on offensive capabilities. The Air Force now has Rafale jets. These jets can carry 2 lethal weapons. The first is the Meteor. This is a long-range air-to-air missile. It can hit targets more than 150 kilometers away. The second is the Scalp missile, a long-range air-to-ground missile. It can take out terror camps 500 kilometers away. The absence of Rafales was felt in Balakot, but now India has them. It has also upgraded other platforms. Long-range missiles and bombs have been integrated into the Su-30 jets, like the Astra, India's homegrown long-range air-to-air missile, and the BrahMos, a supersonic cruise missile that has 99.99% accuracy. Apache attack helicopters are now in the ranks. The transport fleet has newer aircraft. So India has invested in its offensive capabilities. What about defense? India did not have its best anti-aircraft system in 2019, but now it is fully operational. I'm talking about the S-400 air defense system. They can take down targets 400 kilometers away, which is basically every Pakistani airbase. Every Pakistani airbase is in range. The S-400 was missing in 2019, but now it is fully deployed. And these are just a handful of upgrades. A lot has changed since Balakot. India's surveillance network has expanded with satellites and drones. Procurement for the armed forces has significantly increased. We already told you about the Air Force's purchases. The Army and Navy have also made major procurements, like the Pinaka rocket systems, aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. Even the infrastructure has been expanded. Border roads are wider. Air bases and logistical hubs have been upgraded. Weapons manufacturing has seen a 174% rise. 174%. And you know what has been the biggest change in the last few years? The mindset. The political will to strike back and the military's resolve to hit with precision. Since Balakot, India's approach has been clear. Offense is the best defense. It is a signal to Islamabad. India's patience is not its weakness. India is ready to respond to terrorism on its terms and at a time of its choosing. Have you ever wondered who pays for Pakistan's terrorism? Who is funding the terror factories? This country is broke. Pakistan is the most bailed out country in the world. The IMF has stepped in to rescue it for a record 24 times. That is the highest for any country ever. 24 bailouts. They survive from bailout to bailout. Their economy teeters on collapse. Their foreign reserves are thin. Public debt is crippling. And basic state services run on external aid. Despite all of this, their terror infrastructure continues to thrive. So again, who funds them? Where is the money coming from? In 2023, the US published an assessment. 41 terror groups remain active in Pakistan. 41 groups. We know that they have the backing of the Pakistani state, but their money comes through multiple channels. Donations, extortion, and a shadow network of illegal money transfers. These are time-tested strategies. Groups like the Al-Qaeda took these methods a step further. That's Osama bin Laden's group. They had some fancy arrangements in place like front companies. These are companies that look like legitimate businesses, but they're not. They act as a front for a terrorist group. Front companies exist to hide illegal operations. They move money without generating attention or without attracting attention. They have offices, they have staff, but it's all a facade. Al-Qaeda mastered the system. It built a web of companies across sectors. A holding firm called Wadi al-Aqiq, a construction company called Al-Hijra, agriculture firms Al-Thimar and Al-Mubaraka, investment companies Laden International and Taba Investments, even a leather company and a transport service. They all looked legit, they all operated openly, but their purpose was singular and sinister: to move money to terror groups, including those operating in Kashmir. They bankrolled terrorism and bloodshed. So that's one method of funding, creating front companies. Another method is Hawala. It is the most consistent funding channel for terrorists. Again, what is Hawala? It operates like a parallel banking system, but outside any formal regulation. There is no need for a bank account. There is no digital record. Cash is moved using code words and phone calls. And the funds are untraceable, because effectively, this is black money being moved around. The system moves cash across borders in complete secrecy. In Kashmir, Hawala is a lifeline for terrorist groups. Exporters under-invoice their goods. The rest of the money is diverted to terror financing. The ISI uses this system, that is Pakistan's infamous spy agency. Over time, this network has also evolved, with terrorists now trying digital systems. In Pakistan, groups like the TTP have appealed for funds through cryptocurrency. TTP is the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, an extremist group. Telegram messages have asked supporters to donate via Binance accounts. Others used Monero, which is a privacy-based digital currency. This system is designed to evade detection. According to one claim, terror groups in Pakistan are also using mobile wallets and local digital banking networks. Once set up, these systems are hard to trace and even harder to shut down. The structure is complex, the strategy is clear. Pakistan's terror groups are built to survive sanctions, and they're funded to outlive crackdowns. So what can India do about it? India can follow the money, cut the funding at its source. And that means putting a spotlight on Islamabad, exposing its murky finances. In the past, India has turned to the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. It is a global watchdog for terror financing. For many years, Pakistan was grey-listed by the FATF. This made it harder for them to get international loans. But with the help of partners like Turkey and China, Pakistan has managed to get out of the grey list. It is time for India to make a renewed push, show the world where its money is going, how Pakistan is using aid to fund terrorism, and demand more scrutiny into the finances of what is clearly a terror state. On Wednesday, India announced its first set of diplomatic measures. Yesterday, Pakistan hit back with retaliatory steps, and the first impact of it is showing. India has asked Pakistani citizens to leave the country. They have 48 hours to do so, and many were seen scrambling to get to the border. Meanwhile, Pakistan has closed its airspace to India. Basically, no Indian flights will be able to fly over Pakistan. This is not the first time this is happening. After the 2019 Balakot strikes, Islamabad took the same measure. Indian Airlines ended up losing 700 crore rupees. So what will it be like this time? Our next report tells you.
The sky looks like one vast, endless canvas. But look closer and it's crisscrossed with invisible highways, lanes in the air, drawn not by wind or weather, but by geopolitics and grudges. And for Indian Airlines, one of the most crucial lanes runs straight through Pakistan. It's a natural and more efficient route westwards, making the journey to West Asia and Europe shorter.
Airspace.
On Thursday, Pakistan closed its airspace to India. Basically, Indian airlines can no longer fly over Pakistan, which means they are being forced to reroute. How will it impact them? Well, there will be additional flight times, higher fuel burn, increased costs, and a growing sense of déjà vu among India's aviation executives. After all, this isn't the first time it's happening. In 2019, India hit terror camps in Balakot with airstrikes. Soon after that, Pakistan closed its airspace to India. According to estimates, Indian Airlines lost around 700 crore rupees then. This is due to longer journeys and higher fuel expenses. And while Indian planes are now being forced to zigzag their way around the subcontinent, foreign carriers can still fly over Pakistan. That gives them a distinct cost and time advantage. For example, a Turkish Airlines flight from Istanbul to Delhi remains on the same route. An Air India flight covering a similar route, not so much. So Indian Airlines will feel the pinch. The last time this happened, it took 5 months for Pakistan to fully reopen its skies. This time, no one knows how long the closure will last. So there will be some chaos in the skies. Meanwhile, on the ground, the situation is already chaotic. On Wednesday, India cancelled visas for all Pakistani nationals. They were asked to leave the country in 48 hours.
Pakistani nationals will not be permitted to travel to India under the SAARC visa exemption scheme visas. Any SVAS visas issued in the past to Pakistani nationals are deemed cancelled. Any Pakistani national currently in India under SVES visa has 48 hours to leave India.
The SVES system allows 24 categories of individuals to travel without a visa. This includes dignitaries, judges of higher courts, parliamentarians, senior officials, businessmen, journalists and sportsmen. That deadline is now looming, and many of them are scrambling to reach the border. Indian government sources suggest that Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to all chief ministers on the issue. He has asked them to identify all Pakistani nationals in their respective states and take steps to ensure their prompt return to Pakistan. For those on medical visas, there's a slight extension. But the clock is ticking for everyone else. So, up in the skies, flights are taking the longer route. And down on the ground, people are being shown the door. But the fallout is just beginning. And no one knows how far this could go in the coming days.
If all of this feels familiar, that's because it is. India has danced this grim duet with Pakistan far too many times. Every time there's an attack like this, Pakistan pulls out its tired old playbook. Deny, deflect, blame India, invoke Kashmir, and call for dialogue. And when pressure builds, Islamabad reaches for the usual script. Lashkar-e-Toiba? Never heard of it. Jaish-e-Mohammed doesn't exist at all. But this time the mask slipped, and it slipped a little too far. Pakistan's National Security Council met yesterday. They did not call for calm. They did not condemn the attack. They decided on tit for tat. And after that, there was a press conference. That's where Pakistan's true colors came out. Their foreign minister was addressing the media, a man called Ishaq Dar. And this is what he had to say.
Those who carried out attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pehalgam district on 22nd April might be freedom fighters.
He called the terrorists freedom fighters, not extremists, not even non-state actors, just straight up freedom fighters. Usually calling the slaughter of unarmed civilians an act of freedom would be political suicide, but in Pakistan it was just another Thursday. Because for decades, they've done the same thing. First, they fund and train terrorists, then they unleash them into Indian territory, and finally they wash their hands off the blood with conspiracy theories. And it's like one such statement was not bad enough, because Pakistan doubled down on it. Their defense minister, Wagah gave an interview to Sky News. And there are a few points that stand out. First, he thinks India staged it. Let me quote what he said. The reaction which came from Delhi is not very surprising for us. We could make out that this whole thing is staged to create crisis in the region. So according to Pakistan's leadership, India did this. India killed its own people to create a crisis. If this is delusion, we would ask them to seek help. But if this is their media strategy, it's not only bad, it is borderline pathological. And Khwaja Asif was not done there. The anchor asked him if Pakistan had a long history of funding terrorism. And listen to what he said.
You do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
Well, that was truly candid of him. This is something that India has been saying for decades. And finally, a sitting Pakistani minister is admitting it on television. Islamabad has been exporting terror for decades now, 3 decades according to Khwaja Asif. So the mask has truly slipped, and how? Is it lack of diplomacy or just bad media training? We will let Pakistan figure that out, but here's a reality check for Islamabad. Terrorism is not freedom. Butchers cannot be heroes. Pakistan can hide behind fake press conferences. They can send their ministers to lie on foreign channels. They can even weave whatever narrative they want, but the truth always has a way of slipping out, and this time it slipped out loud and clear. No amount of gaslighting can erase the facts. No amount of diplomatic posturing can wash away the blood of innocence. So here is the bottom line. You can call them freedom fighters, but the world sees them for what they are, for who they are, terrorists. And sooner or later, even your allies will begin to see it. Pakistan can keep rehearsing the same old script. But India has read it enough times to know how it ends. It is finally time the world catches up. We say the world should catch up. But is the world interested? All indications are no, they're not. They may condemn the terrorists and the attack, but they never hold Pakistan accountable. Just look at the United Nations. They're talking about maximum restraint.
We very much appeal to both the governments of Pakistan and the government of India to exercise maximum restraint and to ensure that the situation and the developments we've seen do not deteriorate any further. Any issues between Pakistan and India, we believe can be and should be resolved peacefully.
How about that? India is the victim here, yet we are being asked to show restraint. Why not lecture Pakistan instead? Why not condemn their support for terrorism? And this is not a new pattern. It dates back to the last century. Pakistan provokes India. India hits back, but the world puts pressure on us to stand down. We saw that during the 1965 war, then again in the 1971 war. In this century, the pressure is even more because now India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. So everyone has the same advice for India. Do not escalate too much. So what are you supposed to do? Should we stand by and watch our people get killed? The fact is, the world has ignored the threat from Pakistan. Some countries have also actively cultivated it. And chief among them is the United States of America. As a country, Pakistan has always relied on foreign assistance and the West has always obliged. I'll show you some numbers. From 1960 to 2002, Pakistan got around $73 billion in foreign aid, $73 billion. Again, the US was the biggest donor. After 2002, this aid ballooned. The US alone gave $19 billion to Pakistan from 2002 to 2010. 8 years, $19 billion, that's more than $2 billion per year. Where did this money go? It was supposed to counter terrorism. But Pakistan covertly supported those same terrorists. Even today, it's the same. In February, Donald Trump approved an aid package for Pakistan, almost $400 million for fighter jets. So you are arming Pakistan, you are giving funds to their army, yet you act surprised and sad when they sponsor terrorists. How many more times do you have to be betrayed? First was Osama bin Laden. The US chased him for more than a decade. And where did they find him? Right next door to a Pakistan military facility. Next was the Taliban. The United States fought them for more than 2 decades in Afghanistan. Pakistan was supposedly helping the Americans. Yet who cheered the Taliban's comeback? The same Pakistan. So it's time for the world to wake up and smell the coffee. This is not a friendly, responsible state. This is a rogue country. Which raises the question, what should the world do? Well, for starters, stop lecturing India. We are the victims here, not the aggressor. If anything, we are doing the world a favor. Secondly, cut off the funding. No more foreign aid or multilateral bailouts for Pakistan. And I know what the critics will say here. What about the people of Pakistan? Why punish them for the army's doing? Well, for starters, there is no evidence that the money is reaching them. Pakistan has got 24 bailouts from the IMF. The only people who seem to be benefiting are the generals. And if 24 bailouts did not work, the 25th won't either. Secondly, what about the people of Afghanistan, the people of Iran or North Korea? Are they not being punished for their regime's crimes? Why is it okay in Iran but not okay in Pakistan? It exposes the hypocrisy of world powers. And finally, it's time to defang the Pakistani army. This is a nuclear power with no stability. Tomorrow, militants could overrun Islamabad and Rawalpindi. If they do, what happens to Pakistan's western arsenal? What happens to their stockpile of nukes? You think those terrorists and militants will only target India? Well, you're mistaken. They will target the whole world. Yet major powers seem oblivious to this threat. They ask North Korea to give up its nukes. They ask Iran to abandon its nuclear program. But Pakistan continues in its merry ways. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Pakistan is like that deranged attacker with a knife. When you face him, you have two options. Either you snatch the knife away with force, or you convince him to drop the knife. Right now, the world is not doing either of those things. Instead, it is asking the victim to calm down. Donald Trump has a message for Russia's president, Vladimir Putin. He says, Vladimir, stop. Yes, that's what the US president wrote on Truth Social, his social media platform. He addressed Putin by his first name for the first time. In public at least. Trump was reacting to Russian missile attacks on Ukraine. He said Putin was not listening to him. And look at the timing. This comes just a day after Trump said that Putin was easier to deal with and that Ukraine was the problematic one. The US president's frustration is growing and showing. He once called Putin a genius. Now Trump says Russia is playing hardball. And all of this is happening on social media, which Putin does not even use. Well, here's the truth. Social media rants won't end wars. Diplomacy happens in person. What will it take for Trump to convince Putin? Our next report has more.
Donald Trump, the self-proclaimed deal-maker, has run into a problem. His quote-unquote friend, Russian President Vladimir Putin, won't listen to him. No, this is not a teen sitcom we're talking about. We're talking about the two largest nuclear powers in the world. In one corner is US President Donald Trump, the man who promised to end the war in Ukraine on day one of taking office.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than one day.
And in the other corner is Russian President Vladimir Putin, the man who has dealt with 5 US presidents since the year 2000, including Donald Trump. And despite differences between the US and Russia, Trump and Putin have built quite a relationship between themselves. Trump often calls Putin a genius, while Putin calls Trump a brave man. And they both say they have close ties. So when Trump took office this year, he was certain that he would be able to influence Putin into ending the war in Ukraine. It has been 4 months now, and a peace deal looks in shambles. Trump first blamed Ukraine. He said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was the problem. On Wednesday, Trump ranted against Zelensky on Truth Social. He said Zelensky had no cards to play. On Thursday, Russia launched a barrage of missiles at Ukraine, and suddenly Trump lost all love for the Russian president. The U.S. president took to social media again. Vladimir, stop. I'm not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv. Let's get the peace deal done. From Putin is a genius to Vladimir, stop this war. Clearly something rubbed the U.S. president the wrong way. Enough to make Trump address the Russian president by his first name, Vladimir. Trump added that Russia was being painful and that Putin was being unreasonable.
I didn't like last night. I wasn't happy with it. And we're in the midst of talking peace and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant. And that's, what he said.
Trump's rant against Putin was on his social media platform Truth Social. But just a day prior, the U.S. president had praised Putin. He had said Russia was easier to deal with than Ukraine. The U.S. president may have chided Putin once, but his barbs against Zelensky have not stopped. Trump keeps blaming Zelensky for not striking a deal 3 years ago. He says the Ukrainian leader doesn't want a peace deal.
I think he wants to make a deal. We're going to find out very soon, but it takes two to tango. And you have to have Ukraine want to make a deal too. And
diplomacy doesn't happen on social media. The war is very much a reality, and Russia says its demands are non-negotiable. If Trump is serious about ending the war, he may have to put down his phone and meet Putin. But the only question is, will Putin listen?
Now let's turn our attention to Canada. It is heading to the polls on April 28th. Canadians will vote in the federal election. This will determine which party will lead their government and which leader is best suited to counter the Trump administration. Because these elections come at a crucial time. After Justin Trudeau's disastrous stint in office for almost a decade and growing tensions with Canada's closest neighbor, the United States. So who are the top contenders? What are the key issues? How should India see this, given the Khalistani vote and influence in Canadian politics? And how does the Canadian election even work? Our next report tells you.
After Justin Trudeau's problematic stint in office for years, Mark Carney was sworn in as Canada's new Prime Minister last month.
I, Mark Carney.
Days later, he called for a snap election. And now Canadians are heading to the polls on April 28th. This federal election will determine which party will lead their government. The Liberal Party, which is currently in power under Mark Carney, or the Conservatives, who hope to return to power after nearly a decade in the opposition. This election is one of the most consequential in years, given the ramifications for Canada's recent shaky relations with its neighbour, the United States, as well as India-Canada ties, which have hit rock bottom in recent months. So let's break it down. How does the election work? Canadians do not vote directly for the Prime Minister. They vote for lawmakers who represent political parties in their district. The party with the largest number of lawmakers elected to Parliament forms the government, and its leader becomes the Prime Minister. So, who are the top contenders for this position? Prime Minister Mark Carney is vying for a chance to continue leading the country. He belongs to the Liberal Party. He's a 60-year-old former bank governor. Though he's a newcomer to electoral politics, he is touting his experience in handling economic crisis.
Yeah, I think Mr. Carney is the new hope, right? He comes with an established track record. Leader of the Bank of Canada, leader of the Bank of England, has led, in really tough economic times.
Carney's main competition is Pierre Poilievre. He has led Canada's Conservative Party since 2022. He has championed free market and denounced wokeism.
Who's ready after this lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime to fire this incompetent government and bring change to Canada?
Poilievre was favoured to win after Trudeau stepped down. But it didn't help that he has been painted as Donald Trump light. Because after Trump's brutal tariffs and threats of annexing Canada as the 51st state, the Liberals stand at 42.9%, while the Conservatives stand at 39.3%. Now Carney is in the lead in this tight race.
This is Canada. We decide what happens here. President Trump has been attacking Canada, America's closest ally, America's closest partner.
He's well spoken and he's ready to put Canada first, I think, and help out Canadians financially as well and take on the United States.
High cost of living, lack of affordable housing, struggling healthcare, and Khalistan terror also loom over the ballot. During the last election, the Liberals fell short of a majority and they relied on the New Democratic Party or NDP for support. It's led by Jagmeet Singh, a Khalistani sympathizer. While India has repeatedly urged Canada to rein in the Khalistan elements, Trudeau simply looked the other way. He faced pressure from Singh. This soured ties between New Delhi and Ottawa, and now it remains unclear if they would improve. While Carney and Poilievre are the frontrunners in this election, other parties are also on the ballot, including the NDP. According to the polls, the NDP trails at 7.2%. By next week, we'll know who will lead Canada for the next 4 years. And Canadians can only hope that if not the best man, then someone willing enough to counter Trump wins.
As you know, Pope Francis died on Monday morning. He will be laid to rest on Saturday in Rome. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to attend his funeral, along with prominent leaders from all over the world, including US President Donald Trump, French President Emmanuel Macron, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Argentinian President Javier Milei. Basically, leaders who usually do not appear in the same room. So it is safe to expect some diplomatic awkwardness at the funeral. Are there plans in place to avoid logistical nightmares? What is expected to happen at the funeral? Also, what comes next for the Catholic Church? Our next report tells you.
As Pope Francis' body lay in an open wooden coffin in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, within the first 24 hours, more than 50,000 people had filed past the coffin. And now, mourners will bid a final farewell to the Pope tomorrow. Pope Francis died on Monday at the age of 88. He will be laid to rest in Rome, before his body is interred in the Papal Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore. A public funeral mass will be held in St. Peter's Square. It will follow a series of centuries-old rituals. It will be more modest than rites for the past pontiffs, and it will mark the beginning of the 9 days of mourning, soon after which attention will turn to the business of choosing the papal successor. The Pope's funeral is expected to be attended by hundreds of thousands of faithful, as well as dignitaries from 170 foreign delegations. Prominent leaders from all over the world will attend the funeral to pay their respects, including US President Donald Trump. His policies on immigration were criticized by the late Pope, but Trump will be in Rome, along with his wife Melania. The attendee list also includes Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, Andrzej Duda, the President of Poland, Indian President Draupadi Murmu, the UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, and Prince William. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva will also be there. He is the president of Brazil, which is home to the world's largest Catholic population, with more than 100 million Catholics. Javier Milei, the president of the Pontiff's native Argentina, will also attend the funeral. Yes, the same Milei who has previously called the late Pope a communist, an imbecile, and a lefty. But guess who won't be there? Russian President Vladimir Putin. He has not traveled to a Western country since the war in Ukraine broke out 3 years ago, and is subject to an International Criminal Court arrest warrant. With numerous leaders in attendance, including many who are rarely seen in the same room together. The Pope's funeral is an unlikely opportunity for diplomatic encounters and awkwardness, especially with the Vatican's increasing role in global politics. The Pope has vocally advocated for peace in Ukraine, Gaza, and South Sudan. He has brokered a deal with Cuba, leading to the release of hundreds of jailed anti-government protesters. He has secretly helped mediate a thaw in relations between the US and Cuba. He has rebuked the mistreatment of refugees and migrants. The Church's diplomacy is wide, and the funeral will witness it in full swing. The world saw something similar during the funeral of Pope John Paul II in 2005. Experts called it the diplomatic event of the year, with uncomfortable moments abound. It came amid the Iraq War, which the Pope had opposed. So when former US President George Bush appeared on television monitors, crowds booed him. He was sitting close to the leaders of Iran, Syria, and Cuba. He appeared to give them the cold shoulder. Meanwhile, then Prince Charles went the other way. He shook the hand of former Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe, who was an international pariah, and had sidestepped an EU travel ban to attend the funeral. So what can be expected this time? Will Milei throw a side eye during the Holy See's funeral? Will Trump be kept away from Zelensky? Will this moment of reflection survive diplomatic gaffes? The faithfuls are hopeful.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. NASA celebrates the 35th anniversary of the Hubble Space Telescope with new celestial images. The US state of New Jersey charges a teenager for arson in the worst wildfires in the state's history. And a huge motorcade in Peru protests against the new motorcycle rules in the country. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day, in 1859, construction began on the Suez Canal. It was completed 10 years later. It connected the Mediterranean and the Red Seas, becoming the shortest sea route between Europe and Asia. Today, the Suez Canal is one of the world's most heavily used shipping routes. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a good weekend.
Happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up, President Donald Trump offers a rare rebuke of Russia's Vladimir Putin and is a third term in the cards for Donald Trump. We begin in the United States. In a blow to Pakistan, the State Department refused to comment on a Pakistani journalist's question days after the deadly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. During a media briefing on Thursday, spokesperson Tammy Bruce was asked about the department's stance on the border tensions between India and Pakistan. However, instead of answering the question, Bruce shunned the Pakistani reporter, affirming the previous remarks made by the White House.
I know you just said that this administration has no position on Kashmir right now, but there's too much tension.
I'm not going to be remarking, sir. As I mentioned, I appreciate this, and perhaps we'll come back to you with another subject. I will say nothing more on that situation. The President and the Secretary have said things, as have the Deputy Secretary. They've made their positions clear. I will not continue with something in that matter.
Bruce further said President Donald Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have made one thing clear: the United States stands with India.
As President Trump and Secretary Rubio have made clear, the United States stands with India, strongly condemns all acts of terrorism. We pray for the lives of those lost and for the recovery of the injured, and call for the perpetrators of this heinous act to be brought to justice.
Meanwhile, the House Committee of Foreign Affairs has also criticized the New York Times over its coverage of the Kashmir terror attack. In a post on social media platform X, the committee fixed a New York Times headline which called the terrorists militants and the attack a shooting incident. Earlier, President Donald Trump called Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to extend his full support to India. As many as 26 people were killed after terrorists opened fire at a group of tourists in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam on Tuesday. The attack, claimed by a proxy of the banned Pakistani-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba, was one of the deadliest in the valley in 6 years. Tensions between the two neighbors have grown since, with India ordering all Pakistani nationals to leave within 48 hours, suspending a key water treaty and closing the border, as well as expelling diplomats. In retaliation, Pakistan has suspended all visa services for Indian nationals, along with shutting its airspace to Indian airlines. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has issued a stern warning, saying India will identify, track, and punish all those responsible for the attack beyond their imagination. And moving to the war in Europe, Russia says it is now ready to reach an agreement with Ukraine to halt the 3-year-long conflict. In an interview with CBS News on Thursday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said Moscow is just waiting for some elements that need to be fine-tuned. His remarks came after Russian forces launched the deadliest air assault on Kyiv in months, killing 12 civilians. And when asked why civilians were targeted, Lavrov said Russia only attacks military targets or civilian sites used by the Ukrainian forces. The Russian foreign minister also praised President Donald Trump, saying he is the only leader on earth who addressed the root causes of the conflict. Meanwhile, President Trump issued a rare rebuke of Russian President Vladimir Putin on social media, asking him to stop his military offensive against Ukraine. President Trump said, and I quote, "I am not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv, not necessary and very bad timing. Vladimir Putin, stop. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying. Let's get a peace deal done," end quote.
Mr. President, this morning in a Truth Social post, you used the words Vladimir, stop. That seemed like a slightly different message, a personal message. What is your level of frustration with President Putin?
I didn't like last night. I wasn't happy with it. And we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant, and that's, what he said.
Donald Trump's sharp criticism was certainly unexpected, as he publicly sides with Putin and blames Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for the deadly war. Now, just a day before the commander-in-chief clashed with President Zelensky for refusing to formally cede Crimea to Russia, President Trump also suggested that Putin is easier to deal with than President Zelensky.
I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky so far. It's been harder, but that's okay. It's all right.
However, the president's latest disapproval of Putin shows his growing frustration with the stalled peace negotiations between both Russia and Ukraine. And as the war continues to rage, it's still unclear if Lavrov's comments are true or simply more posturing by Russia. And in the United States, a new wave of political merchandise is turning heads, not just for its bold messaging, but for what it might signal about President Donald Trump's ambitions beyond the end of his term. The Trump online store is now selling a fresh line of gear emblazoned with Trump 2028, a slogan tied to the next presidential election. But the twist is that Donald Trump is constitutionally barred from running again. The 22nd Amendment clearly states, and I quote, "No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice." And President Trump has already served one term from 2017 to 2021 and is currently in his second. But that hasn't stopped the president from hinting that he might pursue a third term.
Talk about a third term now, because no matter how you look at it, we got a long time to go. We have a long time. You know, we have almost 4 years to go. And that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we do. Most importantly, they love the job we do.
Legal scholars and political experts, including President Trump's former attorney general, have cast serious doubt on such a move. In fact, they caution that amending the U.S. Constitution is an uphill battle. It requires a 2/3 vote in both the House and Senate, followed by approval from at least 38 out of the 50 state legislatures.
The clear language of the 22nd Amendment, a president can only be elected twice. And of course, President Trump is in his second term. So it would take some machinations, some scheming in order to find a loophole. And I think that's what Mr. Trump is talking about now, when he's looking to run for a third term.
Still, the Trump 2028 merchandise has hit the market with full force. In fact, a recent post of Eric Trump showed him modeling a bright red Trump 2028 cap, which sells for $50. And the slogan on the product's listing reads, "The future looks bright, rewrite the rules with the Trump 2028 high crown hat." Also for sale are t-shirts in red and navy blue priced at $36 with the phrase printed on the front, "Trump 2028, rewrite the rules." Even matching beer can coolers or koozies are available for $18, and the product descriptions are clear in their message, "The future looks bright, rewrite the rules." Now, even though the merchandise might be just another marketing stunt, one thing is certainly clear. President Donald Trump isn't ready to leave the White House after serving his second term. And next we look at President Trump's embattled Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's once again in the spotlight, but this time quite literally. The former news host has reportedly refurbished a green room inside the Pentagon into a makeup studio, complete with a director's chair mirror and lights. And the Pentagon insists the upgrade was cost effective, despite reports estimating that the changes ran into several thousands of dollars. The makeover comes amid growing scrutiny over Hegseth's handling of classified information. Here's a closer look at how a little powder and a lot of scandal are redefining the Pentagon's public face.
Who says war rooms can't have a little glam? U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has taken it upon himself to give the Department of Defense a little makeover. Reports suggest that a drab green room at the Pentagon has been transformed into a full-blown makeup studio, presumably so that high-ranking officials can powder their noses before hitting the airwaves. Reports estimated the cost at several $1,000s, but the Pentagon has defended Hegseth and denied all these reports. In a tweet, it simply described these reports as trash. So what are these modifications and upgrades? A Defense Department spokesperson said the facelift involved minimal frills, just a director-style chair, a mirror, a makeup light and a new countertop, all assembled using existing Pentagon inventory and in-house craftsmanship. And now Hegseth too has replied to these reports with a tweet. He wrote, and I quote, "Totally fake story. No orders and no makeup, but whatever." As soon as this report hit the internet, social media users dubbed Hegseth as Pentagon Princess. One user wrote, and I quote, "No amount of makeup can cover up that incompetence." Another one questioned about the wastage of tax money, while one was of the opinion that this is what happens when you put clout chasers in charge of national security. The Secretary of Defense is currently juggling more scandals than a Real Housewives reunion. Most recently, Hegseth found himself at the center of a national security firestorm after allegedly sharing classified military plans over Signal. Yes, the encrypted messaging app usually reserved for gossip or secret lunch plans. In a March 15th group chat, he reportedly dropped intel about upcoming US airstrikes in Yemen, including flight schedules targeting the Houthis. The problem? The group chat included an editor from a publication, apparently added by mistake. And that's not all. Hegseth was also messaging the same strike details to another group chat, which included his wife Jennifer, who's a former news producer, his brother, and his personal lawyer.
Meeting was great.
Hegseth's rise to power was never going to be boring. His nomination process was anything but smooth. It was dogged by a 2017 sexual assault allegation that resurfaced just in time to make headlines. There were also reports of alcohol abuse and misconduct. Still, despite the mounting controversies, President Donald Trump seems to be standing by his man, at least for now. Democrats are already calling for Hegseth's resignation. But Trump world remains steadfast in their support of the Pentagon's new resident Glam Squad captain.
Their President Molino, sends his regards, very complimentary.
And finally, Canadians are heading to the polls on Monday in one of the country's most closely watched federal elections in years. With tensions rising over President Donald Trump's trade war and claims about annexing Canada, voters are weighing how each party plans to defend national interests while tackling urgent issues at home. From the soaring cost of living to the housing crisis and defense spending, parties are making promises that could reshape Canada's future. And with a record number of advance ballots already cast, all eyes are now on April 28th. Here's more from the Great White North.
Canadians head to the polls on April 28, in what many see as a turning point for the country. With growing tensions over US trade, a housing crisis, and the rising cost of living, this election could reshape Canada's future.
I, Mark Carney, do swear that I will be faithful and
Prime Minister Mark Carney, who took office just last month, called a snap election seeking a strong mandate.
heirs and successors.
Who's ready to axe some taxes?
The former central bank governor faces conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who is riding a wave of populist support.
We need to put Canada first for a change, with a new Conservative government that will axe taxes, unleash our resource production, build pipelines, secure our border, rebuild our armed forces, and stand up to Donald Trump from a position of strength.
Polls show the Liberals and Conservatives are neck and neck. A CTV Globe and Mail Nanos survey puts the Liberals at 42.9% and the Conservatives at 39.3%. However, the New Democratic Party trails at 7.2%. Reports indicate a record 7.3 million people have already cast their ballots, which is a staggering 25% increase from 2021. And Elections Canada estimates over 28 million voters are registered. Now at the center of the race are bread and butter issues like cost of living and tax relief. All parties are proposing relief from rising costs. The Liberals promise a 1-point cut in the lowest tax bracket, while the Conservatives have pledged an even sharper reduction. The NDP, on the other hand, wants to remove sales tax on essentials like energy and the internet. US President Donald Trump is also a major factor in this campaign. His recent remarks on turning Canada into a 51st US state and tariff threats have renewed tensions.
I think in Canada right now it's Trump. I think we need a very strong leader to stand up to him. And Carney seems to have the background and the credentials to do it.
Another key issue is defense. Canada faces pressure to meet NATO's 2% GDP spending target. Both Liberals and Conservatives aim to hit the target by 2030. The Liberals propose over $18 billion over 4 years, while the Conservatives have promised over $17 billion and Arctic bases. The NDP, meanwhile, targets 2032 and wants to cancel fighter jet contracts with US firms. Soaring housing cost is another key concern. Liberals promise over $25 billion in financing, while the Conservatives aim to build 2.3 million homes in 5 years. And the NDP plans 3 million affordable homes by 2035.
Housing is unaffordable. Mortgages, everything is skyrocketing. Grocery costs and everything. So I think it's important.
With its future hanging in the balance, the key questions are what kind of Canada will emerge after April 28? And who will its citizens choose to deal with Donald Trump?
That's First Post America for this Friday, April 25th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin in South Africa. US President Donald Trump's controversial plan to grant asylum to white South Africans is gaining momentum. While the US, under President Trump, has been deporting or blocking refugees from several countries, it's extending an invitation to some in South Africa. The US government is encouraging white South Africans facing what it calls perceived troubles at home to seek asylum. US officials have begun interviewing white South African applicants, questioning them over these alleged troubles. They are asking them about land disputes, crime, and claims of racial discrimination. Reports say the first round of interviews took place in Pretoria. Those interviewed described the process positively, saying US officials were exceptionally friendly and empathetic. More than 30 applicants have reportedly been approved for asylum already, though the US Embassy in Pretoria has yet to confirm any official numbers. But this move shows how serious the Trump administration is about the plan. In February, Trump issued an executive order to resettle Afrikaner refugees. Afrikaners are the descendants of mainly Dutch settlers, and as per Trump, they are quote-unquote victims of unjust racial discrimination. The basis for his accusation is land reform law signed by President Cyril Ramaphosa earlier this year. The law allows for land seizure without compensation under certain conditions. White South Africans still own over 70% of farmland. But Trump has accused the government of unfairly confiscating land, calling it a human rights violation. Now, this has triggered a full-blown diplomatic standoff. The US has cut all aid to South Africa, expelled its envoy, imposed sweeping tariffs, and even skipped critical G20 meetings, all while pushing ahead with the refugee plan for white South Africans. Now, with this tweet on white genocide, the tensions have further escalated as Trump ally and South Africa-born tech billionaire Elon Musk accused the South African government of supporting a white genocide. While South Africa has strongly rejected the allegations, it has been pushing for dialogue. Just yesterday, President Ramaphosa, while hosting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, spoke with Trump on a call. They discussed the war in Ukraine and also agreed to meet soon to address bilateral issues. Still, the US is moving forward with its punitive measures, even though prominent white South African organizations, some of which once lobbied for the policy, have rejected the resettlement offer. Yet reports suggest up to 70,000 white South Africans have expressed interest in seeking US asylum. The International Organization for Migration, which helps displaced people worldwide, has reportedly declined the Trump administration's request to assist with resettling Afrikaners. So, how will the US move forward with this controversial plan? And how will Pretoria respond? Now, for more on this, we have with us Phumlani Majosi, author and political analyst, who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us.
Great to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Phumlani, what does the United States' decision to begin processing asylum seekers' claims from white South Africans signal about its stance on South Africa's domestic land reform policies? And could this be interpreted as a political message, or is it purely an immigration matter?
Well, we can assume at this point that the Trump administration is very serious about the issue, that they've initiated the processing. That shows that they are serious. And I would like to advise your audience that we shouldn't expect the Trump administration to stop this. It will continue, even though the president of South Africa has said that the two of them have decided to, or they plan to have talks in the future. But we shouldn't expect that this process is going to stop. The Trump administration will go ahead because they've taken this issue seriously. They want to, because of the concern of expropriation of land without compensation and other issues as well that we have seen in the country, including things like, kill the farmer rhetoric from some politicians, including things like race-based policies. All of those things have been a concern to the Trump administration with respect to South Africa, especially since South Africa has been a beneficiary of the AGOA program, right? This is Africa Growth Opportunity Act. Yes. So the Trump administration was one of the requirements by the US is that if the country is going to benefit from AGOA, it has to meet certain requirements that the American government is comfortable with. So we shouldn't expect this to stop. Let's take it seriously and assume that it's not going to stop. Yes, the talks will begin between South Africa and the US, but the Trump administration will continue to push ahead with these arrangements. Right. South Africa has been a focus, and we shouldn't expect that this is going to go away anytime soon.
Yes. Right. And how might this move by the US impact diplomatic relations between the two countries, especially in light of President Ramaphosa's announcement of talks with Donald Trump?
Well, we need to be clear that our government, and I've said this on your show as well before, that is our government wants to improve relations with the US. Now, you might not be happy with some of their actions. Will not be 100%. Not everybody will be happy with the actions of our government in terms of handling the issue. But it's been clear that they do want to fix the relations with the US. So I'm not sure this is going to make our government, Ramaphosa's administration, to say, look, we are not going to talk to you, Mr. Trump, because you've initiated this process of, settling Afrikaners. They will continue to push for the improved relations, given the whole tensions, and hope that at some point there will be an agreement being reached. So I don't think, some people have said that, well, perhaps Ramaphosa's administration will abandon the US and focus more in the East, strengthen trade, bolster trade with China, Russia, India, and so on, and just forget about the US, or reduce the relations with the US. I don't think that's going to happen. Ramaphosa's administration, they do want to improve the relations, and my hope is that these talks between Trump and Ramaphosa, they begin as soon as possible, so the countries can find common ground and reach a trade deal, because it's good for South Africa as a developing country. We do need stronger relations with the United States. They are the second biggest trade partner. And we had a trade surplus with them. So if that can continue, that will be positive for the administration. So I don't think that all this is going to sort of shut down the diplomatic engagements between the two countries. They will go ahead in the upcoming months.
Yes. And Phumlani, what precedent does this set for international asylum protocols? And could it potentially undermine South Africa's sovereign efforts to address historical land inequalities?
Well, here's the thing. You need to understand that between South Africa and the US, there are certain trade relations that were existing before, right? We all know of them, various initiatives, including the AGOA, of course, initiative. And within that, we need to understand that this is a global, it's an international system where nations, they sort of, they choose as to who they work with. And for powers like the United States, if they are going to deal with South Africa, there are things that they will want to be happy with before they can trade with South Africa, before they can offer some financial assistance or whatever. And we cannot fault them for that. It is their their right. Even when it comes to policies that we have, if the US does not like them, Alison, they have a right to say, we don't like these policies, and we are therefore going to adjust our relations with respect to South Africa. Will our sovereignty be had? Look, we'll always be a sovereign state. That needs to, I need your audience to understand this. We'll always be a sovereign state, but we must just remember that whatever actions we take as a nation, some people will never, or some nations will like those actions, some won't. Some nations will like our domestic policies, some won't. It is up to those nations as to how, including the US, as to how it takes our domestic policies and whether it does want to proceed and deal with us in light of those domestic policies.
Yes. Phumlani, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Our next story is on how saying the word sorry is harder than confronting history. White leaders keep showing up in Africa with long speeches and a short memory. They express sorrow and they talk about colonial scars, yet they never say the word that actually matters. Listen to this.
Our presence here is not innocent, and our history unfolds through the ages. It doesn't fix things. Only you can make this journey, which is also a path of forgiveness that is eminently intimate.
That was French President Emmanuel Macron. He was on a state visit to Madagascar. It is the first time a French leader is visiting a former colony off the east coast of Africa in 20 years. During a remembrance ceremony in Madagascar's capital, he said that he wanted to work toward forgiveness. Macron openly acknowledged France's bloody colonial past. But even as he stood at the event, he avoided offering a direct apology. He said, and I quote, "Only the Malagasy can make this journey of forgiveness," and added that France simply would help create the right conditions for it.
It doesn't fix things. We create the conditions by allowing through this very human, very personal, and very symbolic connection to mourn what is no longer, and sometimes lives that have been separated. These are the destinies of your families.
One such gesture was to return the cultural artifacts. Statements on accepting past wrongs might sound progressive, but it reveals the same old problem that complicates the fight against colonial reparations. Now, it is still France that is setting the terms of engagement. Instead of asking what repair would mean to Malagasy people, Macron decides what France will return. Now, his trip also sheds light on disputes over a small group of islands around Madagascar. Now, these are French overseas territories, which the East African nation claims are theirs. These small islands are called Éparses Islands in France. It falls under French jurisdiction. Madagascar wants its control, but France wants a deal in which they can jointly manage these. Now, Madagascar's president has pushed for a full handover. A new round of talks over the matter is set for the 30th of June. And with the UK negotiating a deal to hand over the Chagas Island to Mauritius, the fight for these islands has reopened old questions. What fair resolution looks like today? Back in 2023, Macron acknowledged that France's brutal 132-year-long colonial rule against Algeria made it clear that he won't apologize to Algeria. Now, this mirrors his calculated moves in Madagascar. He is cautiously taking steps to address past injustices. It appears like a pattern to acknowledge harm without taking full responsibility. And shifting focus to the East African nation of Kenya, it has taken a major step to deepen its partnership with China. Both the sides announced that they have upgraded their ties to a new level. This announcement was made during a meeting between President Xi Jinping and Kenyan President William Ruto in Beijing. This was Ruto's first state visit to China since taking office in 2022. Both leaders committed to building a long-term relationship that would promote stability between China and Africa. It is aimed at establishing a partnership which will safeguard the common interests of developing countries. The move to strengthen ties comes amid a global turbulent political environment. China is seeking to bolster its influence in Africa through the Belt and Road Initiative, or the BRI. Launched in 2013, the BRI aims to extend China's infrastructure worldwide. Kenya has been a key partner in this initiative, and Beijing has given it substantial loans for infrastructure and construction projects. It has built roads, railways, and ports with those funds, and then massive lending makes China Kenya's single biggest bilateral creditor. Now China is stepping in again to help Kenya in a similar plan. The extension of standard gauge railway, it will be running from Naivasha to the Ugandan border. And since 2019, there has been no progress on this initiative. The lack of funds brought Kenya's most ambitious infrastructure project to a grinding halt. On Thursday, Ruto said that China will help Kenya to restart this project. However, his office didn't give out details on the amount that China would be giving and by when it will be completed. Now, adding to this, China also committed to expanding a highway. It will link Nairobi to the Rift Valley in the city of Nakuru. Both state and private Chinese investors will be involved in this. In total, Ruto and Xi signed 20 cooperation agreements. They cover vast areas including vocational education, e-commerce, water resources, and so on. And direct flights between Beijing and Nairobi and boosting tourism was also a point of discussion. For Kenya, these developments come at a time of economic pressure. It is struggling with a massive debt burden. Repaying loans, especially in foreign currency, has been difficult, and Ruto has pledged that Kenya will not default and his country will pay back the loans on time. Now, China's decision to keep giving financial aid to Kenya could help it to reduce its financial stress. However, this can be a ticking time bomb, culminating in a debt trap. In 2023, Kenya owed Beijing more than $8 billion. Critics say that China lends heavily, knowing repayment may be hard. It gives China strategic leverage. When the borrowing country fails to repay, China demands control of key national assets like ports or land as compensation. Now, reports say at least a dozen countries owe debts to China, and Kenya is one of them. While it continues to welcome China's financial support, it also faces a very delicate balancing act. We'll continue our coverage of how Kenya manages that slippery slope. And our last story today is about an escalating regional dispute. A trade war is brewing between Tanzania, South Africa, and Malawi. Tanzania has banned all agricultural imports from Malawi and South Africa in response to what it claims are unfair restrictions on its own exports. South Africa has long banned the entry of Tanzanian bananas, and last month Malawi blocked imports of flour, rice, ginger, bananas and maize from Tanzania. Tanzania says it is time to protect its economic interests after diplomatic efforts to resolve these trade issues failed. In March, Malawi announced a temporary suspension on imports of certain agricultural products, claiming the measure was designed to protect local farmers. Meanwhile, South Africa defended its ban on Tanzanian bananas, saying it's part of its strict standards to prevent the spread of crop diseases. But Tanzania's sweeping new ban comes at a critical time, as Africa pushes for continent-wide free trade through the African Continental Free Trade Area, launched 4 years ago. All three countries, Tanzania, South Africa and Malawi, are members of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, but these new restrictions are straining regional trade flows. The biggest impact is expected to hit landlocked Malawi, which relies heavily on Tanzanian ports to export its tobacco, sugar and soybeans to global markets. Without access to Tanzanian routes, Malawi will be forced to reroute goods through longer and costlier alternatives. Malawi has become an increasingly important customer for Tanzania, with Tanzanian exports to Malawi tripling between 2018 and 2023, this according to official data. While Tanzania may shift trade to countries like Kenya, Namibia or South Sudan, Malawi faces greater challenges as a landlocked nation. South African exports to Tanzania, including fruits like apples and grapes, will also take a hit. Meanwhile, the Tanzanian government has assured its citizens that the import ban will not affect domestic food security. As tensions rise, this trade dispute could test the unity of regional blocs like SADC and challenge the promise of continent-wide free trade. For now, the stalemate continues, with farmers, exporters and economies caught in the crossfire. We'll be watching how this story unfolds in the weeks ahead. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.